Okay. Right, we now come to business there. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
United Kingdom Internal Market Bill, second reading.
Now.
I must inform the House that I have selected the amendment in the name of Keir Starmer. I now call the Prime Minister. Prime Minister!
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time and this House act to preserve one of the crucial achievements of the last 3 centuries, namely our British ability to trade freely across the whole of these islands. The creation of our United Kingdom by the Acts of Union of 1707 and 1801 was not simply a political event, but an act of conscious economic integration that laid the foundations for the world's first industrial revolution and the prosperity we enjoy today. When other countries in Europe stayed divided, we joined our fortunes together and allowed the invisible hand of the market to move Cornish pasties to Scotland, Scottish beef to Wales, Welsh beef to England, and Devonshire clotted cream to Northern Ireland or wherever else it might be enjoyed. And when we chose to join the EU back in 1973, we also thereby decided that the EU treaties should serve as the legal guarantor of these freedoms. Now that we've left the EU and the transition period is about to elapse, we need the armature of our law once again to preserve the arrangements on which so many jobs and livelihoods depend. That is the fundamental purpose of this bill, which should be welcomed by everyone who cares about the sovereignty and integrity of our United Kingdom. We shall provide the legal certainty relied upon by every business in our country, including, of course, in Northern Ireland. The manifesto on which this government was elected last year promised business in Northern Ireland, and I quote, unfettered access to the rest of the UK. And I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For giving way, and I'm listening carefully to what he's saying. But why then did one of his own distinguished members on the other side describe his policy this week as Nixonian madman theory? Is he not deeply worried that his policies and approach are being compared to those of the disgraced former US President Richard Nixon rather than someone like Winston Churchill?
I must say to the honourable gentleman that actually I think that this bill is essential for guaranteeing the economic, the political integrity of the United Kingdom, and simply sets out to achieve what the people of this country voted for when they supported our election manifesto, and not only unfettered access to from NI to GB, NI, but also, I quote, this was in the manifesto, to maintain and strengthen the integrity and smooth operation of our internal market. Now, I've given way. This bill is designed to honour that pledge and maintain those freedoms. When we renegotiated our withdrawal agreement from the EU, we struck a careful balance to reflect Northern Ireland's integral place in our United Kingdom, while preserving an open border with Ireland, with the express and paramount aim of protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the peace process. And in good faith, we accepted certain obligations in the Northern Ireland Protocol in order to give our European friends the assurances they sought on the integrity of their single market, while avoiding any change to on the island of Ireland. We agreed to conduct some light-touch processes on goods passing between Great Britain and Northern Ireland in case they were transferred to the EU, and I give way to the honourable gentleman who knows a great deal about this subject.
Prime Minister, thank you for giving way, and this is a very, very important debate, as you know, and I know, and everyone in this House knows. Does the Prime Minister accept that the EU's determination to use Northern Ireland as a stick to beat the UK with its punishment for daring to leave an institution who had no respect or concern for our people has been underlined by the behaviour of MEPs and indeed some in this House, as they seek again against the will of the majority of the people to stop Brexit instead of doing the honourable thing, respecting the vote and the recent general election validation and taking care of the UK and putting our people first, which the Prime Minister said he will do. This legislation is a way of doing that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the intention of this bill is clearly to stop any such use of the stick against this country, and that's what it does. It's a protection, it's a safety net, it's an insurance policy, and it is a very sensible measure. And in a spirit of reasonableness, we are conducting those checks in accordance with our obligations. We are creating the sanitary and phytosanitary processes required under the protocol and spending hundreds of millions of pounds on helping traders. Under this finely balanced arrangement, our EU friends agreed that Northern Ireland, and this is a crucial point, Northern Ireland would remain part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom, able to benefit from free trade deals with other countries, which we are now beginning to strike, and ensuring that goods not at risk of travelling to the EU, and that is the majority of goods going GB to Northern Ireland, the majority of goods travelling not at risk of travelling to the EU do not have to pay tariffs. But the details of this intricate deal and the obvious tensions between some of its provisions can only be resolved with a basic minimum of common sense and goodwill from all sides. I regret to have to tell the House that in recent months the EU has suggested that it is willing to go to extreme and unreasonable lengths, using the Northern Ireland Protocol in a way that goes well beyond common sense, simply to exert leverage against the UK in our negotiations for a free trade agreement. To take the most glaring example, the EU has said that if we fail to reach an agreement to their satisfaction, they might very well refuse to list the UK's food and agricultural products for sale anywhere in the EU. And it gets even worse, Mr. Speaker, because under this protocol, that decision would create an instant and automatic prohibition on the transfer of our animal products from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, our interlocutors on the other side are holding out the possibility of blockading food and agricultural transports within our own country, and I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you very much. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that there's no greater obligation for MPs than to our voters, and that the British people were told a no deal is better than a bad deal and we would prosper without a deal? And given that the EU refused to negotiate in good faith, we have no alternative but to legislate and protect our internal markets.
My honourable friend is entirely right, and I have to say that absurd and self-defeating as that action would be, even as we debate this matter, Mr. Speaker, the EU has not taken that particular revolver off the table. And I hope that they will do so, and that we can reach a Canada-style free trade agreement as well. Indeed, it is such an extraordinary threat, and it seems so incredible that the EU could do this, that we are not taking powers in this bill to neutralise that threat, but obviously reserve the right to do so if these threats persist, because I'm afraid these threats reveal the spirit in which some of our friends are currently minded to conduct these negotiations. It goes to what my learned friends would call the intention of some of those involved in the talks. I think the mens rea. I give play to the noble and the learned, my learned, right on the learned colleague.
Never objects to another promotion. I've listened carefully to what the Prime Minister said. Would he accept that were our interlocutors in the EU to behave in such an egregious fashion, which clearly would be objectionable and unacceptable to us, there is already provision under the withdrawal agreement for an arbitrary arrangement to go into case, and that were we to take reserve powers, is it right, does he accept that those reserve powers should only be brought into force as a final backstop if we have in good faith tried to act under the withdrawal agreement and then are then frustrated. The timing upon which they come into force is very important for our reputation as upholders of the rule of law.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right in what he says, and he knows a great deal about this matter. It is of great importance that we go through the legal procedures as we will. But I must say to him, as things stand, there are other avenues, in addition to the potential blockade on agricultural goods, that the EU could explore if they're determined. I'll come to his points in a minute. But there are other avenues that the EU could explore if they're determined to, as I say, to interpret the protocol in absurd ways, and if they fail to negotiate in good faith. And we must now take a package of protective powers in this bill and subsequently. For example, there is the question of tariffs in the Irish Sea. When we signed the protocol, we accepted that goods at risk of going from Great Britain into the EU via Northern Ireland should pay the EU's tariff as they cross the Irish Sea. We accepted that, but that any goods staying within Northern Ireland would not do so. The protocol created a joint committee to identify with the EU which goods were at risk of going into Ireland. This sensible process was one of the achievements of our agreement, and our view is that this forum remains the best way of solving this question. But I'm afraid some in the EU are now relying on legal defaults to argue that every good is at risk and therefore liable for tariffs. And that would mean, Mr. Speaker, tariffs that could get as high as 90% by value on Scottish beef going to Northern Ireland, moving not from Stranraer to Dublin, but from Stranraer to Belfast within our United Kingdom. Tariffs potentially over 61% on Welsh lamb heading from Anglesey to Antrim, and potentially over 100% on clotted cream moving from Torridge, to pick a Devonshire town at random, to Larne. Mr. Speaker, this is unreasonable and plainly against the spirit of that protocol. They are threatening to carve tariff borders across our own country and to divide our own land and to change the basic facts about the economic geography of the United Kingdom, and egregiously to ride roughshod over their own commitment under Article 4 of the protocol, whereby, and I quote, Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a situation where the very boundaries of our country could be dictated by a foreign power or international organisation. No British Prime Minister, no government, no Parliament could ever accept such an imposition. And I give way to my honourable friend.
How can my right honourable friend ensure that Derbyshire Dales lamb, grown in our country, can be enjoyed by our fellow citizens in Northern Ireland, part of our country?
I thank my honourable friend very much, Mr. Speaker, and the best way that we can all be sure that such lamb is able to be sold throughout the whole United Kingdom is to vote for this bill and to vote to protect the economic integrity of the UK. And to answer the questions that are being shouted at me from a sedentary position, Mr. Speaker, last year we signed the withdrawal agreement in the belief, which I still hold, that the EU would be reasonable. Now, after everything that has recently happened, we must consider the alternative. We ask for reasonableness and common sense and balance, and we still hope to achieve that, Mr. Speaker, through the joint committee process, in which we will always persevere, no matter what the provocation. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm really grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and I want to ask him, if I may, about the ministerial code. When I was the Attorney-General in the previous government, I was happy to confirm that the Ministerial Code obliged ministers to comply with international as well as domestic law. This bill will give ministers overt authority to break international law. Has the position on the Ministerial Code changed?
No, not in the least, Mr. Speaker, and he can consult the Attorney-General's position on that. And because, after all, what this bill is simply seeking to do, and this is the crucial thing, what we're simply seeking to do is to ensure this country, to protect this country against the EU's proven willingness, and that's the crucial point, to use this delicately balanced protocol in ways for which it was never intended. So this bill includes our first step to protect our country against such a contingency by creating a legal safety net, taking powers in reserve, whereby ministers can guarantee the integrity of our United Kingdom. And I understand how some people will feel unease over the use of these powers, and I share that sentiment myself. And I want to say to my brother and friend, I have absolutely no desire to use these measures. They are an insurance policy. And if we reach agreement with our European friends, which I still believe is possible, they will never be invoked. And of course it is the case that the passing of this bill does not constitute the exercise of these powers. If they were ever needed, ministers would return to this House with a statutory instrument on which a vote, perhaps that's the question to which he's awaiting an answer, Mr. Speaker, on which a vote would be held. And we will simultaneously pursue every possible redress, to get back to the point I was making to my honourable friend, the member for Bromley. We will simultaneously pursue every possible redress under international law as provided for in the protocol. In addition to our steps in domestic law, we would, if we had to make clear that we believe the EU is engaged in a material breach of its duties of good faith, as required under the withdrawal agreement and the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. We will seek an arbitration panel, as provided for under the withdrawal agreement, and consider safeguards under Article 16 of the Protocol. It is not a question of if we meet our obligations, but how we fulfil them. We must do so in a way that satisfies the fundamental purpose of the Protocol, the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and the constitutional position of Northern Ireland. We will work with the EU on all of these issues. And even if we have to use these powers, we will continue to engage with the Joint Committee so that any dispute is resolved as quickly and as amicably as possible, reconciling the integrity of the EU single market with Northern Ireland's place in the UK's customs territory. But what we cannot do now is tolerate a situation where our EU counterparts seriously believe that they have the power to break up our country. And if that is what honourable members want them to have on the other side, then I'm afraid they're grievously mistaken. That illusion must be decently dispatched, and that's why these reserve powers are enshrined in this bill. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill will help deliver the single biggest transfer of powers to the devolved administrations since their creation, covering a total of 160 different policy areas. Each devolved administration will also be fully and equally involved in the oversight of the UK's internal market through a new independent body, the Office of the Internal Market. The bill will maintain our common cause of high standards, where we already go beyond the EU in areas ranging from health and safety to consumer and environmental protections. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, can I just take the Prime Minister back to the question that was asked by the former Attorney General? Because it seems to me quintessential to the way we do our business that ministers abide by the law. Indeed, the Justice Secretary is required by law to swear that he will uphold the rule of law. How, therefore, can the Prime Minister seriously advance a piece of legislation which says regulations are not to be regarded as unlawful on the grounds of any incompatibility or inconsistency with relevant international or domestic law? That's just gobbledygook, isn't it? Complete and utter nonsense.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the right honourable gentleman was listening, but I made very clear that we do not relish the prospect of having to use these powers at all. We hope very much, as I said, that the EU will be reasonable. But any democratically elected government of this country, and I would go to say any MP representing the people of this country, must be obliged to do whatever he or she can to uphold the territorial integrity of this country. And that is what we are doing. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, instead of UK's taxpayers' money under this bill, instead of UK, which is an excellent bill, instead of UK taxpayers' money being dispersed by the EU, it will allow this government to invest billions of pounds across the whole of the UK to level up. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, this Parliament was deadlocked, exasperating the British people by its failure to fulfil their democratic wishes, and, worst of all, by undermining our negotiators, as you will recall, by effectively telling the EU that if they played hardball, this House would oblige them by weakening our country's hand and legally forbid our representatives from walking away from the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, I hope this House will never make that mistake again. Instead, let us seize the opportunity presented by this bill and send a message of unity and resolve. Let's say together to our European friends that we want a great future relationship and a fantastic free trade deal. And I give way for the pleasure to my honourable friend.
The Prime Minister will remember that we have some history in this regard. And I didn't want us to leave with no agreement last year. And we fell out over that. But he was true to his word, and we had an agreement. Isn't the truth of this that we said in our manifesto we will ensure Northern Ireland's businesses and producers enjoy unfettered access to the rest of the UK? And the way to do that is either through this internal markets bill or by agreeing the free trade agreement with the EU, the Canada-style deal, that they said was on the table, that he then came into office and said, OK, they now seem to have stepped back from that. So can he just assure me, and I thank him for saying that tonight is difficult for some of us, but this is an important piece of legislation, can he assure me that his policy and the policy of his government is still to secure that FTA with the EU that they said they want and that we know that we want?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the spirit in which he asked that question, made that important point, and he is absolutely right to focus on where we are now in our talks on this free trade agreement. And it is by passing this bill tonight and in subsequent days that we will make the possibility of that great free trade agreement more real, and we will get it done sooner. And therefore, with this bill, we will not only expedite a free trade agreement with our European friends and partners, but with friends and partners around the world. We will support jobs and growth throughout the whole of the United Kingdom. We will back our negotiators. By voting for this deal, we will back our negotiators in Brussels, and above all, we will protect the territorial integrity of the UK and the peace process in Northern Ireland. So I urge this House to support this bill, and, as my honourable friend rightly says, to get back to the business of securing a free trade agreement with our closest neighbours that we would all wish to see. And, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. I call on the Shadow Secretary of State, Ed Miliband, to now move the amendment. Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the amendment standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and other right honourable and honourable friends. Mr. Speaker, there are two questions at the heart of this bill and why we'll be opposing it tonight. First, Madam Deputy Speaker, how do we get an internal market after January the 1st within the UK while upholding the devolution settlements, which have been a vital part of our constitution now for 2 decades and are essential for our union? And secondly, is our country going to abide by the rule of law, a rules-based international order for which we are famous around the world and have always stood up? Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not small questions, but go to the heart of who we are as a country and to the character of this government. Let me start with the first question. An internal market is vital for trade and jobs at home, but also for our ability to strike trade deals. And it is the responsibility of the UK government at Westminster to safeguard that market and legislate. On this, we agree with the government. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it must be carried out understanding that the governance of our country has changed in the last 2 decades. 2 decades of devolution settlements were a decision that we would share power across our 4 nations, including devolving key powers over issues like animal welfare, food safety, and aspects of environmental legislation. So we should be legislating for an internal market, but in a way that respects the role of devolved governments in having a voice in setting those standards. That is respecting the devolution settlement. And what we've heard from across the UK is that the government is not doing that they want to legislate with a blunderbuss approach that does not do that, and simply says the lowest standard in one parliament must become the standard for all, with no proper voice for devolved governments. So if the Westminster government, I'll give way in a moment, if the Westminster government decided to lower standards, there will be no voice for the devolved nations, even in having a discussion about those standards, because they decided not to legislate for common frameworks. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable member, and I have to say I think he's getting to the nub of this, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have is joint ministerial committees, and huge progress had been made over the course of the last few months in agreeing frameworks that would allow us to do exactly what the right honourable member has asked for. Is that not the right way to proceed? Through frameworks in agreement with the devolved administrations, not this race to the bottom that we're going to get with the government's bill?
Say that he and I come from different positions in the following respect. I want to respect the devolution settlements to uphold the union. He has a different point of view. But on this point, we should be legislating for common frameworks. That would be the way to respect devolution. And I'm sorry, and I don't know whether the Prime Minister even understands this legislation, but I'm sorry, I'm sorry that on this issue, and he's got many things on his plate, but on this issue, the government has been cavalier in its approach. Because actually since 2017 there has been the development of common frameworks, and they could have legislated for that, and that is what we will be seeking to do in the passage of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, these issues were prefigured in the White Paper, but since then we have an even bigger question to confront. Now, let me say right at the outset, we want the smoothest trade across our United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. There is a way to resolve these issues in the joint committee set up for this purpose. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, from a man who said he wanted to get Brexit done and won an election on it, this bill gets Brexit undone by overturning key aspects of the protocol that were agreed. And I do say to the Prime Minister, while I have been part of many issues of contention across this dispatch box, I never thought respecting international law would, in my lifetime, be a matter of disagreement. I stood opposite the Prime Minister's predecessor, David Cameron, as Leader of the Opposition for 5 years. I don't know why he's rolling his eyes, Madam Deputy Speaker. I disagreed with him profoundly on many issues, but I could never have imagined him coming along and saying we are going to legislate to break international law on an agreement we had signed less than a year earlier as a country. But that is what this bill does, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the government's own words. And I want to address 3 questions at the heart of this issue. Is it right to threaten to break the law in the way the government proposes? Is it necessary to do so, and will it help our country? The answer to each of those questions is no. Let's remember the context of this and the principle here. If there is one thing we are known for around the world, It is the rule of law, the country of the Magna Carta, the country that is known for having being the mother of all parliaments, the country that out of the darkness of the Second World War helped found the United Nations. Our global reputation for rule-making, not rule-breaking, is one of the reasons we are so respected round the world. And when you ask people to think of Britain, they think of the rule of law. And let's be clear after the Prime Minister's speech, despite what he said, this is not an argument about Remain versus Leave. It is an argument about right versus wrong. The Brexiteer and former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Lamont, says the bill is impossible to defend. The Brexiteer and former Attorney General, who helped negotiate and signed off this deal as Attorney General, says the bill is unconscionable. And the Brexiteer, Lord Howard, his former boss, said this: I never thought it was a thing I'd hear a British minister, far less a Conservative minister, say, which was that the government was going to invite Parliament to act in breach of international law. We have a reputation for probity, for upholding the rule of law, and it's a reputation that is very precious and ought to be safeguarded. And I'm afraid it was severely damaged by the bill. I will give way.
Does he think the EU has been negotiating in good faith?
Well, it's very interesting that the Right Honourable Gentleman should say that, because there's a report that came out from the Northern Ireland Select Committee, chaired by Conservative, today. And this is what it said. This is my answer to him. These talks began in March and continued throughout the summer in a spirit of good faith and mutual respect for the delicate arrangements in Northern Ireland. So that's what the Conservative-controlled Select Committee says about this issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said many times he wants to bring unity to the country during his premiership. I therefore congratulate him on having in just one short year united his 5 predecessors. Unfortunately, their point of agreement is that he is trashing the reputation of this country and trashing the reputation of his office. And why are these 5 former Prime Ministers so united on this point? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they know our moral authority in the world comes from our commitment to the rule of law and keeping our word. We rightly condemn China when it rides roughshod over the treaties dictating the future of Hong Kong. We say they signed them in good faith. We say they are going back on their word. We say, Madam Deputy Speaker, they can't be trusted. And his defence? Don't worry, I can't be trusted either. And what will they say to us from now on? What will they throw back at us? That we too don't keep to international law. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the honourable member. Did the party opposite keep their word to the British voters?
Well, actually, yes, we do, and I'll tell her why. Because we respect the fact that the Conservative Party, under this Prime Minister, won the election. He got his mandate to deliver his Brexit deal. The thing he said was, and I'm sure she recalls it, it was probably on her leaflets, oven ready. It's not me that's coming along and saying it's half-baked, it's him. He's coming along and saying, the deal I signed, the deal I agreed, actually, and I'll get to this in my speech, actually, it is, what's the word? Ambiguous, problematic. I wonder whether he actually read the deal in the first place. Yes, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an extremely good speech. But could he perhaps tell the House who on earth might have signed this terrible deal with so many ambiguities less than 9 months ago?
I do believe my honourable friend makes an important point. It's the Prime Minister who signed this deal. Now, I want, Madam Deputy Speaker, in fairness to the Prime Minister, I want to deal with each of the government's arguments that they've made in the last few days for this action. And it's quite hard to keep count of these different arguments. You know you're losing the argument when you keep making lots of different arguments. But I want to give the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, the top 5. Right. First, let's deal with the argument about blockades. Now, that argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, made its first outing in the Telegraph on Saturday from the Prime Minister, and obviously it made a big appearance today. I have to say Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't like the ramping up of the rhetoric from the European Union that was on Thursday, following the Prime Minister's publication of this bill. But even by the standards of this Prime Minister, this is as ridiculous an argument as I've ever heard, even by his standards. And let me explain to him why. And the point was very well made by the former Attorney General this morning. This is what Article 16 of the protocol says. If the application of the protocol leads to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties that are liable to persist or to diversion of trade, the Union or the United Kingdom may unilaterally take appropriate safeguard measures. In other words, let us just say that this threat somehow materialised. And by the way, I believe it's DEFRA officials who'd have to implement this threat, making it even more absurd that it would happen. Let's just say this threat materialised. It's not overturning the protocol that is the right thing to do, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's upholding the protocol because of Article 16. And don't take my word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Take the word of the former Attorney General, who definitely read the protocol and who wrote this morning, and I quote, "There are clear and lawful responses available to Her Majesty's government." And then, and the Prime Minister tried to slip this in, I don't know whether the House noticed, there is an irony here, which is that, as if this wasn't enough, this bill does precisely nothing to address the issue of the transport of food from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. It is about two issues where they're going to override international law. It's about exit declarations, Northern Ireland to GB, and the definition of state aid relating to Northern Ireland. Now, if the Prime Minister wants to tell us that there's another part of this bill that I haven't noticed that will deal with this supposed threat of the blockade, I'll give way to him. I'll very happily give way to him and tell me, he can tell us. I'm sure he's read it. I'm sure he knows it. I'm sure he knows it in detail because he's a details man. Come on, tell us what clause protects the threat that he says he's worried about GB to Northern Ireland exports. I give way to him.
Well, the right honourable gentleman can't give way unless he's asked to.
There you have it. He didn't read the protocol. He hasn't read the bill. He doesn't know his stuff. Right. Let's deal with the second bogus argument. Second, he claimed on Wednesday it was necessary to protect the Good Friday Agreement. That's the first outing for this was on Wednesday at Prime Minister's Questions. I have to say to him, I'd rather trust the authors of the Good Friday Agreement than the Prime Minister, who has prominent members of the government who opposed the agreement at the time. But this is what John Major and Tony Blair wrote. The bill... Oh, they don't like John Major, I know. The bill puts the Good Friday... the bill puts the Good Friday Agreement at risk because this is very serious, because it negates the predictability, the political stability and legal clarity that are integral to the delicate balance between the north and south of Ireland that is at the core of the peace process. These are very important words from two former Prime Ministers both of whom helped win us peace in Northern Ireland. And he may not want to believe them, but he will, I hope, believe himself. Because this is what he said. Maybe not. Because this is what he said about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I quote, "There are particular circumstances in Northern Ireland at the border that deserve particular respect and sensitivity. And that is what they have received in the deal. It's a great deal for Northern Ireland." I don't understand this, Madam Deputy Speaker. He signed the deal. It's his deal. It's the deal that he said would protect the people of Northern Ireland. And I have to say to him, this is not just legislative hooliganism on any issue. It is on the most sensitive issues of all. And I think we should take the word of two former Prime Ministers of this country who helped secure peace in Northern Ireland. I will give way.
The shadow spokesman for giving way. Before he lectures the Prime Minister about reading documentation and he starts lecturing us about the Good Friday Agreement, does he recognise that, first of all, the Good Friday Agreement talks about the principle of consent, about changing the constitutional position of Northern Ireland, which this protocol does, and the Good Friday Agreement has within it a mechanism to safeguard the minorities in Northern Ireland through a cross-community vote, which again the protocol removed. So before he starts talking about the threats to the Good Friday Agreement, does he not recognise that the protocol was a threat to the Good Friday Agreement in the first place?
The honourable gentleman didn't like the protocol at all. He'd rather have not had the protocol. He and I just have a disagreement on this issue. I believe that it was necessary to make special arrangements for Northern Ireland or for the UK to be in the EU Customs Union to avoid a hard border in Ireland. Now that's why the Prime Minister came along and said the protocol was the right thing to do. Let me deal with the third excuse that we've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the "it was all a bit of a rush" excuse. Or as the Prime Minister said in his article, times were, quote, torrid and there were serious misunderstandings. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister tries to pretend this is some new issue, but they've been warned for months about the way the protocol would work. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who's sitting in his place, was warned at the Select Committee in March and was asked about these issues. The Business Secretary was written to by the House of Lords Committee in April. And let's just get this straight for a minute, because I think it's important to take a step back. What the Prime Minister is coming to this House to tell us today is that his flagship achievement, the deal he told us was a triumph, the deal he said, as I said, that was oven-ready, the deal on which he fought and won the general election, is now contradictory and ambiguous. Madam Deputy Speaker, what incompetence, what failure of governance. And Madam Deputy Speaker, how dare he try and blame everyone else? Can I say to the Prime Minister, this time he can't blame the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, he can't blame John Major, he can't blame the judges, he can't blame the civil servants, he can't sack the Cabinet Secretary again. There's only one person responsible for it, and that's him. This is his deal, it's his mess, it's his failure. For the first time in his life, it's time to take responsibility. It's time to fess up. Either he wasn't straight with the country about the deal in the first place, or he didn't understand it. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, a competent government would never have entered into a binding agreement with provisions it could not live with. And if such a government somehow missed the point but woke up later, it would have done what any competent business would do after it realises it can't live with the terms of a contract. It would negotiate a way out in good faith. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is also unnecessary, because there is a mechanism designed for exactly this purpose in the protocol, in the agreement, the Joint Committee on the Northern Ireland Protocol. And what did the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster say on the 11th of March at the Brexit Select Committee? He was asked about the state aids issue, he'll recall that. And he said, and I quote, "The effective working of the protocol is a matter for the Joint Committee to resolve." The remaining issues to which this bill speaks aren't insignificant, but nor are they insurmountable. And that is the right way to pursue them, not an attempt at illegality. Now, let me come back to the excuses. Fourth, on Sunday, there was the Justice Secretary's the fire alarm defence. So we don't want to have to do this, but we might have to. I want to be clear with the House about something very, very important about a decision to pass this bill. And I have great respect for the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst. But I want to make this point. The very act of passing this bill is itself a breach of international law. And I think it's I think it'd be wrong for honourable and right honourable members on either side of the House to be under any illusions about this as they decide which lobby to go into tonight. If we pass this bill, even if there's a nod and a wink from the Prime Minister to the honourable member for Bromley and Chislehurst, we equip the government with the power to break the law. That in itself is a breach of the Northern Ireland Protocol and therefore a breach of international law.
Wait. I listen carefully to his formulation and understand much of what he says. However, an act passed by this House only becomes law when it comes into force. He will be right, I'd submit, to say that as soon as any of these provisions came into force, we will potentially breach international law. That is not quite the same thing, as I think he would fairly concede.
That's not a risk we are going to take, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the fire alarm defence simply doesn't work. And finally, I want to deal with the last defence, Madam Deputy Speaker. This was floated as a trial balloon, you might say, by the Northern Ireland Secretary. I believe it was last Tuesday. He said it was a breach of the law in a quote-unquote specific and limited way. Madam Deputy Speaker, this really is a new way of thinking about legal questions. It now turns out that breaking the law specifically and in a limited way is a reasonable defence for this government. We've all heard of self-defence, the alibi defence, the innocence defence. Now we have the Johnson defence. You can break the law, but in a specific and limited way. And Madam Deputy Speaker, think about the current grave context we face. The Home Secretary, out today in the newspapers, warning everyone, you must abide by the law. By the way, on this, the Home Secretary is absolutely right. And she says this: I know that as part of our national effort, the law-abiding majority will stick to these new rules, but there will be a small minority who do not. You couldn't make it up, Madam Deputy Speaker. What she didn't say in this article, but what we now know about this government, is that the Johnson defence means something very specific. There is one rule for the British public and another rule for this government. Pioneered by Cummings, implemented by Johnson. That is the Johnson rule. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the wrong thing to do. It is not necessary, and it is also deeply damaging for the country. Let's just think about this in terms of the impact on our country in the negotiations. The government's hope is that this will make a deal more likely. But that relies on the notion that reneging on a deal we made less than a year ago with the party we are negotiating with will make them more likely to trust us, not less. If I think about our everyday lives, and if we think about an agreement we made a year ago with somebody, and we were seeking to have another negotiation with them, and we came along and unilaterally reneged on the first deal we made, would it make them more likely to trust us or less likely to trust us? Obviously, it would make them less likely to trust us. And we know the risks. I very much hope the Prime Minister gets a deal. We absolutely need a deal as a country. We know the risks of a no-deal strategy, of no deal if this strategy goes wrong. The Prime Minister said last week that no deal is somehow, quote-unquote, a good outcome. He's wrong. I hear from businesses all the time, and I'm sure the business secretary who's sitting in his place does too, who are deeply worried about the danger of no deal. I know what he thinks about their views because of his famous four-letter rant, but this is what they have to say. Nissan says there could be no guarantee about its Sunderland plant if there were tariffs on UK to EU trade. Ford have said no deal will be disastrous. The NFU say it will be catastrophic for British farming. Indeed, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, when he was in the job as DEFRA Secretary, said the same thing. We're in the biggest economic crisis for 300 years, the biggest public health crisis for 100 years. No deal is not some game. It's about the livelihoods of millions of people across our country. And what about the prize trade deal with the United States? I know the Prime Minister thinks he has a friend in President Trump, but even he must recognise he must be able to deal with both sides. This is what the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, said. The UK must respect the Northern Ireland Protocol as signed with the EU. If the UK violates that international treaty and Brexit undermines the Good Friday Accord, there will be absolutely no chance of a US-UK trade agreement passing the Congress. This is the signal we're sending to our friends and allies around the world. The country known for the rule of law, the country that abides by the law, the country that founded international law. This is the signal we are sending. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why we cannot support this bill, and we will oppose it tonight. The government must go back, remove the sections breaking international law, ensure the bill works in a way that respects the devolution settlements. That's what a responsible, competent and law-abiding government would do. This is a pivotal moment in determining the future of our country, who we are and how we operate. In shaping that future, we have to stand up for the traditions that matter, our commitment to the rule of law. This bill speaks of a government, a Prime Minister that is casual, not to say cavalier, and reckless about the gravity of the issues he confronts. He should be focusing on securing a Brexit deal, not breaking international law and risking no deal. He is cavalier on international law. He is cavalier on our traditions. This is not the serious leadership we need. That's why we will oppose this bill tonight.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. And before I call the chairman of the Select Committee, I should draw to the attention of the House that 101 members are hoping to catch my eye from the back benches. It won't be possible to call everyone, but in order to try to allow as many people as possible to participate in such an important debate, we will have a time limit with immediate effect of 4 minutes. Sir William Cash.
Madam Speaker, what would be unconscionable would be for us to have left the EU lawfully, which the EU has accepted, and then allow them to threaten us and to strangle our jobs and businesses by imposing unfair state aid rules which go much wider than traditional subsidies, and then for them to seek unwarranted legal action when we are properly defending our national economic and political sovereignty. If so, we would become a neutered, trivial Lilliput, an enslaved economic satellite of the EU. No UK Parliament could allow itself to be so prostrated. We won the referendum and the general election across the country because voters wanted to leave the EU and free ourselves from undemocratic rule from Brussels and from majority voting, and to regain our right to govern ourselves and our economic freedom. This bill guarantees this promise to them and to maintain the Union. On the question of international law, such law comes in all shapes and sizes. There are many instances of express override in UK statute law. The EU itself does sometimes break international law, including refusing certain compliance with WTO rules. EU retaliation by a blockade would be utterly unlawful. Even the Belfast Agreement contains notwithstanding provisions, as does USA statute law. The express powers in the bill, which constitute the taking of powers rather than actual implementation, are justified precautions against the risk of an expansionist interpretation of Article 10 of the Protocol, which would lead to great uncertainty, litigation risk and a serious threat to the territorial integrity of the United Kingdom into the indefinite future. There has never been a level playing field in the EU. Their cardinal objective in these negotiations from the outset has included preventing us from being able to compete fairly. This is not good faith. Under the protocol, they would even control our legal tax freedom to create free ports and enterprise zones. All of this would massively undermine our businesses and jobs and therefore our voters. Consider the wide legal sphere of EU state aid regulation. It is concerned not only with subsidies but also tax reliefs, taxation favouring particular sectors or undertakings, remission of national insurance contributions, bank bailouts such as those of RBS and Lloyds, where contrived draconian EU legal conditions were imposed, and a raft of other measures too numerous to list, but they include gas tariffs for horticulture, airport landing fees, private health insurance, carbon trading emission certificates for free, failing to follow public procurement procedures and so on. By contrast, more recently the German government has procured approval for vast amounts of aid, notably for Lufthansa, and this is a pattern that has continued for decades across many commercial sectors. And I would recommend people to read Ambrose Evans-Pritchard's article today in the Daily Telegraph. Mr. Skekovic has outrageously dared to threaten the UK Parliament itself if we do not remove the clauses, and he misrepresents our position on the Good Friday Agreement. This contradicts our sovereignty and autonomy, which the EU accepted. They seek to subject us to a foreign regulator taking essentially political decisions and armed with undemocratic prohibition powers and authorisations. It would be unconscionable and utterly naive for us to allow this to happen, contrary to our national interests and at this time of economic instability generated by coronavirus. I would remind the House that Section 38 of the 2020 Act was passed without a single person formally objecting either on second reading or in committee in either House. This bill is needed as an insurance policy and a guarantee of our national sovereignty within the meaning of the Vienna Convention and also of our national security.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last few years, we've all witnessed this Tory government plunging this Parliament and our broader politics into ever deeper chaos and disgrace. In that time, Scotland has been dragged out of the European Union against our will. It is, Madam Deputy Speaker, almost a year to the day when this Parliament was illegally prorogued. And in recent months, a raft of senior civil servants have been forced out the door. That instability is this UK Parliament's new normal. It is now part and parcel of a broken Westminster system, and here we are again, having dragged us deeper and deeper into their dangerous agenda for the last 4 years. Today, this right-wing Brexit cabal has reached rock bottom. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Internal Market Bill is the greatest threat to devolution that Scotland has faced since our Parliament was reconvened with the overwhelming support of the Scottish people in 1999. We are discussing the principles of a bill that this Tory government casually and brazenly admits violates international and domestic law. A bill that cynically uses the precious peace at the heart of the Good Friday Agreement is nothing more than a Brexit bargaining chip. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill runs to 50 pages. But people across these islands have a right to know. They need to know exactly what it proposes to do. It does two fundamentally dangerous and undemocratic things. It breaks international law and it breaks devolution. These two facts explain why there's been such a widespread chorus of opposition to this bill. That opposition comes from every profession, every sector and every corner of these islands. It's why this legislation should and must be resisted by anyone who claims to respect the rule of law and by anyone who claims to respect the current devolution settlement. As we know, there is opposition on the Conservative benches. In the other place, the former Tory leader, Lord Howard, told the government that the legislation would result in the UK showing itself as having scant regard for its treaty obligations. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, when your government is getting verbally slaughtered by a Brexiteer who, how shall I say, has something of the night about him, then it is as clear as day that the Tories have gone way beyond the pale. The Law Society of Scotland have commented on the bill, stating the following. This bill should, as a matter of principle, comply with public international law. Pacta sunt servanda should be honoured. Adherence to the rule of law underpins our democracy and our society. We believe that to knowingly break with the UK's reputation for following public international law could have far-reaching economic, legal and political consequences and should not be taken lightly. Madam Deputy Speaker, to knowingly break international law. I'm asking each member to think on this tonight. Every member has a choice. We know that this bill breaks international law. So many learned individuals, including the last Attorney General, have told us this. Tonight, this House can tell the government that it is not on, that this House is not going to be complicit in a breach of international law. And I would venture this is the responsibility that each member has. Every member, Madam Deputy Speaker, should examine their conscience. This is about a bill that breaches the terms of a treaty where the ink is barely dry, on the treaty that the governing party fought an election on delivering on. I will give way.
Giving way, and he's making points that go to the very heart of this bill. Does he, and I share his worries about them, but does he share my worries that there's also an attempt in the bill to curtail or prevent entirely judicial review once that law has been broken?
Well, I think the Right Honourable Lady is quite correct, because we know that the government has got into trouble with the judiciary over its actions in the past, and indeed I'll come on to talk about that. But the Right Honourable member who spoke for the opposition was quite correct when he said that the Prime Minister cannot pretend that he didn't know the terms of the treaty or its obligations when he signed it. That simply beggars belief. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a test for the House this evening. Do not wait for the committee stage. Legally, morally, ethically, the right thing to do is to vote down this bill tonight, and this House must be accountable. Do not follow the Prime Minister in acquiescing in breaking the law. Because if you vote for second reading tonight, that's exactly what you're all doing. That's exactly what you're all doing. So this is a test. And I understand the challenge that Conservative members face. Don't support the Prime Minister by breaking the law this evening. It is as simple as that. Of course, the Prime Minister has formed. A year ago, he went to the Queen to prorogue Parliament, an illegal act that the courts forced him to reverse. Here he is again, although in this case he is not, because he's run off. Woefully breaking international law this time, seeking to ask the Queen to enact legislation that breaks international law. We have the power individually and collectively to stop the Prime Minister in this act of madness this evening. This is a matter of principle. It is about this House saying not to breach our legal obligations. And I implore the House to do exactly that. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were expecting that the Secretary of State for Bays would have drawn the short straw in having to come here to argue for this dreadful piece of legislation, but he was stood down. But we all know who the parcel of rogues are who are actually behind this legislation. This bill has the fingerprints of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Office Minister, and of course Dominic Cummings. We've just heard the bluff and bluster of the Prime Minister in seeking to defend the indefensible. The Prime Minister can try all he likes to dress this up as a business bill, but no amount of dressing up will hide the fact that this is a naked power grab. The Tories are fooling no one, least of all businesses in Scotland. If this UK government were actually serious about delivering an ounce of business confidence, then they wouldn't be threatening to blow apart any hope of a future trade deal with the European Union.
I'm grateful to him. He clearly shares many of the concerns of the Labour front bench in the speeches given so far. So can he confirm on that basis that he will be supporting the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition?
I'm grateful for the question, and we will be voting against this bill this evening. We will not be supporting the reasoned amendment because of some of the other conditions which are attached to it, not least the fact that there should be a single market act that doesn't enshrine the rights of the devolved nations to be able to protect their own interests. That is the fundamental difference that we take this evening, and I ask the House to oppose the bill and vote down the bill at the second reading stage. The provisions of this legislation recklessly and deliberately risk a bad deal or increasingly the economic devastation of a no deal. You can't claim to support business whilst at the same time pursuing a bad Brexit. You can't claim to support business by burdening them with more economic uncertainty in the face of a global pandemic. a global pandemic where we know the challenges that we face. And yet, in the midst of this, the Prime Minister brings this bill. And you can't claim to support the Scottish economy by taking more economic powers away from Scotland's democratically elected Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to some of the contents of the bill, and specifically the numerous aspects that will undermine the powers and authority of Scotland's Parliament. Clauses 2 to 9 contain sweeping powers which could act to compel Scotland to accept lower standards set elsewhere in the UK. That means standards in animal welfare, food safety and environmental protection, to name but a few. We all know the risk and the threat that will bring, especially for Scotland's farmers and consumers. This law is a Tory invitation for chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef in our supermarkets. Well, you know, we can hear the guffawing. We can hear the guffawing from the Conservative benches. But yesterday morning on Politics Scotland, a Treasury Minister more or less admitted that they could not stop chlorinated chicken coming into the United Kingdom. Go and check the tapes. It's there. Yeah, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to him. I'm sure he shares my dismay that the non-discrimination clause in this would mean that popular policies already made by Welsh Government and our Senedd to do with the smoking ban, the ban on plastic bags and also organ donation, those could have been called in and not been valid under this legislation.
My honourable friend makes a very good point. And there are policies which we are very proud of that we introduced in Scotland, like minimum alcohol pricing, which was so critical in dealing with misuse of alcohol in Scotland. But there is no guarantee that we would have the ability to bring in such initiatives in the future. We would have to go cap in hand to Westminster for authority. You know, the days of us being too wee, too poor and too stupid, Madam Deputy Speaker, are well and truly over. In Part 4, provision is made for the establishment of the kind of sneering contempt that we get from the Cabinet Secretary. He really ought to be ashamed of himself. In Part 4, provision is made for the establishment of a new unelected monitoring body called the Office of the Internal Market. The bill proposes to hand this unelected body, you know, we often hear about unelected bureaucrats, but here we are, Madam Deputy Speaker, an unelected body that will have the power to pass judgment on devolved laws directly over the heads of the Scottish people's chosen government. It will also lead to an open invitation for businesses with deep pockets to challenge the democratic decisions of our Scottish Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, Clause 48 reserves state aid, one of the most blatant power grabs in this bill. And that is a very high bar. We know that the state aid provisions will merely mirror those of the World Trade Organization. This will inevitably make a deal with the EU even more difficult and provide little or no scrutiny. And finally, Clause 46, the ultimate insult and the ultimate attack on devolution. If this legislation is forced through, powers will be given to UK government ministers to design and impose replacements for EU spending programmes in devolved areas. Infrastructure, economic development, culture and sport, education and training, all of it. Their agenda is clear. The Transport Minister would have input and decision-making powers over road building in Scotland, over the heads of the Scottish Parliament. You know, we won a referendum in 1997. 75% of the people of Scotland voted in that referendum to have a parliament. We have elections every 5 years. Manifestos are put in front of the Scottish people. It is a settled will of the people that that parliament has control over health, over education, over housing and transport. How dare this Tory government feel that it can come in and it can impose its will on these areas of democratic accountability in Scotland? What an insult to our Parliament in Edinburgh, To our Parliament in Wales, and I will say this to this government, we will stand up against this attack on our Parliament and those that enshrined that Scottish Parliament. The agenda of the Conservatives is clear. The Tories will seek to bypass democratically elected MPs and ministers in Scotland. Union Jack badge projects will be paid for and prioritised ahead of the priorities of our Parliament. Bitter experience is a good teacher. Tory governments can't be trusted to spend money in Scotland. We remember what happens when the Tories control state aid spending. In 1992, John Major's government diverted cash from the Highlands to try and boost dwindling Tory support in South East England. And we haven't forgot that this legislation comes from a Prime Minister who bragged that a pound spent in Croydon is far more value to the country than a pound spent in Strathclyde. That's the way that the Conservatives look upon Scotland. The Tories will look after their own interests. They will never, not ever, support Scotland's interests. This bill would allow them free rein to serve their own narrow needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, at its heart, this bill confirms the centralising obsession of this UK government. Those in Number 10 who, not so long ago, made a lucrative living by scribbling endless newspaper articles about a supposed centralised Brexit Brussels elite are now attempting to centralise and grab every devolved power that they can get their hands on. Apparently, the Tories are not only determined to preside over the death of devolution, they're clearly determined to oversee the death of irony too. The real reason behind their hunger to pursue this power grab is what should concern us most, though. Paragraph 26 of explanatory notes makes it clear that the Business Secretary will be given the power to change exemptions from the bill at any time. In effect, this is a Trojan horse, allowing Tory ministers to encroach even further on devolution. And we know where that will inevitably lead. In order to deliver bad trade deals, the only deals they can now realistically get, the Tories want private health companies to have a guaranteed right to trade unhindered in Scotland and across the UK. With no protections for our Parliament, this would fundamentally weaken and undermine our National Health Service in Scotland. The same is true for private water companies, with the same threat of undermining standards and raising prices in Scotland. Their real agenda is about imposing the creeping privatisation and rampant deregulation that they're already implementing in England. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am heartened by one thing. The scale of the threat of this legislation has been equalled by the scale of opposition that it has been met across Scottish society. The opposition benches, especially the Scottish Tories, would do well to listen to this. Well, mind you, there's only one of them in here. NFU Scotland confirmed that the proposals pose a significant threat to the development of common frameworks and to devolution. Chair of the Scottish Crofting Federation, Yvonne White, expressed fear that the proposed legislation will lead to a race to the bottom, threatening our high standards in food, environment and animal welfare, and thus damaging the image of Scottish produce. She concluded that these standards are best safeguarded by the Scottish Parliament. You know, shouting from a sedentary position, don't let the facts get in the way. That is a statement. That is a statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the chair of the Crofting Federation. Might not suit the Tory benches, but that's the reality. The Scottish Council for Development and Industry believe that mutually agreed common frameworks should be the foundation of the UK internal market, rather than the imposition of a single approach across the UK in devolved policy areas. And I have to say the SCDI are absolutely right. Why isn't the Joint Ministerial Committee finishing the work it was engaged on in delivering those frameworks on a consensual basis? But of course, that doesn't suit the Tory government that want to attack our democratic institutions. The General Teaching Council for Scotland said supporting the bill would undermine the 4 UK nations' devolved education functions. On its impact on Well, I hear the Cabinet Secretary shouting how. Well, perhaps he should go and talk to the General Teaching Council, and he will give them their views directly. Really, we've got the Minister who's supposed to be taking this bill through, sitting laughing at the legitimate comments, made by stakeholders in Scotland. It's little wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Tories are rejected the way they are at the polls in Scotland. On its impact in devolution, Professor Nicola McEwen, co-director of the Centre for Constitutional Change, found that the Internal Market Bill limits policy divergences and risks stifling innovation. And the STUC stated that the Prime Minister is uniting political parties, trade unions and the wider civil society in Scotland against a power grab which would see UK government interference in previously devolved matters and the rolling back of the devolution settlement that we voted for in 1997. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is happening is that the Tories are uniting Civic Scotland against this attack on our Parliament and its powers. Farmers, crofters, teachers, industry, academics and trade unions, a coalition of opposition to this bill and this Tory agenda. Civic Scotland has made their voices and views crystal clear. Anyone supporting this bill will be ignoring their interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all have a responsibility to listen to these voices. The new Scottish Tory leadership have been running around half the summer telling anyone who would listen just how keen they were to stand up to the Prime Minister when he thinks he is wrong. Well, you have that chance tonight. Listen to the coalition of opposition in Scotland rather than your masters in Downing Street. If the Scottish Tories follow their colleagues into the lobbies in support of this power grab, they will expose themselves as being weaker than ever, of failing to stand up for Scotland's interest against a London power grab. The very first test of the new Scottish Tory leadership will have turned out to be its biggest, and they will have failed. They will simply have shown themselves to be the Prime Minister's poodles, turning their back on Scotland's interests. They will have failed once again to stand up for Scottish democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also a special responsibility that falls on the Labour Party. Much of the devolution project is a legacy of its government in 1997. This bill is a direct attack on that legacy. We must collectively oppose this bill. I am urging the Labour Party at every parliamentary stage to take full responsibility and work collectively with us to hold this government to account. The Welsh Labour government are advising the same. They have said the UK government plans to sacrifice the future of the Union by stealing powers from devolved administration. It is an attack on democracy and an affront to the people of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, who voted in favour for devolution on numerous occasions. Madam Deputy Speaker, that statement and its analysis comes to the very core of this argument. Over the course of the last 21 years of devolution, Scotland's people have benefited from the progressive and divergent priorities that our own governance has given us the freedom to pursue. They have seen it, they have experienced it, and they have come to fiercely value it. Even with limited powers, Scotland's Parliament and our government has always sought to mitigate or reject the Conservative policy paths set out at Westminster. We have forged our own path. If this legislation had been enforced previously, it would have presented many progressive policies and divergent choices. Over recent months, that conviction and belief in our Parliament has grown. People have seen the exceptional leadership of our First Minister throughout the course of this terrible pandemic. It's reaffirmed their faith and confidence in our institutions, in our governance and in our nation. Our people have come to a simple but powerful conclusion. Decisions about Scotland are best made in Scotland. And right now, poll after poll, the latest one only last Friday, shows that a growing majority have come to the conclusion that all decisions and all powers should now be fully entrusted to the people of Scotland. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tories have never been able to reconcile themselves to that truth. As usual, when they're confronted with change, they are in the depths of denial. Instead of accepting the right of Scottish people to choose their own future, they are trying to grab the powers back that were returned to Scotland 21 years ago. That is exactly what this law is designed to do. It is a full frontal attack on Scotland's Parliament, an attack on Scotland's democracy. It has been stated that power devolved is power retained. It implies that this Tory government can do anything they like with the powers of our Parliament. That is what this bill is about. It gives them direct spending in Scotland in devolved areas, in health, in education, in housing, in transport. Just dwell on this. We send parliamentarians to Holyrood so they can enact the people's priorities. Westminster is just about to ride roughshod over that. If this bill passes, this government in London can interfere directly in all these devolved areas over the heads of the Scottish Parliament and our people. There is only one way to stop them, only one answer, only one option. The only way to defend Scotland's Parliament and its powers is by becoming independent. Our Parliament will consider a new referendum bill before the end of 2021. The chance to choose an independent future is now coming. No amount of Tory denial and disruption can stand in the way of Scotland's people's democratic right to choose a different and a better future. Once it comes, people will have their democratic say, and I am more confident than ever that they will choose to be part of a new Scotland, back at the heart of Europe. We can choose to leave behind the chaos and the instability of Westminster. We can get on by becoming an independent, international, law-abiding nation.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll endeavour to prove that the best advocacy can be the most concise. There is a great deal in this bill which I support, which is necessary, sensible and desirable. However, there is one important part of the bill which creates for me and many others very real difficulty, and I want to go straight to the rub of that point. That is Part 5 of the bill, which, as it stands, gives me real concerns as to its leading the United Kingdom into breach of international obligations and the law that stems from it. That is, as many others have observed, not something that any country, in my judgment, should do, save under the most extreme and pressing circumstances. The difficulty arrives in relation in particular to clauses 42, 43 and 45. They're difficult and different from the rest of the bill because they give very wide-ranging powers indeed to ministers to disapply elements of the withdrawal agreement and the protocol, which have the force of international law, by regulation, and of a very sweeping kind, involving any kind of legislation, any kind of part of the agreement, not just those related to the protocol, and appearing to oust the jurisdiction of the courts in any respect. I question whether that can be justified as being so wide. In any event, my other concern is this, that the way the clauses are phrased at the moment runs the risk of us bringing us into breach of our legal obligations before it is necessary. I heard what the Prime Minister said about an insurance policy. I heard what the Lord Chancellor said about a break glass in case of emergency. Well, that's fine. It seems to me it's very clear from the protocol that there are steps that must be gone through first and exhausted before that can properly be done. The most important part to bear in mind is this. If Article 45 is brought into force immediately after royal assent, we would at that point have disapplied the concept of direct effect of European law, which is part of the agreement which we signed up to and which this House passed less than a year ago. So bringing it into force at royal assent is, I think, needlessly provocative to our negotiations and needlessly undermines our reputation for sticking to the rule of law. There are, of course, also provisions which bind us to act to resolve disputes only through the arbitration process, which is set out in the withdrawal agreement. The UK and the Union shall only have recourse to the procedures provided there for this agreement. That's Article 68. We signed up to that. There are detailed procedures and timelines for that. It seems to me, given the short time that's available to me, that we should be very careful about moving forward, bringing these clauses into force until every opportunity to resolve any dispute has been carried out through the arbitral mechanisms. Only then, and if it is necessary because the EU has not responded to a result of the arbitral mechanism, of course I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. Would he agree that one of the things that should give us some optimism about the use of the mechanisms he's describing are the specific references to the defence of the Good Friday Agreement and of Northern Ireland's status as part of the United Kingdom in the protocol and the withdrawal agreement themselves?
My right honourable learned friend is absolutely right, and that is, I think, the best approach for us to do, is to stick to the letter of those provisions. That gives proper defence for our strategic interests. For example, there is the safeguard provision in Article 16, which would enable us to act if in extremis and if the stability of the situation in Northern Ireland and the Union was threatened. But we could do that whilst maintaining the moral high ground and our intellectual reputation. And I hope that I see the Chancellor of Duchess of Lancaster listening. I hope he will be able to go further than the Prime Minister, either tonight or in the course of this bill, and assure us that those provisions will not be brought into effect unless and until every one of those legal mechanisms open to us had been exhausted, and unless and until there has been a specific vote of this House, not, I think, by a statutory instrument, which does not get enough scrutiny for such a constitutionally significant issue, but by a specific resolution. That's why my amendment seeks to give the government an opportunity to have that break in the glass, a case of emergency provision, but without us triggering a breach of the international legal obligations before it is absolutely necessary. Yes, I will happily give way to my amendment.
And so then further to that, would he not agree that while there will be some, of course, still on the, shall we say, Blair end of the argument, notwithstanding what he says, that would be seen by the majority of people as being a reasonable position for us to take in the legislation of this Act before we enact the nuclear button that's so often talked about? Wouldn't that be reasonable?
I agree entirely with my honourable friend, and I do hope the government will listen carefully about that, because I want to be able to support the bill. I cannot support the bill with these clauses in it as they are at the moment. I hope that we will take the opportunity to change and improve these clauses and the way in which they might operate, so that we do not fall into a means of damaging our reputation. That's why I can't support the bill tonight. I hope that we will see amendments to change what I believe are the egregious and needless and potentially damaging elements of Part 5 of the bill. Unless there are those changes, I would have further difficulty in supporting the bill. But I do, having listened to what the Prime Minister said, want to give the government that chance in a constructive spirit. And I know that the Chancellor of the Duchess of Lancaster is listening carefully to that. But I do hope the government recognises that to act in a way which unilaterally breaches our international obligations is wholly against the spirit of what this country stands for. It is against the spirit, I think, of the party that he and I have always adhered to as a party of the rule of law, and we need to find a constructive means of making sure that we meet our obligations to the Union, but not undermining our obligations to the rule of law either. I do not believe that is impossible with goodwill.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say, listening to the Prime Minister and watching the growing dissent on the benches opposite and in the Conservative Party, there is a moral here. The first moral is read stuff before you sign it. And the second moral is don't go around telling the world that the United Kingdom cannot be trusted to keep its word. Now, on exit summary declarations, because the Prime Minister said there were three issues, I have to say I have some sympathy with the government's argument that exit summary declarations should not be required for goods moving from Northern Ireland to GB. I mean, when Wrightbus sells one of its wonderful buses to a transport operator in the UK, why is the form needed, and what is the EU going to do with the form? But is it really worth ruining our international reputation, running the risk of no trade deal with the European Union, running the risk of no trade deal with the United States of America for the sake of an electronic form? And on goods at risk, surely it's possible to reach a pragmatic solution, because a lorry load of goods destined for a supermarket in Belfast can hardly be described as being at risk of entering the European Union. I would say to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, it would be helpful to everybody if he wasn't quite so secretive, use that phrase, about what goes on in the Joint Committee. Because every time I've asked him in the Select Committee, he said, well, that's a matter for the Joint Committee. Well, I know it's a matter for the Joint Committee. We'd like to know, as the House of Commons, how things are going. On the question of East-West trade, the government knew from the start that there would be checks and controls and there might be tariffs paid in certain circumstances. The Prime Minister then cranked up the blockade threat, even though the House will be aware that the Irish Foreign Minister has described that threat as totally bogus. And by the way, I think it would help if the EU just said now, of course we're going to give third country listing to the United Kingdom. But if the Prime Minister actually believes his threat of blockade, he then said there's nothing in this bill to do anything about it. Now, I wonder if the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, in responding to the debate, can tell us, give us an assurance that the government doesn't intend to bring another bit of legislation breaching international law. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think if the government is looking for a remedy, a safeguard, an insurance policy, then it should look to the protocol it's already negotiated, and in his brilliant speech, the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North drew attention to Article 16. So, I say to ministers, use the process to resolve these questions. Do not break international law. And the final point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. This is a terrible diversion from the task at hand. We have less than 4 months to go. The livelihoods of many businesses in this country depend on getting a deal with the European Union. Now, for a long time, I thought the government would get one, but in the last few days, I have begun to doubt whether they actually want one, because they seem to be acting in a way that undermines the prospect of an agreement. And I say to the Secretary of State, it would be utterly irresponsible to head towards an agreement, a lack of an agreement, which would damage sectors of the British economy. The Prime Minister read out the tariffs that he says would be charged on goods moving from GB to Northern Ireland. Those are exactly the same tariffs that would be charged to businesses in Great Britain if we don't get an agreement with the European Union. So it's no good everybody on the other side saying, isn't that shocking, if we end up with no agreement at all. And it would be utterly irresponsible to add to the pain caused by COVID. And for the Prime Minister to describe tariffs as a good outcome, frankly, leaves me perplexed. So frankly, both sides should stop posturing, both sides should get back to their job, and both sides should now negotiate through all of these questions, compromising as they need to do so, to get an agreement that ultimately would benefit the people of the UK and the EU.
Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Within the limited time that unfortunately is available to us, I want to focus my time on the protection of the UK market and on the enhanced powers that this bill will give to UK ministers to act in UK nations. Now, without this bill, the way in which businesses trade and interact could be at risk. There is a realistic potential that the marketplace could become chaotic. Now, we all recognise, if the Honourable Member gives me a moment, I'll continue the argument and he can make an intervention later on if he wishes. We all recognise the status of the EU single market. It is something that many of us will have championed and questioned in equal measure over the years. Rarely have we commented, however, on the UK market. Yet, the single UK market is more important and directly relevant to the businesses in each and every constituency across the country. It gives us the right to trade freely and seamlessly in all parts of the UK. It sets minimum standards for products and services, a common rule book for tradespeople to work from. It allows for the mobility and flexibility of labour, protects against unfair subsidies and the recognition of qualifications, confirming free and fair competition and opportunity wherever you're based in the United Kingdom. It is so important to our prosperity and so obvious that until now, many people will have taken it for granted, which is why we need to act in this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the last 6 months, we've seen that the agenda of each administration around the UK isn't always in line, and therefore the potential to create chaos in the marketplace exists. And protecting the interests of businesses and consumers in all parts of the country must be our priority, and that's exactly what this bill does. Now, it does so in a way that also respects and supports devolution by enhancing the devolved administrations by extending powers still further. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly encouraged and grateful that my right honourable friend has included clause 46, part 6 in the bill. It's particularly welcome. It enhances the powers of UK ministers to act and to be relevant in UK nations. This is essential for the future of the Union, and in my mind, it's the start of the Union fight back. It shows that Whitehall now understands the changing nature of our makeup as a United Kingdom. Now, since devolution, UK ministers have been prevented from acting in support of businesses, charities or authorities directly in UK nations. UK-scale investment projects have always been difficult to achieve since devolution. This is something that every Secretary of State has been frustrated by, partly because of the devolved settlement and the limitations that is placed. Because after all, if you're unemployed, living in one of the poorest communities that may have substandard education and maybe limited training opportunities, in a rundown town or village, the UK government's answer to calls for help would have to be, at this point, you need to contact your Assembly member or the Welsh Government Minister. I will give way to the Honourable.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've been asking for money to make good the problems that we've had in flooding in the Rhondda all this year. I haven't had a single penny out of the Westminster Government for it. I've been calling for the tips, which are a responsibility of the UK Government, which have fallen into the river in the Rhondda, the work that needs to be done to take away the 60,000 tonnes of material to be funded by the UK Government. I haven't seen a penny, so I'm not going to listen to all this nonsense pretending they're going to send us money. It's a whole load of tosh.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member has made my point. He recognises that the areas of policy that he's talking about is devolved. The capacity of the UK Government to act in those spaces doesn't exist as it stands. And he recognises that the devolved settlement already gives Wales, or the Welsh Government, £120 for every £100 that's spent in England. So I might suggest, as I just said, I'm sorry, but you will have to contact the Welsh Government Minister to act in the honourable member's constituency. But when you're living in those circumstances that I described, Madam Deputy Speaker, you don't care where the help comes from. You just want the government to give hope and opportunity and to play a part in bringing about change. This bill allows exactly for that. I've long argued that the future of any nation would come under pressure if a wide wealth gap continued to persist between nations and regions. The Prime Minister's levelling up agenda recognises this, and this bill empowers that levelling up agenda in Scotland, Northern Ireland and in Wales.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say that the warnings which this party gave about the withdrawal agreement when it was being discussed at the end of last year are now coming home to the government. They're beginning to realise the impact which it had, and indeed beginning to admit that their own assessment that the withdrawal agreement would reduce trade in Northern Ireland, would reduce business investment in Northern Ireland, would affect consumer spending and would disproportionately impact on small businesses. And if this bill is an attempt to try and undo some of the damage which was done by the withdrawal agreement and to respond to the points which Arlene Foster and other ministers have pressed the government to address, then we welcome it. Though I've got to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it does not go the whole way, and it doesn't address all of the issues which need to be addressed. And indeed, for those who are criticising the government about the non-implementation of the withdrawal agreement, they ought to know that only on Friday of last week, the DEFRA Minister overrode the Agriculture Minister in Northern Ireland and instructed civil servants in Northern Ireland to put up border posts and to put in the proposals for border posts, even though all of the information as to what was going to be necessary had not been accepted. But there's been two arguments made against this. First of all, this is against the withdrawal against the Good Friday Agreement. For the life of me, I can't understand why a bill which prevents businesses in Northern Ireland from being able to sell goods freely in the rest of the UK is going to bring about violence in Northern Ireland. For the life of me, I don't understand why a decision that will enable businesses in Northern Ireland to bring goods from GB without paying unnecessary taxes, which they then have to claim back at some future time, is going to affect peace in Northern Ireland. So I think the arguments which are put forward, and of course the Good Friday Agreement and violence in Northern Ireland is always rolled out when the arguments are weak against what the government is doing. The second thing is this, that the government is reneging on its international obligations. The obligations in the withdrawal agreement are two-sided. There is a requirement for both the EU and the UK government to act in good faith and act in best endeavours to ensure that there's unfettered access and unfettered markets within the UK between Northern Ireland and GB, and also to ensure that the government of the United Kingdom has the ability to rule its own country and to make laws which affect its own country. That good faith and that best endeavour, and even a casual observer of the tactics of the EU and the comments which have been made by their negotiators, would make it quite clear that there has been no good faith and no best endeavour from the EU in these negotiations. And in those circumstances, the withdrawal agreement allows the UK government to act unilaterally. And I listened to the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, who talked about we have obligations to the rule of law. We have obligations to the EU. Well, what about the obligations to the people of the United Kingdom to ensure that the Act of Union, which makes it quite clear that there shall be no barriers, the economic basis of the Act of Union, no barriers in trade between different parts of the United Kingdom, should be ensured. And I believe that the government is fulfilling, in part, its obligations to the people of Northern Ireland in this bill. That's why we will be supporting it tonight.
Sir Christopher Chu.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who served with me on the Brexit committee in the last Parliament, and he had great insight and passion for this cause, and he's absolutely right in saying that the government was warned about the dangers involved in the Irish protocol, and indeed the committee, many members of the committee pointed this out, but he was foremost amongst them. Madam Deputy Speaker, having listened to the Prime Minister's cogent analysis of where we are, I must say that I can see why we have this bill before us. Because what he has really said is that the EU is not complying with its duty under EU law, which it still has until the end of December, the duty of sincere cooperation. And by not sincerely cooperating, it is forcing the government to anticipate what ghastly things might happen, and I think they're very wise to do. Because, of course, the European Union has got form in all this, hasn't it? As Charles Moore said in the Telegraph in an article recently, he said, the breaking of international law is a sport at which the European Union itself often excels. And I just want to remind the House of one episode, not referred to in Charles Moore's article, but based upon my experience when I was chairman of the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Members will recall that the European Union agreed under the Treaty of Lisbon, under Article 6.2, that they would accede to the European Convention on Human Rights. Have they done so? No, they have not done so. They are in breach of international law. They're showing that they do not respect the rule of law. That's the argument that would be put forward about this. And what is their defence? Their defence is their own interpretation of an obscure protocol attached to the Lisbon Treaty, in that case, Protocol number 8. Their interpretation is not the interpretation that normal people would put upon those words, but the European Union got the support of the European Court of Justice, its own tame Court of Justice, to say that it would be incompatible with the European treaties for the European Union to accede to the European Convention on Human Rights, which it had already decided to do during a prolonged negotiation in the preparation for that treaty. And so where are we now? We're in a situation where the Council of Europe Parliamentary Committee, the Council of Europe itself, and the European Parliament are trying to negotiate a way round this. And in so doing, they're trying to exercise common sense and goodwill, because they recognise that the EU argument is essentially one of sovereignty. The EU are saying, well, we don't want to subordinate our sovereignty to the European Convention on Human Rights. The argument we've got here in this bill is that if the EU carries out all its threats, then it will destroy the territorial integrity of the United Kingdom, and it will deprive us of the opportunity to administer for the whole of the United Kingdom with internal trade arrangements. So if one is sympathetic to the idea that we should negotiate things with common sense and goodwill, then that applies to the EU accession to the European Convention on Human Rights, but it also applies to where we go from here to ensure that we do get the full Brexit for which the people voted.
Darren Joe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The focus of today's debate ought to have been on the functioning of the internal market and the legitimate role the devolved administrations play in our union. That is what business needs from us today. But instead we're having to call out this ludicrous suggestion from the government that the only way to secure a Brexit deal, which we were told was up and ready, is to breach international law and to damage Britain's standing in the world. We're told this is okay because it is merely an insurance policy, but we all know that if the bill is passed as it stands, we'll already have breached our legal obligations and caused damage to our standing and reputation in the world, irrespective of whether those powers are used or not. And perhaps the Minister, in summing up, could tell the House why, if these protections were so important, they weren't negotiated in the first place to be included in the withdrawal agreement before the Prime Minister signed them, because this behaviour does us no favours in our negotiations with the European Union, nor indeed did any other country around the world. These facts mean that we must conclude that the government is instead merely playing politics with British jobs and with British business. Much like the negotiations to update the North America Free Trade Agreement, where President Trump threatened to walk away without a deal unless he got what he wanted, it seems the Prime Minister has adopted a similar strategy. But in playing such a reckless game in these negotiations, we risk not only failing to secure a trade agreement with the EU, but also with the US. As we've heard today, the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, said that the Congress would not pass any trade agreement undermines the Good Friday Agreement, and rightly so. So I am at a loss, Madam Deputy Speaker, to understand what the government is actually seeking to achieve by acting so irresponsibly. And so we're left merely today with the opportunity to appeal to the conscience of members of this House on the constitutional importance that this Parliament plays in such a situation. Because it is this Parliament that is sovereign, not the government. That places a personal obligation on each and every one of us, which we sign up to when we take our parliamentary oath. We are the check and balance on an irresponsible executive. This disregard for the rule of law from the government is perhaps not surprising in the context of its disregard for the institutions of our country, from the courts to the civil service and indeed this Parliament. It is but an obvious extension to this Prime Minister's approach to governing. And so might I gently say, with the greatest respect as a member of the opposing party, that this reckless disregard for our institutions, for what it means to be British, for how we expect Britain to be governed, and for our aspirations for Britain's role in the world, is not very conservative either. Yeah. We've already heard the verdict of 3 Conservative Prime Ministers. Could you imagine for 1 second what Mrs Thatcher would say from that dispatch box in these circumstances? Members opposite. Members opposite. Members opposite. I can assure you Mrs Thatcher wouldn't agree to breaching international obligations and the rule of law because of the way it weakens our standing in the world and in our negotiations with the European Union. So members opposite may wish to look at the Republican Party to see where this goes if you fail to stand up to it. And so on the substance of this bill, on the constitutional obligations upon all of us, which we should take seriously and not with humour, and in the national interest, and dare I say, in the interests to members opposite of your own party's standing, I hope members opposite will join us on this side of the House in voting down this bill this evening.
Andrew Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill as both a reasonable and essential step for our government to take in light of the EU's unreasonable position. It has become crystal clear, ever since our country voted to leave, that the EU would not act in a constructive spirit, that they would not treat the UK as an independent country with equal basis in negotiations, as it has with other countries such as Canada. Despite this country's decision to say no to the project of ever closer integration, reinforced by last year's general election result, Brussels has continually attempted to trap us in its orbit. The British people will never accept the status of a vassal state, despite the arrogant efforts of Mr Barnier. Just look at his Twitter as evidence of this. This bill is a reasonable step for any government to maintain its sovereignty. It upholds the principle of Article 4 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and without this bill, trade across the Union of Nations would be severely limited. In light of the EU's continued resistance to a mutually beneficial free trade agreement, a no deal would be our only available option, and this bill makes provision for that. Otherwise, Northern Ireland would remain subject to the EU's custom laws, and it would remain subject to large portions of its internal market laws, all enforced by the EU's Court of Justice. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way, because she's quite rightly put her finger right on the issue that affects Northern Ireland. Under the protocol, Northern Ireland goods will be subject to import declarations, entry summary declarations, safety and security certificates, export health certificates, physiosanitary certificates and certificates of origin. This bill, thankfully at last, clears up that we will have a union without paperwork.
I thank the honourable member, a true patriot putting our country's interests above the EU's. No. Right. EU rules on state aid would also allow the EU to impose state aid regime on any UK domestic policy. This is not reasonable. We chose to say no to further integration in 2016, and 4 years on, our friends in Brussels haven't understood this. While we are happy to trade freely with them, we do not want to be ruled by the ECJ. We want our fishermen to have full access to our waters, and we don't want our future to still be determined by EU unelected bureaucrats. This bill is reasonable in solving these problems, is essential in upholding international obligation of the Good Friday Agreement, and it is essential that great effort is made to prevent a hard border between Northern Ireland and the mainland of Britain. We have seen time and time again the naked political considerations. Most of the EU's desire is to see our country fail. This is hardly an example of negotiating in good faith, which has determined and dictated the EU's negotiating position. This government has no option but to introduce this bill.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a specific and limited way is how the Prime Minister uses the words integrity and good faith. When this bill was launched, an establishment newspaper in Scotland called it a day of national shame and infamy, and they're right. With malice aforethought, the UK government are breaking international law and are breaking devolution. We reject this bill and will never support legislation that breaks international law. This bill clearly threatens food and environmental standards and opens up a race to the bottom on all aspects of life in Scotland, from the water we drink to education and health. It leaves our businesses uncertain and wary, and it's no wonder that in Scotland, poll after poll is showing it's now the majority view that it's not only the way to ensure the needs of the people of Scotland are delivered, but now the only way to protect the Scottish Parliament is through independence. This bill is emblematic of a government with no regard nor will to work with devolution. It is a barefaced power grab. The Scottish Tory leader has already boasted that he will vote for this bill tonight. On his other job, he runs the line. In this job, he crosses the line. Clause 46 completely undermines the devolution settlement, stripping spending powers away democratically from the Scottish Parliament, jeopardising the current Barnett funding levels.
We know only too well, as was mentioned earlier by my right honourable friend, what the consequences are of allowing Tory government's control of our spending in Scotland is like when the Highlands lost out to shore up votes in the south of England. I will give way, just one second.
I thank him for giving way. Isn't it a fact that over a 10-year period the Scottish Bloc grant has been cut by the Conservative government, and this new clause gives free rein in the future to make further cuts to Scottish Bloc grant, and then the UK government to impose their spending in Scotland, such as the stupid Boris Bridge that nobody wants?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. The people in Scotland are wise to these tricks and can see the utter contempt this Tory government has for their needs. Their Parliament will once again be ignored, in spite of that Parliament voting 92 to 31 against the White Paper for this bill. The response of this Tory government is as self-defeating as it is petty and harmful. Don't take my word. As you heard earlier, the National Union the National Union of Farmers, the General Teaching Council for Scotland, the SCDI, the STUC, the Welsh Government, the chair even of the Commons Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee here have all agreed that this is a power grab. The threat to environmental standards is palpable. In clauses 2 to 9, there are sweeping powers to compel Scotland to accept lower standards set elsewhere in the UK on animal welfare, food safety protections and a host of other elements impacting on people's lives directly. Only yesterday, as we heard when directly challenged, a UK government minister refused to rule out that we will have to accept chlorinated chicken in our shops. Imported hormone beef can and will undercut our farmers and their quality production. Building control standards will be affected. Private companies will be able to trade unhindered to weaken and undermine our NHS and publicly owned water company, lowering standards, raising prices, undermining health outcomes. And Madam Deputy Speaker, they are determined to break international law. Proof to all looking on that this Tory government will break any boundary concerned only with its own dogma. It doesn't want to work with others. It's not interested. Any real cooperation and consultation is an anathema to them. It's a government petulantly demanding compliance. Any deal, understanding, commitment, promise, or even legally binding treaty is disposable. The common good is of no concern, especially when it gets in the way. Trust, honour, obligation are now words to tread on and be sneered at. Madam Deputy Speaker, what other inconvenient laws are next? Where does this stop? Finally, what is their answer to the concerns of the Scottish people, businesses and our communities? To the poll after poll showing that independence is now the majority view. Not more powers or any attempt at understanding, but a premeditated move to put devolution to the sword. Madam Deputy Speaker, you bet we'll be voting against this affront to Scotland and democracy tonight.
Sir Oliver Hill.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't go all the way with the honourable gentleman opposite, I'm afraid, but I do think I should start by saying that I felt his remarks were well over the top. I mean, if you think about what this bill does, it is important that we should have measures in place to run the UK internal market. And so I support that. But I do have concerns about Part 5 of the bill, because for our country to break its word and to be against, to breach international law is just not something that we do. But can I, before going a bit further on that, if I have time, can I just also say that I was surprised to see this justified by the precedent, allegedly, of the Finance Act 2013 General Anti-Abuse Rule by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. I was a law officer at the time. Dominic Grieve was Attorney General. And one thing I can say about Dominic Grieve is that he was very correct and made sure that government legislation did not offend the rule of law. He was extremely painstaking. And that Act did not breach Britain's treaty obligations. It's made clear by ministers at the time, and I cannot recall anyone arguing that it did. It had the support of the OECD, the countries with which Britain had tax treaties. It was written after a review led by our leading tax QC, Graham Aronson, to ensure it was focused properly and was in line with our tax treaties. There was full consultation. Since it was passed, it's not been attacked as being in breach of treaty obligations, and the wording of the act, that act, simply confirms the agreed legal situation. In fact, if it's an example of anything, it's an example of reaching agreement and doing things properly. Britain stands as a rule of law country, is respected across the world for its stance, and I think it's right that all the Prime Ministers that I served under, that's 3 of them, have come out with grave concerns about this bill on the point that I'm concerned about. And I would just comment that Margaret Thatcher herself made clear, a barrister, how important it is, often saying that democracy is not enough without a love of liberty and respect for the law, the rule of law. So I'm hoping that the discussions which are going on at the moment can be successful. I'm pressing the government and the EU as much as I can. Come on, let's get an agreement, because it really would be the last thing that we would want to do to break international law. Now, I am supporting the amendment which my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee for Justice, has put forward. And what that does is to say that if we come at the very end to the point where the negotiations have failed, all is lost, and this country really has to contemplate breaking international law, then so be it. But that day is not now, not today, and I think that we should give the negotiations more time. So I'm supporting Bob Neal's amendment, the Chairman's amendment. And if I could just say to my honourable friend, who I've known for many years, I mean, he laughed a little when I was talking about international law. I can remember him telling me once that we should leave the EU without any agreement at all. I don't know if he remembers that. Just ignore having any agreement, just repudiate everything and off we go. And personally, that's not my approach.
Wayne David.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have been a member of this House for a good many years, but this is the worst piece of draft legislation that I've ever seen being brought before it. It is a shabby and dishonourable piece of draft legislation, and I say that for 2 fundamental reasons. My first objection to the bill is that, if enacted, ministers would have the ability to break international law. And then this law would be prevented from there being legal challenge to it if there was a challenge to the use of those powers. Now, much of the debate so far has focused on Northern Ireland, quite rightly, and I take seriously the potential threat that is to the Good Friday Agreement. But importantly, this bill also has far-reaching implications for all international obligations in this context. These are not my words. These are not the words of the opposition. This is the considered, objective and carefully expressed view of the House of Commons Library. My second concern is that the bill significantly undermines the devolution settlement for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And it does this in 2 important respects. Firstly, the bill states that the devolved nations will have to allow the sale of imported goods in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, as agreed by the UK government when it acts solely for England, even if those imported goods did not meet the quality standards, production levels or appropriate labelling agreed by the Scottish Parliament, Welsh Parliament or the Northern Ireland Assembly. Of course, there should be agreement whenever possible. That should apply right across the UK. But there's a very real danger of standards falling as the UK government cobbles together trade deals, and this bill facilitates that. The second devolution objection I have relates to funding and state aid. When Britain was in the European Union, less well-off areas like South Wales benefited substantially from the EU structural funds, the European Regional Development and the Social Fund in particular. And my constituency, like many others, benefited enormously. Now, the government has proposed a shared prosperity fund to replace the structural funds. This bill gives a legal base for that fund, but significantly, the bill gives exclusive power to the UK Parliament, the UK government, to decide where and how that money is spent. Previously, of course, the devolved institutions had a real say how European money was spent in the areas of devolution. Now, what I think will happen is that resources will not go to the poor areas, the areas of need, but will be allocated according to Tory central government priorities. That is structurally and morally wrong. I give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, but is he fully aware of the frustration amongst communities in Wales about how so much money has been wasted over so many years with the highest level of European funds? Now, that could be a funicular in Blaenau Gwent, which broke down within weeks of being completed and never reused again, as well as so many other projects elsewhere that I could highlight.
What I am aware of is that in many communities right across Wales, they're fed up with Tory cuts. And despite the difficulties that many areas have experienced because of central government policy, they have seen the European Union offer some help. And that concern is now that that help will not be coming from a Tory government. The help will go to areas which are already well off, and that is morally and economically wrong. That is why I conclude that this bill is one of the worst pieces of draft legislation ever to be put before this House. It enshrines the possibility of illegality, it defines and objects to international law as it's widely applicable, it drives roughshod over the devolution settlements, it opens the door for resources to be given to well-off areas rather than being allocated on the basis of demonstrable need. And it also undermines the international standing of this country in the eyes of the world.
Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All through the Brexit debates and through the referendum campaign, we were constantly reminded that we should do nothing at all to damage Northern Ireland, particularly to damage the economy in Northern Ireland. And I entirely agree with that advice which we were given. But of course, as soon as the government tries to do something to protect Northern Ireland and protect the economy of Northern Ireland, we're told we're wrong. And it's been interesting, though, to listen to some of the speeches tonight, who people quite rightly give us a warning that we should not implement the provisions of this bill before it's absolutely necessary. The logic of that argument is that they do accept that it might, under certain circumstances, be necessary. And indeed, if one reads beyond the headlines of what David Cameron actually said, and he's been quoted tonight, he actually goes on to say that these provisions should only be used as a last resort, therefore accepting that they may have to be used. Now, I entirely agree with that. They should only be used as a last resort, and I think the Prime Minister was clear that that would be the case. Now, certainly.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, who's been a wonderful former chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Affairs Committee and actually gets the situation in Northern Ireland. Does he agree with me that what really perturbs us about some of the opposition to this bill tonight is that people say that we're somehow going to attack peace by putting this bill into place, when this bill removes the impediments to economic progress. And of course, it's through economic progress that we've created more jobs in Northern Ireland and helped create peace in Northern Ireland.
Well, my honourable friend, he's wrong to elevate me to the Privy Council. He's wrong or maybe premature. I'm not quite sure what the case is. But he makes a very, very good point, and he leads me into my next point. And while, of course, North-South trade is extremely important to Northern Ireland and indeed to the Republic, the East-West trade, both for Northern Ireland and for the Republic, is far more important. Now, that's not to say the other is not, of course, and therefore we should do nothing to damage that trade. We also ought to be very mindful, and it was touched upon by the Honourable Member for East Antrim, I think, who spoke earlier when he referred to the Act of Union. He didn't have time to go into details, but Article 6, or 6th as it's written, of the Act of Union 1800, the very act that created this United Kingdom, says a number of things, but it does say that all treaties made by His Majesty, as it was then, his heirs and successors, with any foreign power, His Majesty's subjects of Ireland shall have the same privileges and be on the same footing as His Majesty's subjects of Great Britain. And it goes on to refer to manufacturing and trade and navigation. Now that is an act which should not be breached. It may or may not have the legal status, whatever that is, of a treaty, but surely that is an international act of Parliament. It brought two sovereign nations together, and that should be respected. And the withdrawal agreement of 2019, Article 184, should be respected when it talks about the need for both sides to operate in good faith and in full respect of their respective legal orders. In other words, the United Kingdom's legal order should be respected. And the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020, Clause 38, of course, asserts the Parliament of the United Kingdom is sovereign. Now, it's quite wrong for people to say that ministers are going to run off with powers and act illegally. They would be given the powers by this Parliament if we pass this Act. They're not running off and acting illegally at all. And it is important that we do deliver Brexit. It's important that we deliver the Brexit which people voted for. And I don't want to see a spat with the European Union. I have no reason to believe that they're going to behave so unreasonably as to deny all their manufacturers, all their businesses, the people who send £90 billion of exports more to this country that we send to them. I have no reason to believe that they would deny them the trading opportunities. So I want to see a free trade agreement made with the European Union, because if that's the case, that benefits businesses and people on the continent and in this country. It would also remove all the arguments that we're having tonight about the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol. So I really do hope that we can make progress, because that really is the way forward. If there is bad faith, though, and if we are put to the test of deciding whether we support the United Kingdom or the European Union, I remember the pledges, the honours, the oaths I've given on 7 separate occasions in this House, and my loyalty will be to the United Kingdom.
Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe that these arrangements serve the interests of Northern Ireland and the UK as a whole. It is a great deal for our whole country. Not my words, the words of this Prime Minister. How can anybody trust the word of this Prime Minister when he does a deal not even a year ago, and he comments about it in those terms, and now he is ripping up that agreement only a few months after he made it? How can any of us believe a word that comes out of his mouth? Last month, Madam Deputy Speaker, we lost Ireland's greatest son, John Hume, the pathfinder for our peace, the creator of the Good Friday Agreement, and he understood what that agreement was about. We have been told by government ministers in this House and on the airwaves that we needed this bill to protect us from the Good Friday, to protect the Good Friday Agreement. Well, 2 key principles of that agreement are that there will be no hard border in Ireland, and that local people will make local decisions for local communities. This bill rips up both of those principles. And it's not just about trade. It's much more fundamental than that. We are not going backwards, despite what this government or anybody else in this House will tries to drag us back. We are refusing to go back to a place that caused so much hurt and so much pain, despite what anybody says, because this government knows nothing about the Good Friday Agreement. Some prominent members in this House opposed that very agreement. They've risked nothing for peace. They haven't had to live with the violence, the intimidation and the division. John Hume spilled his sweat so that nobody else would have to spill their blood, and this government know nothing of that. And of course the DUP tonight are talking about the Good Friday Agreement. They're interpreting it for us. Well, they were standing outside the gates of Stormont when it was being negotiated, chanting and holding placards. Well, how did that all work out? Madam Deputy Speaker, the protocol is there to protect us from a hard border. That's why it's there. Without that protocol, the only thing that we're being offered to protect us is the word of a man whose word can clearly not be trusted. Openly admitting that you're going to break international law by being prepared to break a deal that you just did with the European Union has consequences. Because people need to remember in this House that Ireland has got very, very good friends in the United States. And I want to thank Vice President Joe Biden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Congressman Richie Neal, Congressman Brendan Boyle, for all that you have done to support our peace process and for all that you've said this week. And they've been very clear. There will be no trade deal with the United States if you do violence to the Good Friday Agreement or this protocol. No trade deal at all. That's not me saying it. That's the Chairman of the House of Ways and Means, the Speaker of the House of Congress, potentially the next President of the United States. That is the reality that you're risking with this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this may all turn out to be a dead cat. But let me tell this government very clearly, more and more people every single day are saying to me, people you wouldn't even expect, that this union is very close to becoming a dead duck.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has warned us that a threat has been made to interpret the agreement in such a way as to exclude the possibility of the people of Northern Ireland having access to goods from the rest of the United Kingdom. A threat which clearly shows that those who have made it have abandoned any notion of their binding obligation to negotiate in good faith and best endeavours to secure an agreement. The government would be utterly negligent if it were not to take precaution to prevent this from arising. Utterly negligent. It would be outrageous were it to do so. Now, the chairman of the Select Committee has said that the powers that the government envisages arming itself with should only be used in the most extreme circumstances. I put it to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that breaking up the economic integrity of the United Kingdom is just such a circumstance. This bill is a precaution. It is a deterrent. The best way to prevent ourselves finding ourselves in the position of needing these powers is to arm ourselves with them. Now, there is a principle in international law, and it is this, that no country can be bound by an obligation that it made when that obligation is interpreted in such a way as to undermine the very integrity of that country. That is a principle of international law. And there is only one court that can arbitrate in those circumstances. And that is the Court of International Opinion. And the world can see exactly what is going on. The world has had its own dealings with the European Union and its negotiations. They've seen its infractions of the World Trade Organizations. They've seen what it's done over the European Convention of Human Rights. And they know what is going on. And those who have made comparisons and said that somehow there's some comparison to be made with the powers that we envisage in this bill and what China is doing in Hong Kong, that is such a grotesque comparison as to undermine any argument that they might have.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I never thought I'd ever see a piece of legislation this objectionable put before the House. It's a gigantic act of self-harm masquerading as a negotiating strategy in the EU-UK trade talks as they flounder and the end of the transition period looms. It unilaterally repudiates the devolution settlements and centralises power to the UK government. As currently drafted, this bill will give ministers the powers to disapply or unilaterally reinterpret parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol and ignore their legal obligations in both domestic and international law to enact the protocol as it was negotiated. It asserts that these powers will be legally effective even though they break international law, thereby unilaterally repudiating the foundations of the withdrawal agreement, which was only enacted by the House earlier this year. The bill orders the domestic courts to prioritise this new law over any existing international law we've signed up to, and it attempts to preclude any prospect of judicial review. It has already been admitted on the floor of the House by a Cabinet Minister that the bill breaks international law in a very specific and limited way. The reality is, this is a shocking repudiation of everything the UK holds dear, which threatens to destroy our hard-won reputation as an upholder of international law and as a country which can be trusted to keep its word. Once lost, this reputation will not be easy to regain. This is not only morally wrong, it's self-defeating, and it undermines the prospect of reaching a deal at all. It's a sign of just how dangerous the government's actions now are, that all 5 living ex-Prime Ministers, both Labour and Conservative, have made public their opposition to this reckless course of action, as have the Brexiteer ex-leaders of the Conservative Party, Lords Hague and Howard. This morning, the Prime Minister's First Lord Chancellor called the bill unconscionable and revealed that he will not vote for it. Many legal experts argue that both the current Lord Chancellor and the Attorney General are in breach of their oaths of office and should resign. Last week, the head of the government legal service did resign over the bill because it breaks international law. Given that we have an unwritten constitution which relies on ministerial restraint and responsibility, this bill is even more dangerous than it first appears. It unilaterally tears up treaty obligations made just months ago and makes it less likely that any of our future undertakings will be believed or trusted, just as we must renegotiate all our existing trading agreements with the rest of the world. What, Madam Deputy Speaker, are we to make of a Prime Minister who presides over this moral vacuum and this reckless gamble with our international reputation? The man who resigned over his predecessor's deal, which had no Irish border, pronouncing it a betrayal and using it as his path to power in the Conservative Party. The man who 9 short months ago negotiated and then signed the withdrawal agreement, himself declaring it fantastic, and expelled from the Conservative Party and Parliament all of those of his own MPs who did not back it. The man who went to the country with his oven-ready Brexit deal and won a huge majority. The man who now believes it was rushed and flawed and must be unilaterally written by him and him alone. The World King, acting like a 2-year-old having a tantrum because he didn't get all he wanted. A Prime Minister who is completely careless of the consequences of his own actions. The leader of a government that thinks it can do what it wants, purge who it wants, act how it wants. A government that thinks there's one law for them and another for everyone else, repudiating treaties they've just signed, ignoring the lockdown rules they impose on everyone else. Madam Deputy Speaker, this will not end well. They must step back from the brink, withdraw the law-breaking clauses in this bill and think again.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And rarely can a few words uttered from that dispatch box, government dispatch box, have overshadowed a debate like this to such an extent, or indeed caused so much instant fury and indignation. But I don't think the House should be in any doubt that the author of those words will have been delighted by the reaction that they caused, and that the real purpose and significance of those words will probably prove probably much less than that. But the law of this land and international law are both of great importance. I will leave that to the lawyers. The underlying question for this House to address is about where this nation now finds itself, and I support this bill because it will be necessary to address at least the worst aspects of the withdrawal agreement and protocol. We cannot be bound by it indefinitely or continue accepting laws imposed into our country by the EU court.
At least there was a means of leaving the EU, but there is no obvious means of leaving this withdrawal agreement. Much has been said about the potential to lose the respect of the international community, but what will other nations think if this great and sovereign nation cannot bring itself to accept we made a mistake ratifying this agreement? Oh, some of us warned about it at the time, but the key points are these. The UK will gain respect if we extricate ourselves from the worst aspects of this agreement that have the capacity to impose laws on our country with even less democratic legitimacy than under our previous membership of the EU. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman. Yes.
I thank him for giving way. Is this now the measure how we're going to go forward with international treaties? When countries change their mind, you go, oops, I made a mistake, we'll forget about it.
Well, I don't think it's a matter to be done casually and without very great care, but as many honourable, the right honourable friends, even those objecting to this bill, are now saying that if the worst comes to the worst, we may have to avail ourselves of these powers, because it's the obligation in this House actually to stick up for our national interest. That's first and foremost. Now, the EU says it will act against the UK through the European Court. But there is something rather absurd about the EU attempting to impose its laws on a member state after it has left the bloc. And when did the voters endorse that? And there is something ironic, even bizarre, about MPs in this Parliament demanding that the EU should continue to impose their laws instead of themselves wanting to make the laws for their constituents. They still do not accept Brexit. One wonders whether perhaps the government recognises, better than many here, how most voters will react to this. Most of those shouting the loudest now showed how little they understood the voters in the 2016 referendum. Voters will support a government that is determined to resist the unreasonable enforcement of the withdrawal agreement by the EU. Today, the government has a strong mandate and a secure Commons majority for taking back control of our laws. The voters will expect no less, and they will give little quarter to this Parliament if they are let down again. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are in a process of constitutional transition from being subordinated by the EU legal order towards the restoration of full independence. While we are in this penumbra period of mixed constitutional supremacies, it's unsurprising that this kind of controversy should arise. Our other allies and trading partners will have far more respect for the United Kingdom if we stand up for our interests in this way than if they watch us accepting that we are to remain indefinitely a non-member subsidiary of the EU. The government must ensure that there will be a clear end to the jurisdiction of the EU Court, and that is the test of whether we are taking back control of our own laws, and our democracy demands it.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what a self-made mess this government finds itself in, and it was beautifully articulated by the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex, because for 3 long years this government struggled to get the withdrawal agreement through this place. Yep. So much time was spent on it, I doubt that there was a dot or a comma of that agreement which wasn't known to the government. And in January, they signed a legally binding international treaty. The Prime Minister signed it and described it then as a negotiating triumph. Not only was it a negotiating triumph, but as he told the electorate in December, it was oven ready and good to go. Vote for him, he told the electorate, and he'd get Brexit done. And for reasons which I will never fathom, the people of England did. And so, in December, flush with a huge majority, he led every single Tory MP through the lobby to support his deal. Now, they want to unilaterally move the goalposts, renege on what they signed up to at the start of the year, and in so doing be willfully prepared to break international law and to take the UK's already diminished reputation further into the gutter and take a wrecking ball to the devolution settlement. Even for this government, that's quite an achievement. Are ministers asking us to believe that despite 3 years of intense negotiation, that they didn't actually understand what they were voting for? That they didn't understand what their confidence and supply partners from the DUP were saying about differential arrangements between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK? Are we to believe that they were unable to grasp the implications of their own Northern Ireland protocol, the one they designed with the EU to prevent a hard border on the island of Ireland? It's not credible because it's not true.
I'll give way. He makes a fine point. It's not credible, and it's been bluff after bluff. And isn't it the case when the warnings were pointed out, ministers stood at the dispatch box and said, but don't worry, we've got a magic solution. There won't be any cameras, there won't be any infrastructure at the border, but technology will solve it all. We've got technology that can control the movement of people and goods and of different customs arrangements. Yet another bluff from an incompetent government.
My honourable friend hits the nail squarely on the head. It's absolutely true. And they knew exactly what they were signing up to, and they knew exactly what they were voting upon. A fact acknowledged by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster himself, who in April said, and I quote, "This deal ensures that we leave the EU and it is entirely consistent with the Belfast Agreement and all of our domestic and international obligations."
Bluff.
So how did we get from this agreement being a negotiating triumph in January and being entirely consistent with domestic and international obligations in April to today, a government boasting that it will knowingly breach international law if it doesn't get its own way? And I believe, in short, it's because those at the heart of this government, in true Trumpian fashion, have decided that the UK will no longer play by the rules, and they've cynically done the sums and they reckon they'll get the numbers to push this through. It is the behaviour of a government who has lost its moral compass, and one which has been reduced to using the Good Friday Agreement as a bargaining chip. It's little wonder that the United Kingdom is fast being regarded as a bad faith actor among the international community, where adherence to international law and the obligations that come with it are what sets us apart from rogue states and dictatorships. Of course, the irony of all of this is that all of this emerged against the backdrop of the faux outrage about last night of the proms and whether it was appropriate to play Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, because we know it's a case of Britannia waves the rules. And it's not just now, it was ever thus. Ask the Irish, ask the people of India, go to large swathes of Africa, go anywhere still recovering from the wreckage of British colonialism, and they'll give you chapter and verse about Britannia bending, breaking and inventing and waving the rules all day long to suit its own ends. The world had hoped, the world had probably half expected that those days were gone. Sadly, clearly not. But for Scotland, it doesn't have to be this way. We have an escape route available to us, an escape route with independence that will take us back to the family of nations in the European Union as a law-abiding European country on an equal footing with every other independent country. It's little wonder that opinion poll after opinion poll has put independence as the majority. And tonight's shenanigans, I confidently predict, will bring that independence closer, and Scotland will become a member, equal member of the European Union, because that is the fast approaching settled will of the Scottish people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just like the overwhelming majority of members, I was returned to this House on the promise of getting Brexit done. I'm an ardent supporter of Brexit and look forward eagerly to the opportunity to bolster the United Kingdom's position by becoming an independent, self-governing nation possessed of the confidence that flows from our vision and principled values. Whilst I stand foursquare behind the government's policies and objectives, including those advanced by the UK Internal Market Bill, I cannot vote for legislation that a Cabinet Minister stated from the dispatch box will break international law. Before I was returned to this House, I spent many years in distant, sometimes dangerous places on behalf of our country, our closest friend, the United States, NATO and the UN, where I was committed to upholding the international rules-based system, which is the only shield we have against the law of the jungle. The rules-based system is, of course, one the United Kingdom was proud to play a central role in building. I have every sympathy with Her Majesty's government and place the responsibility for the impending denouement firmly with the EU, as they haughtily refuse to deal with the UK as a sovereign equal, such as our sibling Canada. The Northern Ireland Protocol was agreed on the assumption that Brussels would provide an off-the-shelf trade deal, with no bells and whistles, as Monsieur Barnier himself offered. That would have been no more than a light-touch border between Britain and Ulster. The EU has moved the goalposts. The prospect of a no-deal rapture and intra-UK trade tariffs has constitutional implications for the United Kingdom, creating a much harder trade border in the Irish Sea than Unionists supposed. It therefore intrudes ineluctably on the Belfast Agreement. I give way.
I really appreciate the member giving way, and I appreciate the points that he's actually making, which are very, very important to this debate. But is he appalled by one of the suggestions that was made tonight from this side of the House, that we would invoke America to stop doing a trade deal with the United Kingdom? Because we would invoke America to stop doing a trade deal with the United Kingdom just because of this? Is he appalled that someone in this Parliament would invoke America to do that? Is he appalled that someone would do it just to save little bits of paper between Northern Ireland and GB doing trade? Is he appalled by that? Because I am.
I'm mildly surprised. I worked for some time for the Pentagon and the State Department. I know the Americans very well. And like the United Kingdom, it is a nation built upon laws. It has representatives, and the Americans know their national interest exceptionally well. And of course, it is in the American national interest to have an expansive, ambitious free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, given our size and wealth. But it is not only certain members of this House who make peculiar statements. I have no sympathy for the hysterical, hypocritical and hyperbolic statements from the EU, declaring that the UK will be uniquely in breach of its international commitments. Half the countries of the EU are in breach of their various treaty obligations. Germany and France both choose to deliberately breach their EU treaty commitments relating to budget deficit limits, and others are famous for being selective in deciding which rules to follow. However, the UK has always held itself to a higher standard. Our principles of fair play and freedom, underpinned by the rule of law, are who we are. They are part of our DNA and must be protected. Our position of global leadership and permanent membership of the Security Council is derived not from being a victorious power, but from our moral authority. Moral authority is hard-earned and easily lost. Once damaged, it's difficult to repair. Having consulted with highly respected experts in international law, some of us have concluded that if the EU, in breach of its obligations to act in good faith and with best endeavours, employs the withdrawal agreement as a Trojan horse, then this bill, if enacted and employed, will not necessarily constitute a breach of our commitments, either under UK or international law. Rather, the bill then serves as a protection against the abuse of our good nature and a reminder to the Commission of its obligations. I give way.
Thank you for giving way, but there's also been other legal opinions sought as well. One of those is Martin Howe QC. He refers to the alteration of the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, which across-the-board tariffs on GB to Northern Irish exports would entail, would breach the core principle of the Good Friday Agreement. International law does not justify a later treaty to which these community representatives are not parties being used to override the rights that they enjoy under the earlier treaty. Another legal opinion may be very different from the honourable members.
Well, my great problem with what the government position is the predicament the government has placed us in. People who share my view, and I think you probably share it, the gentleman shares it too, because that view has been undermined, I'm sad to say, by the assertion of a government minister that it would represent a specific and limited breach.
Agree with me that the government has only been put in this situation because the EU has not been playing with a straight bat. If the European Union played this straight and treated us like equals, then we would not be in this situation. And in fact, the fault for all this lies with the European Union for not actually treating us fairly.
I entirely agree with my honourable friend in so much as the EU has not been playing with a straight bat. But that still doesn't, I believe, I find it difficult to understand the statement, the motivation behind it, or indeed the credibility of the comment, because I simply reject the notion that we would be in breach of our international obligations. We've been placed in a predicament because of that statement, because it would represent specific and limited breach of international law. And I will only be able, if my right honourable friend, in his response to this debate, can provide assurances to the House that Her Majesty's Government shares my interpretation, our interpretation, that such powers, if enacted and employed, would not automatically constitute a breach of our legal obligations, will I support the bill.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say, if any of my constituents are watching this afternoon, I think they will be wondering what on earth is going on, why they will ask our MPs banging on about Brexit again. Isn't that what the general election last December was meant to end? Didn't we leave the EU in January? Wasn't there meant to be an oven-ready deal? And they'll ask, is this really what you should be focused on today? Some of them will be right now sitting, I won't give away right at the moment, sitting at home, feeling ill, anxious that they might have coronavirus but unable to get a test. Or they'll be trying to work from home whilst looking after their son or daughter who can't go to school because they've got a cold, or maybe it's coronavirus, and they don't know because they can't get a test. Or they might be on furlough because the business they work for hasn't yet fully reopened or hasn't got everyone back yet, and they're anxious about whether they'll have a job when the coronavirus job retention scheme ends next month. And if they work for one of our East Midlands manufacturing businesses, they'll be especially worried about the Prime Minister's bluff and bluster earlier today, because they, more than anybody else, require us to secure a deal because their jobs depend upon it. All of those people will be asking why we are arguing about Brexit again, when the top priority should be tackling the pandemic that threatens lives and tackling the resulting economic crisis that threatens their livelihoods. Now, agreeing a trade deal with the EU is vitally important, but the government needs to be getting on with it rather than making it more difficult with the sort of posturing that we've heard today. The withdrawal agreement, the protocol, contains a mechanism for dealing with disputes. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster himself said the effective working of the protocol is a matter for the Joint Committee to resolve. So surely they need to get back round the negotiating table, stop that posturing and reach an agreement on how it should operate. I will give away.
I'm sorry it's really politically inconvenient for Brexit to come back to this chamber, because it just reminds people how it was the Labour Party who have turned their back on the verdict of British people 3 or 4 years ago. But surely it's not surprising that when the transition period is about to come to an end, that these debates will come back to this House. And isn't it good, and don't you agree with me, that we find a Prime Minister who's fighting for British interests?
Well, I think my constituents will expect a little bit better than that. They will expect the government to be getting on with the job that they promised. They said they were going to deliver a Brexit deal. They said they had it ready, and they don't expect them to now saying they made a mistake, that somehow it wasn't what they expected. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way momentarily. Isn't at the heart of this that this whole thing comes across as a giant piece of bluff and bluster by a failing Prime Minister, which, as my honourable friend is rightly hinting at, is a means to distract the public from other immediate pressures. And, to make matters worse, it damages our reputation in the eyes of the world at a time, as members have pointed out correctly, when we not only need to seek a trade agreement with the EU, but with a number of other countries.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and the timing is very interesting at a point at which many people are looking at the government and extremely worried about their incompetence on the way that they're dealing with the current health crisis, to have this debate today and the Prime Minister's position, well, they'll wonder what's going on. They'll be baffled because every time that they've listened to the news or watched politics on TV or opened papers in recent days, they've seen a senior Conservative MP or a former Tory Attorney General or Prime Minister or Chancellor of the Exchequer expressing grave concerns about the content of this bill. And those concerns aren't just from those who might be called the usual suspects, those who were Remainers, because this isn't about whether we leave the European Union. We've left. That argument is over. Their concern is that this bill deliberately breaks international law, will prevent us from completing a deal with the EU in the very short time available to do so, and will have much wider ramifications for the future of our country. They're risking the UK's reputation across the globe. How will, many honourable members have already asked, how will other countries with whom we want and need to make trade deals trust a Prime Minister who just a few short months ago, after he negotiated and signed agreement, now says that he intends to break its terms? Well, we don't have to guess what they will think. We can see for ourselves the reaction from our friends and allies, including, as has already been said, from the Speaker of the US House of Representatives. If the Prime Minister really considers that this deal contains serious problems that could break up our country, why did he sign it? Why did he claim it was a great success? Hadn't he read it, or did he not understand it? Of course, the dangers of this bill are not just about the UK's ability to negotiate trade deals. They're about the UK's reputation and its moral authority. How can our government seek to uphold the rule of law if we break it ourselves? How can we hold other nations to account on their treaty obligations, on international standards, when we disregard our own? I won't give way because we're very short of time. In speaking to the House earlier, the Prime Minister claimed that the provisions of this bill would only be used as a last resort and sought to play down the problems it poses. But as the House of Commons Library briefing states, the existence of the power to override a number of the UK's international obligations may itself constitute a violation of international law. The very fact that it has been tabled is already undermining the reputation of this country and damaging our relationships with those we need to reach deals with. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are other concerns about this bill, that it runs contrary to the devolution settlement, that it will enable a race to the bottom on standards and undermines the rights of the devolved nations to set their own spending priorities. The government should ensure free trade access across the UK. We do need a strong internal market, but this bill is not the way to do it. And unless it's amended, I cannot, and this Parliament should not support it.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should start by saying that I think the majority of this bill is sensible and necessary for an effective United Kingdom single market when we are no longer subject to EU rules. My issue is, as with others, the clauses 42, 43 and 45 that take what was agreed less than a year ago about the primacy of the withdrawal agreement over domestic law and reverse it. They are not a clarification, but a contradiction of that agreement. And the government is very clear about this. Doing that would be breaking international law. Now, I agree that it is possible to break international law without automatically breaking domestic law. It's also true that Parliament is sovereign, and it can choose to break international law if it wants to. But the fact that an international law breach is not a domestic law breach, and that it is not unconstitutional, does not make it a good idea. The blatant and unilateral breach of a treaty commitment could only be justified in the most extreme and persuasive circumstances. And the government says such circumstances are those in which no ongoing trade arrangement is made with the EU, and where the joint committee established under the withdrawal agreement to resolve problems of interpretation is unable to do so, leaving the UK in an impossible position. I give way to my own friend.
Grateful to Member for giving way. And that is the nub of the argument, is it not? That these are exceptional circumstances. We're about to negotiate by far the most important agreement that this country has reached for the last 40 years, and in those circumstances, a highly dynamic circumstances, it's right that this Parliament should give the government sufficient flexibility to get the best possible deal for Britain. That's what this is about, and that's why we should support this bill.
Well, if my right honourable friend will allow me, I want to address exactly that point and what the government could be doing instead of what it is proposing to do. But let me say first that the possibility of reaching no trade agreement and of deadlock in the Joint Committee were both foreseeable. And yet, when the withdrawal agreement was signed, and again when it was legislated for, the government did not say that the risk of the outcomes they rely upon now undermined the deal on offer. They said then, and they say now, that this was a good deal. So what has changed? And that leads to the argument that my right honourable friend makes reference to, that unexpectedly the European Union is now adopting an interpretation of the Northern Ireland Protocol so outrageous and so far from a rational reading of that protocol that we couldn't have seen it coming and we could not possibly accept it, leaving no option but to abrogate ourselves the relevant parts of the protocol. But the withdrawal agreement sets out a mechanism for resolving disputes about interpretation, involving binding independent arbitration and penalties including the suspension of obligations under the agreement. Now, if the EU's new approach is so far from what the agreement intended, why would the government not succeed in using that mechanism?
With my right honourable friend Lambert?
Of course.
I'm most grateful. And the answer is that any question of European Union law under Article 174 of the withdrawal agreement has to be referred to the European Court. And the European Court of Justice is acting not on behalf of the 28 as before, but on behalf of the 27, and we know it's a political court.
Well, my right honourable friend might be right to be sceptical about the Court of Justice of the European Union, but the issue that's likely to arise here is not going to be a question of European Union law. It's a question of whether or not there is compliance with the withdrawal agreement signed by both sides. That does not necessarily, or even in my view likely, to raise a question of European law. It raises a question of treaty law, whether or not this is being abided by in good faith. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I accept that the government has a problem, but I cannot accept the proposed solution is either necessary or right. International law matters. The rules that bind nations underpin what the United Kingdom says on the world stage on a whole variety of subjects, from the Skripal poisonings to the treatment of the Uyghur people to the detention of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe. We speak often, and rightly so, of the rules-based international order as the foundation of freedom and justice in the world and of our own security. The rules referred to, of course, are rules of international law. If we break them ourselves, we weaken our authority to make the arguments the world's most vulnerable need us to make. And it's not in our long-term diplomatic or commercial interests to erode the reputation we have earned for the strength of our word and our respect for the rule of law, a reputation, ironically, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will rely on more than ever when the Brexit process is complete. Now, I do not believe that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, or his ministers wish to undermine that reputation. But I do believe that if Parliament were to give ministers the powers they are asking for, and if they were to be exercised, we would all come to regret it. And that is why I cannot vote for these clauses as they stand, nor for a bill that contains them.
Pete Wishart.
There's sometimes pieces of legislation that come along that are just so audacious, pernicious and chaotic that it's sometimes difficult just to comprehend the scale of the carnage that they'll deliver in its wake. This single market bill is a prime example of this type of legislation. It's almost an unbelievable bill, a bill that only this government, with its weird assortment of Brexiteer oddballs, would even consider going anywhere near. In fact, it's almost perfect for them, with their penchant for governance by chaos and disorder. Breaking international law, that's a mere detail for them, a trifling little detail to this government. They just don't care. For them, being a rogue state is as natural as
leaving the EU without a deal or illegally proroguing Parliament. And they're even starting to tell us now that being a pariah state somehow enhances the UK's international standing. You can just imagine in a few years' time, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary of Rogue State UK turning up to the United Nations and there's an international crisis, just say a situation with Iran or North Korea and some international treaty or convention is threatening the existing world order. What authority and credibility would Rogue State UK have in that situation? Kim Jong-un would just turn around and say, I'm firing these missiles, but only in a limited and specific way. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to confine my remarks to what this rotten bill will do to my nation. If they want the rogue state nation, that's up to them. If they want the no-deal Brexit, go ahead, have it. We'll wish you all the best. But do not bring down our beautiful nation in the process. Never before has there been such a sustained attack on our Parliament or our democracy. The invention and the development of the idea of a UK single market has been one of the most spectacular and dishonest pieces of political chicanery we've ever witnessed in recent times. The barefaced nonsense of this being a power surge is contradicted by practically every detail of this bill. But there's two areas I particularly want to touch on. One is what's included in Clause 46, the one that allows the UK government to legislate directly and devolve responsibilities. It's a mechanism designed to bypass the Scottish Government. Now, the Tories, the Scottish Tories, know they will never come anywhere near governing Scotland. So what they're going to do is just get round the process. And even under the new leadership of the ever-charming and ray of sunshine, which is the honourable member for Murray, they're still going down in the polls. So what they need to do, therefore, is circumvent Scottish democracy and ensure that they get direct control and access on specific interests when it comes to Scotland. And this is what they're doing with this particular bill. And I'll say the other thing too, and it's the CMA. I remember listening to all these Brexiteer colleagues over there, where they used to rage against all these unelected bureaucrats. Remember these mythical creatures of yore? Well, I found them. They're not sitting in an office in Brussels, they're sitting in the Cabinet Office up there. They're not called the European Commission, they're called the Competition and Markets Authority, and it's them that will arbitrate on everything to do with devolution and what the Scottish Government can and cannot do. But this bill is... Yes, of course I'll give way to the member.
Thank the member for giving way. Was it not the case that the honourable member defended and wanted, and indeed, the member opposed the protocol for Northern Ireland because it discriminated against the needs of the people of Scotland? And now, for some reason, he seems to be taking to his hind feet and wanting to support the protocol and oppose a bill that removes those pernicious aspects of the protocol. Why has he changed?
I think he may be confusing me with somebody else, because can I say ever so candidly to the honourable gentleman, I just didn't oppose parts of the EU Brexit. I opposed it in its totality, as did the people of Scotland. We oppose overwhelmingly this idea that we have to be taken out against their will. And this is what it's coming down to. In the next few months, the Scottish people have got a critical decision to make about the type of future they want for their country. They could decide to remain part in rogue state UK with their no-deal Brexit and all the other things that they want to do. Or they could simply decide that they want to become an independent country of their own, making their own decisions, making their own way in the world, deciding things in good faith, negotiating as a nation, coming together with other nations in the world to ensure that we get the best possible future for us and our allies. We've only got a few short months when it comes to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think we're beginning to see just where we're going just now. Independence now sits at 55%, the highest it has ever secured. There is sustained majority support for independence in Scotland. My nation is making up its mind about the type of future that it wants, and it is not their future. It's a pariah state taking us out of the EU against our national collective will. We've only got 6 months to get this debate properly focused and determined. I'm pretty sure when I'm looking at opinion polls and I'm seeing where independence is, Scotland is making up its mind. Scotland is deciding it's going to be a nation of its own.
After the next speaker, we will reduce the time limit to 3 minutes. I'm sorry about that, but it enables more people to be able to contribute to this lively debate. Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And following the speech of the Honourable Gentleman for Perth, and North Perthshire, I simply say Scotland is my nation as well. The SNP do not speak for Scotland. The SNP are not Scotland. I am proud to be Scottish and British, and when the SNP stand up and claim they speak for the whole of Scotland, they do not. And the honourable gentleman would be advised to stop making out as if they do. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make the point tonight that this bill, at its heart, at its core, at its centre, is about jobs and businesses. And is it not telling tonight that in all the SNP speeches I've listened to, jobs and businesses have not been mentioned once? Because the SNP were opposed to this internal market bill long before the events of the last few days. Because the SNP are opposed to what that means for Scotland, what this UK government can do for Scotland, what it can do for the 545,000 jobs that the Fraser and Wallander Institute says jobs in Scotland rely on the internal market of the United Kingdom. The internal market of the United Kingdom that in 2018 ensured there was £51.5 billion of trade between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom, 3 times more than the trade Scotland does with the whole of the European Union put together. This bill, protecting and enshrining our internal market in the United Kingdom, is about protecting those jobs, those businesses. It's about ensuring that businesses in Forres and Fort William can do the same trade across all 4 nations of the United Kingdom as those in Felixstowe and Farnborough. That's what's important about this legislation. That's why we have to ensure it is there, it is capable to deliver for individuals, for businesses, for their jobs and their communities that they serve. That's why I believe at the heart, that's why I believe at the heart of this legislation we should be speaking about what this means for our communities, for our businesses and our jobs, the length and breadth of the country. I also want to focus on some of the remarks that I've heard from the last speaker for the SNP and the SNP the whole time about somehow this is a power grab. It cannot be a power grab when over 100 extra powers are going to Holyrood, going to the Scottish Parliament, going to the Scottish Government, and not one is being taken away. That cannot be explained as a power grab. I do apologise to the honourable gentleman. I do like debating with him, and he's been trying to get in plenty of times, but I say to people on both sides, the debate is about to be constrained by a further minute for speakers, and there's over 100 people on the call list today to take part, so I won't take interventions. But there is no power grab when 100 extra powers are going to the Scottish Parliament and not a single one are being taken away. And for some reason, we get those on the SNP benches that are now against the UK government investing in Scotland. This is the same SNP in Scottish Government that are saying, we don't want your money in Scotland. Well, I do. In my nation of Scotland, I want to see our 2 governments working together in the way they work together on city and growth deals, the length and breadth of the country. That every part of Scotland is now covered by a city and growth deal, which shows our 2 governments working together, investing together. That's what people want, not a rehash of the division of the past that the SNP continually want to drag us to, but looking to the future of Scotland, looking to the future of what we can achieve together as a United Kingdom with our UK internal market delivering for jobs, communities, economy and businesses. That's what we want to focus on. I understand the concerns that people have across the House, but by voting for this legislation at stage 2 tonight, we are allowing that to go into committee stage. If the SNP members would stop shouting me down, to allow this to get into committee stage, to allow Parliament, the democratically elected Parliament of the United Kingdom, to scrutinise, debate and potentially amend this legislation, that's what we should be doing by taking it forward from stage 2 tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a pleasure tonight to hear the erudite legal arguments from members, including the Honourable Member for Kenilworth, the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst. And I'm not an erudite international lawyer, and so I see it as it is, and perhaps I put it in simpler terms. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an utter shambles. It's chaotic. We've had a history of cheap slogans that are now coming home to roost. When you boil down major international issues into 3-word slogans and then you believe that they are true, this is what happens. So we've had take back control when we already decided at the vast majority of our laws. We had get Brexit done when it's not as simple as that at all, as we can see by being here today discussing it. And then we had the oven-ready deal, The deal that was then delivered by the current Prime Minister that is now being undermined by his very own bill. And a deal that threw up squarely and clearly the problems between Brexit and the hard-fought Good Friday Agreement, now being ripped up and causing huge problems, playing fast and loose with devolution. The impact on the independent decision-making of the Welsh Government, the Scottish Government and the Northern Ireland Executive is frankly shocking, especially for a party that describes itself as the Conservative and Unionist Party. But this is not entirely surprising. This is a government that thinks the law can be applied differentially. We saw it with the shutting down of Parliament illegally before the last general election. We've seen it with the breaking of lockdown rules for some favoured few. And now we see it, shockingly, with the breaking of international law. And the honourable member, the gentleman for Harwich and North Essex, says it shouldn't be done casually if we break international law. Well, this is, it seems, rushed and casual to me that less than a week ago, none of us knew this was coming, say maybe not even the Prime Minister, but it has huge long-term impacts. This afternoon, I chaired the Public Accounts Committee and we were looking seriously at the government's proposals around export strategy, and the government has a target to boost exports, which you would expect. We were challenging the department about how it was going to achieve this, a real will to deliver that. But what country will trust us now if we pass this bill which says we will legislate our way out of any international deal? In short, Mr Deputy Speaker, this government is not competent, it's being cavalier, it's undermining the Union, and it is damaging the UK's international reputation irrevocably.
Andrew Ledson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. I have a lot of respect for her opinions, but I fundamentally disagree with her on this. You know, looking around the chamber at so many dear colleagues with whom we have debated at quite some length over the last nearly 4.5 years, this has been so frustrating. It's been the most divisive subject leaving the EU ever since June 2016. We have to now get to the end of the transition period, and we really want a free trade deal as independent sovereign nation with our EU friends and neighbours that works in the interest of every part of our United Kingdom and works in the interest of our EU friends and neighbours and protects their single market. On that, surely we can agree, apart from perhaps a few of those who still wish we were having a second referendum. But let's not go there. But the problem that we have is we negotiated the withdrawal agreement in good faith, as I think did the EU member states. The problem that we have is that the joint committee set up by that withdrawal agreement was designed to provide the definitions. It was designed to give us the clarity around what goods at risk meant, about how the Northern Irish Protocol would work, and all of the details that as yet have not been ironed out. And what we've discovered, and I can say having been part of Cabinet subcommittee meetings that discussed some of the EU's proposals, they have not acted in good faith. And I'm very sorry to say that, because EU leaders do, as a rule, want to have good relationships with the United Kingdom, but the Commission has sought to reach in to our sovereign United Kingdom and to force us, as a member state that has left the EU, to abide by their rules on an ongoing basis, and that is utterly unacceptable. So I will be supporting this bill today, and the reason for that is because we, as the United Kingdom government, must always be able to hold our heads up high to say that we have acted with integrity in the interests of our United Kingdom, that we are protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and that we are giving the essential clarity and certainty to businesses that they desperately need. So I urge all colleagues, please support this bill tonight. Thank you.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm appalled by this bill. I'm appalled by this legislation. And I've been trying to think why. And what I think we have, the conclusion I've reached, is that we've got two genuinely opposing worldviews conflicting tonight, where we in these benches have a fundamentally different view from our perspective on behalf of Scotland's best interests than the members opposite. Not illegitimate, but different. We're two nations going in two different places, two different directions, with different ambitions. And this bill cuts across deep, visceral principles of my party. We believe in the rule of law. We're a constitutional party. We believe in multilateral, rules-based order. We have a clear vision of where we want Scotland to fit into that organised, binding international solidarity. We believe that agreements should be honoured. I wouldn't have thought that was a controversial statement, but it is in the face of this bill, and it shames this House that we're even considering it. Yeah. We believe that the people best placed to make decisions for Scotland are the people who live in Scotland. And in 1997, by 74%, the people of Scotland endorsed that principle, endorsed a model of devolution that said specifically that unless specifically reserved to this place, decisions should be made in Scotland by our democratic authorities. Yes. And it's that bill, it's that principle that this bill undermines. Members should be in no doubt. The operation of this bill is a wholesale, calculated, deliberate reversal of the devolution principle. There's no amount of bluster, not that we've heard much of it. You've all gone quiet. They've all gone quiet, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's no amount of bluster will distract from that. It's there in the bill for all to see. In clause 46, there's an explicit assumption of budgets in Scotland without Scotland's consent. In clause 48, there's the power of subsidies explicitly assumed, again without Scotland's consent. In part 1 on the mutual recognition rules, it's clear that the operation of the UK internal market will undermine out of existence the competence and capacity of the Scottish authorities to make different decisions. And in the most egregious part for me, part 4, on the role of the Competition and Markets Authority, for people who talked about unelected bureaucrats, here's unelected bureaucrats on steroids. People who will sit above each and every public organisation and authority in Scotland and gainsay every budget and every decision going forward. A politically appointed death panel that will sit above every democratic decision of every organisation in Scotland. We reject it. It's not in Scotland's name. This is a bad bill. It undermines devolution. It actually strengthens the case for independence if the members opposite really want to have some pause. This House should reject this appalling piece of legislation.
David Jones.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the withdrawal agreement is a profoundly self-contradictory document, and never more so than in respect of Northern Ireland. It declares, for example, ringingly, that Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom, whereas the substance of it is that it is part of the customs territory of the European Union. Similarly, it provides that Northern Ireland should have unfettered access to the mainland British market, but at the same time it sets up arrangements to frustrate that. These provisions can potentially have the most serious adverse consequences on the integrity of the UK market. The position is that unless provisions to the contrary are agreed in the Joint Committee or in the future relationship negotiations, trade between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK will be severely impeded. Checks will apply to goods passing between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, and the EU Customs Code will apply to Northern Ireland, potentially meaning tariffs applied on goods passing between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, Part 5 of the bill amounts to a safeguard against the potential consequences of this state of affairs. Of course, if a free trade agreement can be concluded, then there will very probably be nothing to worry about. An acceptable free trade agreement could subsume the withdrawal agreement, and thus the problem, and put relations between the UK and the EU on a more regular footing. Now, the EU is crying foul at the publication of this bill, but the fact is that the EU's own conduct in the negotiations has simply not adhered to the provisions of the withdrawal agreement. As the Right Honourable Member for East Antrim pointed out, these obligations move in both directions. The agreement provides that both parties should attempt to negotiate a free trade agreement, acting in good faith and using best endeavours. The political declaration provides that the negotiations should respect UK sovereignty and the integrity of the United Kingdom market. However, the EU's conduct has not reflected the obligations it has under the withdrawal agreement. It has refused to discuss anything apart from its own red lines of fisheries and the so-called level playing field. It's therefore essential, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we should put in place measures that will protect us and our internal market in the event that the negotiations do not result in the sort of free trade agreement that we are seeking. Mr Deputy Speaker, it would be contrary to the national interest of this country if this bill were not passed. The consequences for our constituencies and the livelihoods of its residents would be very serious if the bill were not enacted, and it therefore has my full support.
Bryant. Mr Deputy Speaker, this law is a scoundrel's charter. I was taught as a child that it was of the quintessence of Britishness. It was the quintessence of honour, that my word was my bond, that what I had signed up to, I was pledged to, and I would stand by. And we, the United Kingdom, Her Majesty's ministers on behalf of the whole nation, this Parliament, the newly elected Parliament, signed this into law. We signed on the dotted line. The Prime Minister called it a fantastic moment. He said it was a great, great deal. The Tory manifesto was absolutely clear that this was a wonderful, ready-made deal for the United Kingdom. And now the government intends to trail our honour through the mud. And I will do everything I possibly can to prevent that. We will become, if this goes through in the way that it is drafted at the moment, the scoundrels of international law. The government has even put its bad faith on the face of the bill, with that single word notwithstanding. It's made government ministers do contortions. Who ever thought that you would hear a government minister say that the bill breaks international law in a specific and limited way, as if that's fine, some kind of Cummings get-out clause? Or, even worse, I think, from the Justice Secretary, I'll quit if the rule of law is broken in an unacceptable way. So now there's an acceptable way, according to the Justice Secretary, for somebody to break the law. Again, the Cummings rule. And Article 45 in this bill, Clause 45 in the bill, actually uses the word notwithstanding. I thought I'd hear Vladimir Putin say, notwithstanding the Budapest Accord, which guarantees the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Or I thought I might hear President Xi say, notwithstanding the Sino-British joint declaration. I never thought that I would see in a bill, a British bill signed off by British government ministers who are meant to respect the rule of law, a line that says, notwithstanding any relevant international or domestic law with which they may be incompatible or inconsistent. The member for Harwich said earlier, well, it's just a mistake. We should say it's a mistake. Well, why did everybody vote for it? Exactly. What honour can you possibly have if you just think that this is a mistake? And the truth is, there's another fib at the heart of the bill, which is that it purports to say that there's going to be lots of extra money for constituents like mine in the devolved areas of the country. I don't think we'll get a single extra penny because we've been waiting for the Shared Prosperity Fund for weeks and months and years, and not a single word has yet been published about it. The truth is, we need the rule of law in this country. We rely on international treaties. It guarantees contracts. It makes us honest and protects us from overbearing government. And I say to the government, if you try to sack members of your own party because they have a conscience, you're on the route to dictate. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. I want to start by saying this is, of course, an essential bill for the good order of the internal market. It's essential for our economic success, well-being, jobs, employment, and I support it. And I'm very surprised at the EU negotiating strategy and purpose, particularly offering my right honourable friend from Maidenhead effectively the Canada deal, and then declining to offer the same terms to the Prime Minister today. So I'm surprised, as I say, at the EU negotiating strategy. So I have no hesitation in supporting the second reading, and I give the government my strong support for reaching a deal. But I am not going to vote to breach international law, and I want to explain to the House why. As the Development Secretary in the coalition government, I consistently spoke up for the rule of law. Britain has been a beacon in some very difficult places of the world for support for the rule of law. Our support is relied upon in that respect, and it matters whether you're dealing with the rights of gay people in Uganda or ensuring the last vestiges of law in Zimbabwe, never quite snuffed out by dint of Britain's strong support for the rule of law. And many in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have rightly spoken up for the rights of Hong Kong citizens when China sought to resile from international agreements they had signed. We are one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. We have a duty to uphold international law. The rule of law is incredibly important for our basic liberties and human rights, and failing to do so will do incalculable damage to our reputation all around the world. I have 2 further points to make, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first is that members of the House should read with the greatest care what John Major and Tony Blair have said about the dangers of all of this to the Good Friday Agreement and peace across Northern Ireland. I've been here long enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to remember the awful statements about violence in Northern Ireland, with innocent civilians maimed and worse. And secondly, we have one of the largest national debts of any country in the world, and confidence in our debt depends absolutely on an absolute understanding that Britain will always stand by its word. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I voted in ways in this House that I have regretted in the past. I voted for Section 28, I voted for the poll tax, and I voted with the then Prime Minister on Iraq. But I don't believe I've ever gone into a lobby to vote in a way that I knew was wrong, and I won't be doing it on this occasion either.
Sir Ed Davey. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman. This bill breaks the rule of law. It is against the national interests, and my party will oppose it. Now, that might not surprise people. We have argued for Britain to be working with our European partners at the heart of Europe. But in our opposition to this bill, I'm determined we represent the views of Leave voters as well as Remain voters. For from the Prime Minister's promise that he had an oven-ready deal to the Prime Minister's promise that he wanted a global Britain, this bill breaks those promises made to Leave voters. For if the government were to carry out its threat and breach the international treaty the Prime Minister signed himself, then it's clear there would be no deal. The oven would not even be opened. If the government deliberately and intentionally breaks international law, global Britain's ability to exercise influence in the world would actually be weaker than at any time since the first half of the 18th century. As the arch-Brexiteer, a former Conservative Party leader, Michael Howard, said, what message does this send to China, to Russia, to Iran? What credibility will Britain have in urging other countries to uphold international law if our great Parliament votes for this bill? And what about the future trade deals Britain so desperately needs as we leave the world's largest single market whilst trying to recover from COVID and this deep recession? Mr. Deputy Speaker, our Prime Minister likes to portray himself as a modern-day Churchill. But Churchill said, the rule of law is part of the title deeds of freedom. Churchill will turn in his grave if this bill passes tonight. Let us remember what we teach our children in every school across our country. We teach them about British values, democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law. This bill is against the very values we teach our children, the importance of obeying the law. For any government to send this law-breaking signal would be appalling at any time. But in the middle of a pandemic, if we are to beat this dreadful virus, people need to obey the law, even when some of the emergency COVID laws are amongst the most draconian the British people have faced for centuries. So the rule of law has never been more precious to the health of our nation. And yet this Prime Minister has chosen this moment to trash the rule of law. This House must stop him tonight.
John Lamont. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the short time available to me, I want to focus on the aspects most relevant to Scotland. This bill is about protecting those who work or do business across the 4 nations of our United Kingdom. That single internal UK market has served us well for centuries, creating a barrier-free internal market that is one of the core purposes of the Acts of Union. Up until we joined the European communities in 1973, that internal market was regulated by this Parliament. From the point we joined the EEC, the crucial aspects of market control passed to the European level. Europe took those powers for pragmatic reasons, because they were simply powers needed to operate their single market. Now, this is the spirit behind this bill too. Now, we've heard a lot about devolution in the context of this bill, including from a number of speakers during the course of the debate. The devolution settlements were made in the late 1990s, when there was virtually no thought that the UK would leave the EU. EU law was binding on the devolved assemblies, and it was the UK government, acting on behalf of the whole of the UK, which represented all 4 nations at the Council of Ministers, including in devolved areas.
On that point?
Absolutely.
I appreciate the intervention. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this bill strengthens the union, rather than opposition members are saying that actually weakens it?
I'm grateful for that point. I completely agree. I think this bill not only protects jobs, but it strengthens the bonds of the union which ties the United Kingdom together. Now, as well as remembering the history, we need to understand what devolution within the United Kingdom actually is. It is a means of giving people in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland the freedom to craft policies and take decisions on matters that affect them, whilst continuing to derive all the benefits of membership of a unitary United Kingdom. Right from the very beginning, it has been a central assumption of devolution that matters essential to the operation of the United Kingdom would be decided at a UK level. This Parliament is the democratic embodiment of the United Kingdom, containing members elected on an equal basis representing every square inch of the United Kingdom. It is here that decisions affecting the UK as a whole should be taken, just as decisions affecting the whole of the European Union are taken in Brussels, a fact which very few members opposite had any problems with at the time. Now, that inconsistency to me speaks volumes, especially when the net effect of Brexit will be a massive increase in devolved powers, including those over air quality, energy efficiency and elements of employment law. It is a further irony that SNP policy is to hand all of these new powers and give them straight back to Brussels at the first available opportunity.
I'm extremely grateful on the time that John Head, as well as which, as he knows, this Parliament is the guarantor of people's freedoms. It is not international arrangements, it is not foreign governments, it is this sovereign Parliament guarantees people's freedoms in this country, and, by the way, guarantees that the will of the people is expressed here and honoured. And that seems to be lost on many of the critics of this legislation, and I hope that he, like me, will support it with enthusiasm.
I'm grateful for that point. I absolutely will be supporting this bill with enthusiasm. It does protect those 500,000 jobs in Scotland, which my honourable friend for Murray mentioned earlier. It's about protecting the union, and we should also forget this Parliament is sovereign and is the protector of the rule of law. But to conclude, this bill is about making the UK work as a fully integrated, seamless internal market. It is in the interest of every business trading across the United Kingdom. It is in the interest of everyone who wants to make devolution work. So it should be of no surprise that it is so hated by those whose sole political purpose is to destroy devolution by ripping Scotland out of this most important single United Kingdom market.
Jeffrey Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my fellow unionists from Scotland, and I agree with him. The first question I ask myself on this bill is, will it strengthen the union? And as far as it goes, I believe it will. There is more we would like to see done, Mr Deputy Speaker. But can I just mention briefly the points made about the Good Friday Agreement? And to say to honourable and right honourable members, I grew up in a Northern Ireland that was deeply troubled. I lost members of my family who were murdered during those troubles. I don't want to go back to those dark days. So who is it that threatens the peace process in Northern Ireland? Who is it? It is not Her Majesty's government that threatens the peace process in Northern Ireland. It's these men and women in the shadows And who is playing fast and loose with the peace process? Who is using it as the political football in this situation? I don't believe it's the UK government that is using the Northern Ireland peace process as some kind of political football, as a negotiating point.
Donald Trump give way?
I will.
Thank you for giving way and thank him for his contribution. Clause 47 ensures that it is our sovereign nation, like the UK, that sets the rules on state aid for Northern Ireland. And would the right honourable member further agree that this is vital in the means of fending off predatory behaviour from our nearest competitor and the current EU threats regarding the very supply of food without an agreement and without this bill in place? That is why this bill tonight will be necessary to ensure that Northern Ireland has basic food importation from the rest of the UK if those threats are carried through by the EU in the event of a no deal.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I simply pose the question. How does it threaten the Good Friday Agreement that we can ensure people in my constituency can go to their local Tesco, their local Asda, their local Sainsbury and buy the same food as you can in any other constituency in the rest of the United Kingdom? How does that threaten the peace process? How does it threaten the peace process to ensure that businesses in my constituency don't have the burden of added paperwork, the cost of export declarations? Of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much for giving way, and I very much agree with him, and I shall be supporting this bill tonight because we must keep the United Kingdom together. We must not have a barrier down the Irish Sea. But also, is it not the European Union that wants to keep us in the same rules so that they can integrate the food systems on the island of Ireland? And so they need to be much more practical and come up with a solution where we can trade across the border, but we don't have to comply exactly to their rules.
Mr Deputy Speaker, at the heart of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is the principle that every signatory to that agreement accepted that Northern Ireland remains an integral part of this United Kingdom. Sadly, what the EU is proposing breaches that core principle of the agreement. And it is that breach that threatens the stability of Northern Ireland. Because you see, Mr Deputy Speaker, peace and prosperity go hand in hand. What kind of peace is it in Northern Ireland if we don't have prosperity? State aid issue in the context of Great Britain, but it must also be addressed in terms of Northern Ireland, and that means that the UK must set the rules on state aid in Northern Ireland and not the European Union. Such a tool is vital, Mr Deputy Speaker, to help Northern Ireland businesses fend off predatory behaviour from our nearest competitors. And in Northern Ireland, our nearest competitors are in the European Union. And then secondly, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the question of export declarations. That from Great Britain to Northern Ireland or from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, because that's what unfettered access actually means. And the European Union signed up for unfettered access. They signed up for the United Kingdom government having the power to ensure that Northern Ireland has unfettered access. And that the bill before us will deliver that, subject, of course, to some amendments that we would like to make. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, representing a Northern Ireland constituency, I do not accept the contention that this bill threatens the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement. I do not accept the contention that this bill threatens the peace process. Prosperity is essential to building peace in Northern Ireland. The current arrangements as proposed by the EU threaten the prosperity of Northern Ireland, and in threatening the prosperity of Northern Ireland, they threaten the peace.
Order. Just to inform the House as well that the wind-ups will begin at 20 to 10. Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As ever, it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. And like my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, I think there is much in this bill to admire and the general aims of it, and much of it is absolutely necessary to ensure that the competencies that return to the UK from the EU are put into UK law. However, like many people across this House, I have some serious concerns about Part 5 of this bill and the effect of those provisions on our international reputation, the rule of law and Northern Ireland. Many people seem to be justifying Part 5 of the bill to avoid an impact on GB to Northern Ireland trade. It's one thing to reject a draft treaty on these grounds. It's an entirely different premise to consider breaching existing treaty obligations freely entered into by the government on that. Some level of bureaucracy for trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain was and is now the foreseeable and obvious consequence of the withdrawal agreement we signed. That point was highlighted at the time, but it was justified as a way that we would move on to the next phase. Moreover, many of us were reassured at the time that actually there were going to be technology would ensure that those checks would be simple and quick. The withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol and the consequent effects on trade were negotiated by this government and were part of our election manifesto. If the government believes that the EU is acting in bad faith, making threats to food supplies or critically affecting the integrity of the UK, there are already agreed mechanisms inside the withdrawal agreement to deal with that. For example, if the government believes that we are not able to import food into Northern Ireland, Article 16 of the protocol specifically allows the UK to act at that point to, however it wants to remedy the problem. The UK has a proud reputation of upholding the rule of law. Many honourable members in this House have made that point, and is being a trusted international partner. This country cannot and does not break international law just because it does not like the compromise it's signed up to. I was interested in my Right Honourable Friend the Prime Minister's remarks about regulations being made under these powers and the possibility of the House having a further vote. And I'd say to my Right Honourable Friend on the front bench, I'd be interested to know later on whether the government intends to bring an amendment to that effect, because I think that would reassure many people. Nevertheless, Clause 45 2b, if passed, at the moment of royal assent, would lead to a breach of international law and the withdrawal agreement. So I say to my right honourable friends on the front bench, there is still plenty of time for those of us who have the concerns about Part 5 to be reassured, and I look for him to give those reassurances later this evening.
Craig McKinley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it seems to me arguments we're hearing this evening are broadly about international law and those sort of obligations, despite France and Germany being in the Premier League of infraction proceedings of their EU obligations, and many other instances raised by honourable and right honourable members about other global infractions by various nations. Let us be clear. The provisions of this bill are fully allowed for within the Northern Ireland Protocol. The Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, who opened for the opposition, made reference to the exact appropriate article, Article 16, Section 1, which says, if the application of this protocol leads to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties that are liable to persist, or to diversion of trade, the Union, the EU, or the UK may unilaterally take appropriate safeguard measures. I will give way.
Entirely within the protocol, why is the government saying it's breaking the law?
Well, that's a matter for the government to answer that for you. I do not believe that we're breaking international law in any way. What we're proposing in this bill are also allowed for under Section 38 of the EU Withdrawal Agreement Bill, passed by this House in quick time and by broad measure. There are no surprises in this bill. And surely any member could appreciate that it stands to reason that with negotiations going nowhere, best endeavours, as required in the withdrawal agreement, seemingly ignored by the other side, demands that we become the only independent coastal state on this planet that would have its fisheries resource controlled by a foreign power, that state aid and level playing field rules continue, leaving us as a supplicant nation. And the latest we hear, a threat to the food supply and supply of goods from GB to NI. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about fists. We all have them. They're potential weapons for illegal acts if we use them wantonly or recklessly. But we don't, so they're not. Law gives us the absolute right of self-defence, using those physical assets to protect ourselves and or our family. Northern Ireland is part of our family of this Union of Nations. The provisions in this bill are for self-defence only. Defence of our union and particularly in defence of the businesses and people of Northern Ireland. We're elected to this House to stand up to bullies, and I will do everything that is necessary and within my power to deliver Brexit properly, cleanly, and if the EU won't discuss future arrangements fairly and with best endeavours, then we must take any measure that is necessary to ensure the continuance of normality and trade across our union. I will be supporting this bill wholeheartedly this evening.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, for over 20 years now, the people of Scotland have had a parliament to call their own. Since the Scottish Parliament was reconvened in 1999, it has become an established part of Scotland's political life, delivering on the priorities of the people of Scotland. More importantly, it has demonstrated what a modern Parliament, close to the people it serves, can look like, in contrast to the remote and often stuffy atmosphere in this place. Mr Deputy Speaker, with the Internal Market Bill, the mask is well and truly slipped. The Tories have revealed their anti-devolution instincts. This bill is nothing less than a brazen attack on established norms and institutions, setting dangerous precedents for the rule of law and for Scotland's Parliament. A Government Minister admitting that this bill has been drafted with the intention of breaking international law is a clear sign of just how far the Tory party have been captured by this Dominic Cummings government. Mr Deputy Speaker, since breaching solemn agreements is now a cornerstone of Tory party policy, I'll remind members opposite of the agreement they entered into with voters in 2014. They said that the people of Scotland would get the best of both worlds, that the Scottish Parliament would be strengthened within the Union. The promises of 2014 couldn't be further from the reality of what this bill will do to undermine the devolution settlement. It sticks in the mind when someone breaks an agreement, engendering feelings of anger and betrayal. It's perhaps no surprise that there is a genuine shift towards majority support now for independence for Scotland, as we are seeing the multitude of broken promises made by the Better Together parties mount up throughout the Brexit process. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is the worst of all worlds. It kicks off a race to the bottom between the 4 UK nations on food and environmental standards. It re-reserves subsidies in areas previously covered by EU state aid, even if those subsidies relate to devolved areas like agriculture, infrastructure and culture. To top off this shameless power grab, the bill will, if it completes its passage unaltered through this place, become a protected enactment under the Scotland Act 1998. As a result of this bill, the Scottish Parliament will not be allowed to legislate in a way that is incompatible with the rules laid down in this bill, even if that legislation is within the devolved powers of the Scottish Parliament. That is a clear breach of the principle of the Scotland Act 1998, that power devolved is power retained, and it's why I and my colleagues in these benches this evening will be defending devolution by voting against this bill tonight.
Sir Charles Walker.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope I'm not going to be too foul-tempered tonight. It's not a disposition I warm to. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a worrying trend, a worrying narrative emerging, and this is a really good opportunity to get a lot of things on the record as I build an argument in the next 2 minutes 45 seconds. First of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am extremely concerned that we are placing severe restrictions on people's liberties without any recourse to Parliament. Now, I would actually vote in certain circumstances to take people's liberties away if I thought it was in the national interest, but I would like to have the chance to debate it on the floor of the House, to represent the concerns of my constituents. I'm also concerned, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we go around arresting old men in Trafalgar Square for having a peaceful protest and fining them £10,000. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I never thought I would ever be defending Mr Corbyn in the chamber of the House of Commons, but I am. I'm defending a Corbyn. We've got to be allowed to protest without fear of arrest and being fined. And now today, we hear that we're going to have the public being urged to inform on their friends and neighbours because grannies followed grandad into a family home of 5. This is a profoundly unconservative thing. All of these things are unconservative, and I do think being asked to put this country, this House, members of this House, our constituents, on the wrong side of the law, before we've exhausted all other options. I'm no fan of the EU. I was in every single division lobby for Brexit. I think they're a pain in the neck. But surely we have to exhaust all other options before we press the nuclear button. And I'm not going to be voting for this bill at second reading, because if you keep whacking a dog, don't be surprised when it bites you back. We are all members of Parliament and we deserve to be taken seriously. I accept there's a pandemic, a national crisis, but surely that is the time. That is the time when our voices should be heard on behalf of our constituents, the most important time. So I do hope, I see the Secretary of State in his place, I do hope the government goes away tonight. I do hope that the Prime Minister reflects on what is going on and listens to the concerns of this House and comes back with a solution that allows me to skip through the division lobby at third reading and support him in this important bill. Because I do believe, colleagues, the Conservative Party is the greatest party, the greatest political party ever, and we have to have the courage to live up to that greatness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
West Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, that the Northern Ireland Protocol was a very, very ingenious scheme. A very, very ingenious scheme. In fact, I'll say it one more time, because it's worthy of repetition anyway. It is a very, very ingenious scheme. I mean, it's almost Trump-esque in terms of the rhetoric. And as we find so often with populists around the world, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's very easy to make far-fetched promises, but it's much harder to deliver them in practice. And reality is biting the Prime Minister, and it's biting him hard. Because as we've seen this afternoon, it hasn't exactly gone to script. The Prime Minister has been turning up at PMQs in recent weeks wishing he was facing a former leader of the Labour Party. This afternoon he got one, and he wiped the floor with him so badly he had to scurry away back to his office, so badly battered and bruised he was. He wasn't even able to defend the bill. He probably hadn't read it, because it's certainly clear from what the Prime Minister has said in recent days that he hadn't read the withdrawal agreement, he hadn't read the Northern Ireland Protocol, and even this afternoon he still didn't understand the content that he had signed up to. And contrary to this being a Remainer plot, again, the script just simply doesn't work. We have left the European Union. We are no longer members of the European Union. We're not going back. The only question now is whether we have a trade deal with the European Union, which puts to bed so many of the difficult, thorny, challenging, but not insurmountable issues that many of us warned and argued over recent years would arise. So he can hardly be surprised. What I am surprised by, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is even by this government's standards, the scale of their misjudgment and their incompetence, because with one decision, they have shaken the foundations of the Good Friday Agreement, they have threatened the prospects of a trade deal with the European Union, they have risked the prospects of a trade deal with the United States of America, they have with that jeopardised the future prosperity, the jobs, the economy at a time when we're facing the worst recession in hundreds of years. They have given further cause for grievance to the nationalists and threatened the union. The irony of a bill that's supposed to strengthen the union actually threatening its future. And perhaps worst of all, threatening the standing and reputation of our country around the world in the eyes not just of our allies but of our enemies too. And I would just ask members opposite, what has happened to the Conservative and Unionist Party? Of Disraeli, of Churchill, of Macmillan, of Thatcher. I can't think of a single former Conservative Prime Minister who would behave in this way. And I would just say to members opposite, from experience, it is hard standing up to your own side when they are doing something wrong. But you will be doing the right thing by opposing this bill, and you will sleep more soundly for it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we need to come back to some reality about what this bill is actually about. This bill is about safeguarding the future of the United Kingdom, because it's about safeguarding the ability of nations to be able to trade with each other. I'm sure many of our constituents would be
flabbergasted that we actually even have to pass a bill to do this. They would think that would come as a matter of course. But in doing so, we will be giving businesses the certainty that they need during this very difficult period. And so many of the details that should have been ironed out by now are still left hanging. So I think we should be unsurprised that we're discussing this bill tonight. When the withdrawal agreement was put to the House of Commons and we voted on it, we did so based on the notion that it would be dealt with in negotiations in good faith and using best endeavours, because that is the way negotiations proceed. But all of us who remember the way that our country has been treated throughout this process perhaps should not be surprised we find ourselves here today and that the government feel that it's an essential safety net that needs to be put in place. A safety net, I won't give way if I can, I just think there are a lot of people who need to speak today. It's a safety net to stop the EU being able to determine UK trade policy, not overseas, but within our own countries. And that despite a referendum result, despite votes in this Parliament, and despite the clear will of the British people at the last general election, we still find ourselves in this period of uncertainty with the EU. So I believe the debate tonight is as much about British sovereignty as it is about the rule of law. And I think members need to reflect on that, because the government is in an invidious position. They're negotiating with an organisation that is renowned and thrives on its love of last-minute agreements, all-night negotiations. And the truth is that the EU still want to make this country's exit from their trading bloc as difficult as possible, and their behaviour in delay upon delay has to literally come to an end. And if this bill is part of that process, then it gets my full support, because I think the British people can see the tactics that are being deployed here by the EU for what they are. And there are many members, I think, sitting opposite that know this and sit uneasy in listening to their front bench rationale for not supporting this bill tonight, because they know their electorate is as fed up as everybody else that we're here today again with the EU attempting to stifle the will of the British people. And I speak as somebody who voted to remain in the EU but has been appalled by the way we've been treated ever since. Using its treatment of the EU as a very strong message to other member states. I listened very carefully to my right honourable friend, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, and I hope that the Minister, in his comments today, directly deals with the issues that he raised in his remarks.
Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister won the last election based on the promise to get Brexit done. That was his mandate, given to him by the British people, to move on. No more dither and delay, he said. Let's get our oven-ready deal through. He won an 80-seat majority based on that withdrawal agreement, and this Parliament ratified. We're calling on him to deliver the deal that he promised, a deal that would work for Britain in terms of protecting jobs and the Union, and then we can get on with tackling the coronavirus crisis. So why is he dithering and delaying? Why is he introducing a piece of legislation that's designed to reopen old Brexit wounds? He called the withdrawal agreement a fantastic deal for the country. Now he says it never made sense. Was he deliberately misleading the British people then, or is he deliberately misleading the British people now? The Prime Minister has not only undermined trust here at home, he's also trashing his government's reputation as a trustworthy and reliable member of the international community. Because it's absolutely clear that this legislation breaks international law. The Brexiteer who signed off this deal as Attorney General described the bill as unconscionable, and all 5 living former Prime Ministers are united in agreement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our greatness as a country is built upon our values, and the fact that we've long stood up for the rule of law. This Prime Minister wants to throw all that away. The UK needs to be standing up to the Chinese Communist Party's breaches of international law and Russia's foul play. But how can we do this with credibility if we ourselves advocating breaking international law? With one stroke of his pen, this Prime Minister has torpedoed the painstaking work that our diplomats do every day. This is not just a question of trust or of morality, it's also about our commercial and economic interests. We're going out into the world to negotiate new trade deals post-Brexit. But how can any other country trust us to keep to those agreements? Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this bill passes into statute, the Prime Minister will be sending his trade negotiators naked into the conference chambers.
Yeah.
This bill doesn't only dismantle the manifesto pledge, it doesn't only dismantle our international reputation, it is also creating a constitutional crisis, with trashing the common frameworks that are the basis for our devolved constitutional settlement, and creating the conditions for a race to the bottom on standards, opening the door to chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef becoming the norm. Trade negotiations are never a walk in the park. Both sides will always defend their interests, and that's fair enough, but the rules are the rules. A commitment is a commitment. Our word is our bond. I therefore urge honourable members to behave with honour and to join us in the No lobby this evening.
Hear, hear. Jimmy Wallace.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I refer members to my entry in the Register of Interests. This is an important debate for me, considering that I represent Bridgend, a constituency in Wales which stands to benefit greatly from ensuring that our internal market within the UK remains intact, as it has done so for hundreds of years. I'm proud to say that if the pollsters are to be believed, Mr Deputy Speaker, Wales is now the most unionist part of the UK, and my constituents voted Leave in 2016 and, of course, backed the Get Brexit Done party at the last election. On these basis, and as a staunch unionist myself, I will be supporting the passage of this bill through this place. On the issue of one single internal market, I just cannot imagine a scenario where a Bridgend-based business is unable or faces difficulty in exporting its goods or services to England, Scotland or Northern Ireland. The internal market is vitally important to the whole of the Welsh economy, and illustrative figures from the White Paper show that any contraction to the GDP of Wales will be 5 times greater than that of the UK averaged. I pledge to my constituents to help make a success of Brexit, and allowing economic barriers between any parts of the UK clearly runs contrary to that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the people of Bridgend have 2 governments, the Welsh Government and the UK Government, and I'm particularly pleased that this bill will facilitate the latter to invest in businesses and communities across Wales as we recover from COVID-19. And I look forward to meeting with ministers to talk about my ideas on how that could be done. And to those that argue that somehow this bill undermines devolution, I would remind them that powers ceded to the EU, many of which were done before devolution existed, many of them will be transferred to the devolved administration. And to the Welsh Government alone, around 60 to 70 new policy areas will now be decided in Cardiff Bay, making the Welsh Government more powerful than it has ever been. For these reasons, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the Government tonight, and do so wholeheartedly.
Bel Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill is a very grave mistake, and there are numerous reasons to oppose it. Any one of them by themselves would be enough, but taken together they make this quite possibly the worst piece of legislation brought before this House by this government, and that's saying something. Mr Deputy Speaker, the legal consequences of passing this bill are largely negative. It drives the coach and horses through the withdrawal agreement. Ministers should not need reminding that the withdrawal agreement is part of a solemn and binding international treaty, and that breaching a treaty breaches international law. Further, the passage of this bill has wider international legal consequences. It undermines the basis of the Good Friday Agreement, another solemn, agreed trade international treaty which has laid the basis for peace in Ireland. It's absolutely not the case that the withdrawal agreement undermines the Good Friday Agreement, as some ministers now wish to claim. None of the main political parties in Ireland agree with ministers on this point. And whilst I'm on the theme of undermining different parts of these aisles, I would point out that this legislation risks the integrity of our union by undermining the devolution settlement. Any government that claims to be truly unionist would not develop legislation without the cooperation, collaboration and above all the consent of the devolved administrations. This is not what this legislation does. This bill also calls into question the good faith of this government in its entire dealings with international partners. Must they now factor in the integrity of Her Majesty's government into discussions and agreements? Does the government really want to make us that country known for reneging on its agreements because we later find them inconvenient? I want to focus my remaining remarks on the wider impact on this country of what the government proposes. It's now clear that this government is aiming for an enormously damaging no-deal outcome to the Brexit negotiations. Now, let me be clear, a no-deal outcome will be disastrous for the living standards of people in this country. If the shocking revelations of the Operation Yellowhammer leak weren't bad enough, forecasts by the Cabinet's Office's EU Transition Task Force go considerably further and combine the potential issue of no deal with a second wave of coronavirus. Shortages of fresh food, medicine and fuel, even chemicals for water purification, as well as price hikes on everyday items. Worst case scenario, yes, but would a government that cared even risk it? I simply can't get my head around the fact that this government are attempting to push through a project that the Treasury's own analysis says will lower GDP by 6.9% and destroy jobs. An analysis that was made even before the effects of the pandemic, which are a far cry from those Conservative Party posters we saw that said we're taking back control to protect jobs and businesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is an enormous act of self-harm. It damages us legally, reputationally and economically. And as government ministers admit, it's literally criminal to pass it. Thank you.
Okay, Katina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As Conservatives, we believe that this family of nations bound together by the Union forms the bedrock of our prosperity. And central to that prosperity is the freedom to trade unhindered across these islands. An internal market without barriers knitted together over 300 years. Now, for the last 40 of those years, the framework underpinning our single market was EU membership. But now that we've left, it's vital we set our own framework as we forge our future as an independent nation-state. In 1707, the Act of Union brought England and Scotland together. Of its 25 articles, 15 were economic in nature, including the creation of a customs and monetary union. And the reasons that spurred us on 300 years ago still exist today. To unlock our full financial power by pooling and sharing our resources, to defend the security of our nations, to provide access across the four nations to our international trading opportunities, and to create an integrated economic internal market. These four goals are just as valuable to the British people today as they were then, and this bill will help us achieve them. It will ensure that Scottish and Welsh businesses can continue to export their goods and services to their main trade destination, the rest of the UK, unhindered. A destination which accounts for a greater proportion of their trade than the rest of the world combined. The bill also allows the UK government's spending powers to benefit all its citizens, to join up and level up infrastructure spending with UK-wide strategies, to create a stronger economy for Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland. And it protects Northern Ireland's position in our union, ensuring the Good Friday Agreement is protected and that East-West economic relations are maintained. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I sincerely hope that the negotiations with the EU, as intended, will find a way to de-dramatise checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, either through the protocol or through a new free trade agreement. And I was glad to hear the PM say earlier today that we'll continue to use the mechanisms set out in the withdrawal agreement, such as the Joint Committee, to resolve disputes. However, considering the EU's reluctance to uphold the withdrawal agreement's clear and stated aim of ensuring Northern Ireland businesses can have unfettered access to Great British markets, I support us holding these new powers in reserve. Despite what those on the benches opposite might say, this bill will give more control that will flow to Cardiff, Belfast and Edinburgh, from fishing to farming to the environment. The devolved parliaments will gain 74 powers across different policy areas in this bill. In fact, this bill will be the greatest power-up of the devolved parliaments since their formation. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this started out as quite a sensible measure to protect the internal market, but it's become a monster which threatens devolution and our standing in the world. I listened carefully to the Prime Minister, but all I heard were the same old distortions, prevarications and half-truths. It's not good enough. I'll be voting for the reasoned amendment, and if that fails, I'll be voting against the bill, because I'm clear, lawmakers can't be lawbreakers. The people opposite won their seats by telling the electorate they had secured a deal. The PM toured the country in TV studios, telling us it was a great deal. Now he claims it's full of flaws and holes. What's becoming all too clear is that it's our Prime Minister who's full of flaws and holes. Didn't he know what he was signing? when he toured those studios, was he simply talking tosh? We're being asked to risk our country's reputation and our ability to negotiate or seek to enforce any future treaty or trade deal. International treaties are either binding or they're not. You can't have limited non-compliance. A lifetime ago, I worked with young offenders. I came across plenty who'd broken the law in a specific and limited way. It didn't make any difference, and no one here should countenance the idea that what we have been asked to agree is anything other than law-breaking. People who remember the Troubles know that we can't take chances with Northern Ireland. We shouldn't risk the security provided by the Good Friday Agreement. The Right Honourable Gentleman for Surrey Heath told us that the protocol was about ensuring continued peace and preserving the agreement. Surely we have enough on our plate trying to combat the pandemic. Maybe the Prime Minister should apply himself a bit more thoroughly to that task. We risk a return of mass unemployment with all the suffering and societal tensions that will bring. He should apply himself to that. We don't need juvenile brinksmanship. We need mature leadership and responsible behaviour. We need the government to knuckle down and fulfil their obligations under the agreement they signed and get us the deal they promised. Anything else is a betrayal of the British people.
Wakeford. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, our internal market of the United Kingdom, which has been established and has flourished for hundreds of years, despite what members of the opposition benches claim, supports millions of jobs and livelihoods across all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. It is right that we act to preserve the status quo of the internal market, as businesses are crying out for, and as the bill sets out. This bill ensures that goods can move freely throughout these aisles to benefit the numerous sectors, from Scotch whisky and Welsh farming to manufacturing in the northwest of England. Mr Deputy Speaker, in 2016 and again last December, the UK voted to take back control, and indeed we must do just that, and this bill intends to do just that. The SNP are claiming that this is taking powers away from Scotland, but this couldn't be further away from reality. Scotland sells more to the UK than to the rest of the world combined, and we on this side of the House wish for that to continue. Mr Deputy Speaker, those on the SNP benches wanted to revoke Article 50. If they had succeeded, they would have received no new powers whatsoever. And this bill sees one of the biggest transfers of power to the devolved nations in the history of devolution. But alas, this transfer of power doesn't fit with their narrative. Mr Deputy Speaker, like most members in this House, I've received a full mailbox in regards to this bill, with correspondence on both sides of the argument. Correspondence mainly from those with hashtag FBPE, hashtag rejoin on Twitter, are urging me to back my promise to the British people, one of getting Brexit done and delivering on the withdrawal agreement. And Mr Deputy Speaker, having signed up to the Stand Up for Brexit pledge, I intend on doing just that and backing my promise to the British people. Mr Deputy Speaker, for a successful nation and successful negotiation to take place, we need both parties to act in good faith. And hearing from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and reading what the UK's chief negotiator has said, it is clear that that is no longer the case. This bill addresses the lack of good faith from the European Union and maintains tariff-free, border-free trade to continue within the internal market. And whilst we on this side want to see the internal market prosper as a truly global Britain, and as my right honourable friend, the International Trade Secretary, has highlighted just today with the Great Britain-Japan trade deal, I'm happy to see that the opposition have finally come out of hiding in regards to anything Brexit-related for the first time in months. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, those on the opposite benches seek to hold our opportunities back, as they have over the last 4 years, in a bid to reduce the great ship Britannia to nothing more than a sluggish canal barge.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We now have a different range of voices from Northern Ireland in this Parliament. I want to make a few things clear at the outset. The majority of the people of Northern Ireland voted to remain. They also supported the wrongly maligned backstop, and they now pragmatically recognise the need for the protocol despite its challenges. And to be very clear, the majority of people and businesses in Northern Ireland do not want this government breaking international law on their behalf. Northern Ireland only works on the basis of sharing and interdependence. And the problem with any form of hard Brexit is it requires some form of interface between the UK and the single market and customs union. So the protocol is the inevitable consequence of a hard Brexit in order to address the particular circumstances of Northern Ireland and to protect the Good Friday Agreement. So this is an outworking of the decisions taken here in the UK, not something the European Union has foisted upon us. Indeed, I'm deeply concerned that the Prime Minister and the Government are twisting and distorting the meaning of the Good Friday Agreement for their own political ends. The principle of consent is certainly one major component of the Good Friday Agreement, and it is entrenched inside the withdrawal agreement. So the Union is not up for grabs in terms of this situation. That's a matter for the people of Northern Ireland to determine in due course. The Good Friday Agreement is in fact a broad range of relationships across our islands. The protocol is in effect the bare minimum to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. If we see a default on that, that then risks a return of some form of border in that context. The European Union is entitled to protect the integrity of the single market and customs union, and that will create a fresh form of tension. It is pragmatically easier to manage an interface down the Irish Sea than it is across the land border. We're talking different from 7 air and sea crossings versus 270 land crossings. And also the number of daily movements on the island far outweigh the number across the Irish Sea. However, we have to do all we can to reduce that to a minimum, to make that a dotted line. The way to achieve that is through building trust and good faith with the European Union and working through the mechanisms of the withdrawal agreement, the joint committee, and indeed the arbitration mechanism, if necessary, not circumventing it. We need to define what flexibilities and modalities that we can. The government are risking, through their action, no future relationship with the European Union. And that brings huge consequences for the UK economy and also makes the impact of the Northern Ireland Protocol down the Irish Sea even more stark. And quite amazingly, and I do support a trade deal with the United States, this is the dream of many Brexiteers who are foregoing their relationship with the European Union. I'm not quite sure they're picking up. This is a complete dead end if the Good Friday Agreement is compromised by this Parliament. Thank you.
Danny Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's been much criticism this evening of the Prime Minister, and I think he is at fault, or he was at fault. He was at fault for believing the EU when they said they would negotiate in good faith. He was at fault when he believed, when they said that they would respect the integrity of the UK and of our internal market. But he's not at fault for trying to remedy the situation with this legislation. Now, I think it's quite simple. If we don't get a deal that we like, we really have 3 options, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First, we can accept the EU's idea of a deal, which is to accept a rule-taking role in relation to Europe, which would be a breach of our manifesto and it would fail to deliver Brexit in a form that the people would recognise. That's option 1. Option 2 is that we get no free trade agreement, but we accept a border within the UK. We would breach the Act of Union and threaten the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. That's option 2. Or option 3, we can make a reasonable and legal change to the withdrawal agreement on terms that were understood and acceptable when that agreement was first framed in order to safeguard the Union and to deliver Brexit. And I suggest that these changes would be legal on the simple grounds that when laws conflict, as they do at this sort of transition phase, when laws conflict, domestic law takes precedence. And I wish he were in his place for me to pay tribute here to the honourable member, my friend, the member for Stone, who, of all members of this House, past and present, has done more than anybody else to deliver the sovereignty of this nation. And in the negotiations that went on this time last year, it was him who stood up more than anybody for the sovereignty of the UK, and it's because of him that we have enshrined in the Withdrawal Agreement Act the commitment to UK sovereignty, which we're relying on now. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll conclude with this. There is a 4th option, of course. There's 3 unpalatable options, and the third one, which we are, I hope, legislating into force now is an unpalatable one, but there is a fourth option, which is that we can get a deal that we can all accept, a deal that the EU itself accepted in principle in the negotiations last year, has said at the outset of our trade agreements would be possible. An agreement based on the deal that they have with Canada. That is the deal that would be acceptable and mean that we didn't have to do any of those unpalatable options I mentioned. And the way to do that is to pass this legislation so that we can give the government the negotiating hand it needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's clear from this bill that many of the contributions from the members opposite, bar some notable exceptions, that there appears to be little or no respect for democracy, devolution or international diplomacy on the government benches. I've heard from many people in Newport West in the last few days, and like them, I believe this bill represents the starting gun on a crude and unacceptable race to the bottom. If approved, it will ultimately lead to the undermining of our high food standards, our animal welfare rights and the environmental standards that have helped save lives and clean our air. The principle of mutual recognition in the bill will mean that if, say, the Welsh Government legislates to ban the sale of chlorinated chicken, a company based in England could add chemicals to their poultry and sell it across the border and face no penalties for doing so. In fact, if any attempt were made to prevent the sale of this produce, the company could then sue for loss of profits. To quote my colleague, the Welsh Counsel General, Jeremy Miles, the UK government plans to sacrifice the future of the Union by stealing powers from devolved administrations. This bill is an attack on democracy and an affront to the people of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland who have voted in favour of devolution on numerous occasions. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is nothing but a shameless power grab and it must be stopped. The First Minister of Wales, my right honourable friend Mark Drakeford, has said he's willing to negotiate in good faith with the UK government on the content, scope and structure of the frameworks that regulate the internal market. But he wishes to do so on a genuine national approach. I want to see the Welsh Government, the Scottish Government, the Northern Ireland Executive and the Westminster Government work together to agree common frameworks. Anything forced on Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland by Westminster is simply unacceptable. Our Prime Minister, who's developed a taste for breaking international law, now claims this bill is necessary because the withdrawal agreement was rushed through. Now, I haven't been here as long as some, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I've never heard such claptrap. The withdrawal agreement was negotiated by this Prime Minister. It was agreed by his cabinet and taken to the country in a general election. Yep. I say to the Treasury bench, don't try and take the people of Newport West or any other part of our country for fools, because you won't get away with it. We've heard from two former Conservative Prime Ministers, including the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. We've heard from former Conservative Party leaders. We've heard from many senior Tory backbenchers in this House and indeed in the other place. All raised caution. All recognise the importance of our international leadership and all made clear that we can never sanction law-breaking. I urge ministers to heed their calls. Sir John Major said, if we lose our reputation for honouring the promises we make, we will have lost something beyond price that may never be regained. It's 2020 and my constituents of Newport West and millions across the country have a government that seeks to undermine treaty obligation, that openly admits to breaking international law and has failed miserably at giving the country the leadership it needs. Britain deserves better than this.
Speaker, great consternation is felt in Scotland about the way in which Part 5 of this bill seeks to flout international law by breaking a treaty which the Prime Minister entered freely barely a year ago. There's a long tradition in Scotland going back to the declaration of Arbroath that neither the monarch nor the government are above the law, and the Prime Minister should really remember that, because it was Scotland's Supreme Court which led the way last year in ruling his prorogation of Parliament unlawful. But it seems the Prime Minister has learnt nothing from that debacle, nor has he learnt anything from the revulsion that was felt when he allowed his adviser Cummings to flout the lockdown restrictions that the rest of us had to obey. And over the last few days, we've watched a succession of Tory government lawyers make mealy-mouthed excuses for what this bill seeks to do. The Lord Chancellor says he will only resign if the government breaks the rule of law in a way in which is unacceptable. What, pray tell, Lord Chancellor, is an acceptable way to break the law? I'm sure the thousands of ordinary men and women who've been fined for breaking lockdown restrictions will be very interested to know the answer to that question. The Attorney General tells us that the English doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty means that she's happy to support this bill, and she cites the case of Miller 1. Seemingly, she's in ignorance that at paragraph 55 of that case, the UK Supreme Court also affirmed that treaties between sovereign states are governed by international law and not by domestic law. If she was capable of applying the most rudimentary legal analysis, she would realise that this means that so far as international law is concerned, the English doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty cannot supersede the UK's freely given agreement and obligations in the withdrawal agreement. And I'm ashamed to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Scottish Bar, that my fellow Scottish advocate, the Tories man in Scotland, the Advocate General, also seems to think it's okay to defend this bill. And I can only assume that he's happy to ignore the fact that in seeking to oust the jurisdiction of the Court of Session in respect of judicial review, Clause 45 of this bill breaches another treaty, the Treaty of Union, of which we've heard much this evening, Article 19 of which protects the supervisory jurisdiction of the Court of Session. So, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister and others have described this bill as a necessary safety net to protect the Union. But if he's looking at the opinion polls in Scotland, including the one that his own government commissioned, or reading the newspapers over the weekend, he will realise that in actual fact, far from protecting the Union, this bill will put a final nail in the Union's coffin.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill is necessary to secure free trade and prosperity throughout the United Kingdom, but of course the focus of much of this debate has not been on that. It's been on the legality or otherwise of the bill and the proposals before us. Now, in response, it must be noted that Parliament is sovereign. Parliament is supreme. Parliamentary sovereignty is one of the cornerstones of our Constitution and always has been. Legislation and the content of that legislation, whether to pass it or otherwise, is for Parliament and Parliament alone. The withdrawal agreement signed by the EU and the UK acknowledged that there might be difficulties with the Northern Ireland Protocol, as acknowledged earlier when he was in his place by the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North. The agreement states that if the application of the protocol leads to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties that are liable to persist, or to diversion of trade, the Union or the United Kingdom may unilaterally take appropriate safeguard measures. And provision was made for exactly this contingency in the EU Withdrawal Act of 2020, Section 38 of which stated that it is recognised that Parliament of the United Kingdom is sovereign. Accordingly, nothing in this Act derogates from the sovereignty of Parliament of the United Kingdom. Now, this was done because of the ambiguities in the withdrawal agreement relating to Northern Ireland. The agreement simultaneously holds that there will be unfettered access between Northern Ireland and the rest of Britain after the transition period, and that the EU's customs code will have direct effect in the territory of Northern Ireland. Well, at best, Mr Speaker, at the very least, that is an ambiguity. At the worst, it's a direct contradiction, because it means that it would fetter access to one place, but not to another. So this was always going to have to be dealt with in subsequent negotiations, and the main clauses in contention this evening, clauses 42, 43 and 45, will only come into effect if the Joint Committee cannot reach agreement. And we know that the Joint Committee negotiations have been going badly, particularly with regard to third country listings, and it has become apparent that the EU is taking a direction we cannot possibly support. Now, we also know that the EU is fearful of us. Why would they not be? A strong, independent, sovereign Britain prospering on their doorstep is not something that they would necessarily welcome. Now, in saying that, I am sure that both sides in the negotiation want to secure a free trade deal, and I wholeheartedly support that outcome. A free trade agreement will be a win-win for both sides, but it must not be at the expense either of our independent sovereignty or of the union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But we must be honest, the EU is negotiating with their best interests at heart, not Britain's. They've always sought to use Northern Ireland as a weapon to gain leverage in free trade talks. We must give the government the tools to push the EU in the direction of agreeing a strong free trade agreement. This bill seeks to do just that, and I will support it unamended.
Mr Speaker, I am a unionist. I believe we are stronger together, and I want a functioning UK internal market, but one that must be based on respect, on partnership and on consent, the very same principles that have underpinned the devolution settlement I and my party have proudly supported over the past 2 decades. Settlement that respects our different histories, cultures, languages and perspectives, but couples those with the pooled benefits of working together. To now undermine and disrespect this settlement, underpinned, I must say, Mr Deputy Speaker, by multiple referenda and the Good Friday Agreement, is both a breach of trust and deeply dangerous. And on Northern Ireland specifically, let us not forget that it was this Prime Minister that personally negotiated with the Taoiseach on the Wirral, gave his word to him and to all the communities of Northern Ireland. So to renege on those commitments now is both dangerous and devoid of moral principle, let alone, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it also imperils their stated wider goals for the so-called global Britain, such as a US trade deal. As Nancy Pelosi has said, what were they thinking? All of the chumminess of the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster with President Trump will not circumvent the United States Congress. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to come on to the other fundamental issue at stake here, which is that of international law and the rule of law. And I want to commend what the Right Honourable former Attorney General, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, said. Clauses 42, 43 and 45 are not, in his words, a clarification. They are a contradiction, not only of our commitment to international law, but to the very principle of the rule of law, that this country, Britain, has stood for as a beacon over multiple centuries, that saw us instrumental in the founding of the United Nations. 75th anniversary this year, the first General Assembly took place across the square from here, that stood for the establishment of the global human rights regime, for the International Criminal Court, for a rules-based financial and trading system, let alone the defence of our own interests from the Falklands to Gibraltar, and let alone when we ask Iran to abide by their nuclear commitments, the Communist Party of China to adhere to the Sino-British Joint Declaration, for Russia to respect the territorial integrity of the Ukraine, or to take responsibility for poisoning their own citizens or using chemical weapons on the soil of this country, or when we rightly support the prosecution of those who committed genocide in Bosnia, in Rwanda, or now we see against the Rohingya or the Uyghurs. This goes, Mr Deputy Speaker, well beyond Brexit. We all have our views on Brexit and on the Prime Minister's failures to bring forward an oven-ready deal. But this is about Britain, who we want to be, the type of country we want to be, one that upholds the rule of law, upholds standards, stands for a beacon for democracy and the rule of law in the world, or whether we simply want to become a pariah. And I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many of courage, many women and men of courage on the other side who say things in the corridors of this place. The question is, will they now stand by their consciences in this vote tonight?
Smith. Mr Deputy Speaker, we should not be here today debating this bill, not because it is wrong, but because it should not be necessary. We entered into an agreement with the European Union in good faith, and it is a shame that this good faith has not been reciprocated. Using a matter such as third country listings, which should be a formality, as leverage on state aid and fisheries policy, is not negotiating in good faith. Does the EU believe that their own rules and standards are not good enough now? Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are the rules and standards that we currently operate under. They know them well, although it should be said they aren't always the best at following these rules themselves. We must now be explicit. Northern Ireland is not on the table, and neither are the people who live there. They never have been. We will not accept the blockading of agriculture within our own country. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is about making the choice very clear. Canada or Australia. The European Union told us the Canada deal was on the table, so what has suddenly changed? This bill gives us the option of protecting our internal market and the status of Northern Ireland as an equal partner in this United Kingdom, and not as a bargaining chip or an afterthought. I hope we never have to use it, but we owe it to the people of this country to make these provisions. We must stand in solidarity with the people of Northern Ireland and our honourable friends in this chamber to protect the status of the Union and to protect the Belfast Agreement. We will not allow the EU to divide us. If the opposition want us chained to EU rules and to make concessions on fisheries and state aid, then they should say this. There's an old saying that starts with the phrase, "Give a man a fish." For some, unfortunately, they would give a man as many fish as he wants. We should not be running the risk of a blockade on agriculture between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Perhaps the EU wants to cut off their nose to spite their face, whatever the cost to themselves and their own economies at this difficult time. Perhaps they want huge tariffs on our lamb, our pork, our beef. But I doubt it. They will know the risks and that, if my honourable friends will excuse the term, the stakes are too high. That is why this bill is so vital. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, the European Union needs to learn that Northern Ireland and our precious Union is off the table. Our opposition now need to come off the fence. I wholeheartedly support this bill and would urge others in this chamber to do the same. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
It's difficult to know where to start with this bill. So numerous are the egregious assumptions, the pitfalls, the Trojan horses lurking within it. So I'll be brief and specific. For Wales, this legislation is damaging without precedent, emerging fully fledged as the single biggest sustained assault yet to threaten devolution and our powers. It scorns 2 referenda and seeks to overturn the reiterated will of the Welsh people, not only weakening the powers of the Senedd, but explicitly reserving new powers to this place. This bill would render Wales powerless to stop low-quality produce, such as chlorinated chicken, from flooding our supermarkets and undercutting Welsh farmers by being cheaper. This bill would permit a 21st century Tryweryn by giving Westminster more spending powers directly over water infrastructure. It would invalidate buy local policies in Wales by making it illegal to place goods from another part of the UK at a disadvantage compared to local goods in Wales. The party opposite would hold the whip hand over our Senedd attempts to protect our NHS against privatisation through damaging trade deals. It holds up the spectre of no trade deal with the UK due to the Prime Minister breaking international law, which would wreak havoc on businesses already suffering the effects of COVID-19. It could force Wales to accept abuses of animal welfare in food production, with the Senedd powerless to block such produce from entering our markets if they were to be tolerated in other parts of the UK. And who is even speaking for the future of the port of Holyhead? Whatever some members opposite like to say, devolution is no experiment. It lives and breathes in Wales. Our democracy is growing in the last 2 decades and more, in confidence and in power, and our wings will not be clipped. Plaid Cymru will stand up for our powers and our Senedd every step of the way, and we will not be supporting this bill.
Richards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that the government is right to bring this forward. It protects the union of the United Kingdom, safeguards Northern Ireland and paves the way for the return of many of our laws from Brussels. There's been a lot of talk in the media and from the opposition about the supposed illegal nature of this bill if it becomes law, but this bill does not itself break international law. Many commentators seem to think that by passing the bill it will mean that we're immediately breaching the withdrawal agreement. But the bill is simply a safeguard if no trade agreement is reached with the EU. Should ministers end up using the powers made available to them under this bill, then the withdrawal agreement could indeed be broken. But it's clear that this is very much the last resort. And let's face it, most EU member states aren't squeaky clean on these issues. On Thursday, the 10th of September this year, the European Court of Auditors reported that 15 EU states had breached EU rules in agreeing bilateral commercial deals with China, which they've identified as having both political and economic risks, as well as how they have violated EU rules by bypassing the EU Commission before they completed these trade deals. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's this level of hypocrisy and double standards that myself and the people of West Bromwich East recognised prior to casting our votes in 2016. It's what spurred 68% of my constituents to vote to leave. As has been made obvious throughout these negotiations, it's the EU that's not for turning. I've spoken before about this level of hypocrisy, both in this chamber before and to Mr Barnier himself when he appeared before the Select Committee on our future relationship with the EU. On the 5th of May, the German Federal Constitutional Court ruled the European Central Bank's 2015 policy to buy bonds as part of its quantitative easing stimulus package was not covered by their mandate. The German courts ruled that they had the ability to determine when and if Germany is subordinate to EU law. Mr Barnier dismissed my points. He said it was unfortunate but not relevant to Brexit. But it most certainly is.
because for the first time in history, a national court refused to submit to the ECJ as a member state. So why, as an independent state, should the UK be subject to EU law in our future relationship, while Germany seems to believe their domestic courts can supersede ECJ rulings with regards to monetary policy? The EU doesn't recognise this hypocrisy, but my constituents do. So if the EU don't like this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a very simple solution. They should drop their arbitrary red lines, get around the table in good spirits, and do a trade deal that we can accept. The fact that we have to go to these lengths to protect the Union of the UK further highlights the absurdity of the situation and why we voted to leave. I would urge all members in this place to put the Union of the United Kingdom above the European Union and pass this bill tonight.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. By rushing through this legislation, this government is actually treating the people of Leicester and the entire British public with utter contempt. Perhaps more than any election in recent memory, the 2019 general election was decided by a single issue. The Prime Minister promised to get Brexit done, and his party boasted time and time again about an oven-ready deal which would settle the divisive issue of Brexit for good. Very good, he said. Great, he said. Wonderful, fantastic. These are just some of the words of the Prime Minister's general election campaign, descriptions of the Brexit deal, which he is now openly willing to break international law in order to rewrite. This is an agreement that the Prime Minister negotiated and signed himself, yet he is now saying it contains grave problems that could break up our country. Mr Speaker, I do not know of any instance in which a government has openly admitted to flouting its central election promise less than a year into its administration. This is an unprecedented failure which raises serious questions about the government's entire mandate. Yet sadly, it comes as no real surprise. This government is the embodiment of elitist double standards in which it's one rule for them and another one for everyone else. The Prime Minister is also apparently not satisfied with misleading the public once by claiming that his half-baked deal was oven-ready. In addition, his government is now being dishonest about the reasons why the deal must be changed. The issue of state and customs declarations are not a revelation, but were repeatedly and explicitly spelled out to the government last year, not least by their confidence and supply partners, the DUP. Well, in this House, we cannot risk the sanctity of the Good Friday Agreement or threaten peace on the island of islands, yet this is what this legislation proposes to do. So why? This self-inflicted crisis is either a counterproductive negotiation tactic or a pathetic attempt to distract this government from the calamitous record over the last few months. After all, Mr Speaker, this is a government that has overseen the worst coronavirus death rate of any European country. So I would say that this, Mr Deputy Speaker, Boris Johnson and his ministers are used to U-turning, but the Prime Minister and his ministers are used to U-turning, but tearing up their own international agreement.
Sorry, we have to move on. We have to move on. And please remember, please do not refer to other members by their names. Lee Anderson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I agree with the people of Ashfield who tell me that British members of Parliament should act in the best interests of the UK and not the EU. And let's face it, the EU have negotiated in bad faith throughout, and we need to protect ourselves by showing strong leadership when dealing with the EU. We have a proud tradition of standing up for ourselves in Europe, and being no doubt there are other European countries looking at us right now for leadership. This time last year, I was just a normal member of the public watching this place on the telly and shouting and screaming at these green benches because of the deadlock and the daily nonsense we had to put up with. Well, I'm here now, and the people of Ashfield will be listened to. On the 31st of December, we will lose rules that have regulated the home nations for the past 45 years, and this legislation will ensure we retain internal trade, which hundreds of jobs in Ashfield depend on. Business leaders in Ashfield and Eastwood tell me that they cannot go into next year with unnecessary barriers for business and additional costs for consumers. They need certainty, and this oven-ready bill provides certainty. Right now, we are at a critical moment in making sure we have a prosperous future post-Brexit. And we need to make sure that we have a system in place that allows a free market in goods and services with all 4 nations in the UK. This bill allows that. This bill will protect jobs and encourage growth across the whole of the United Kingdom, whilst allowing Northern Ireland unfettered access to the rest of the UK. And I cannot understand why anyone would not be in favour of this bill. Our Prime Minister is right to put our country first, and he is right to try and secure trade within the UK. I strongly believe that our Prime Minister has our best interests at heart, and I back him 100%. We voted to leave, and the Prime Minister is making sure we do it on our terms whilst putting the whole of the UK first. But once again, it's disappointing to see the opposition opposing what the British people want. Perhaps they need to speak to some real people. Not their mates in the tea room reading The Guardian, but real people. Like the ones in Ashfield, which is now a safe Tory seat. And there's nothing illegal about bringing this bill to Parliament. We voted to leave to take back control and make our own laws, which is what we are doing right now. Members of this House need to decide where their loyalties lie. Is it with the EU or with the United Kingdom? And on behalf of the people of Ashfield and Eastwood, my loyalties are with the UK.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I first raised the issue of the Northern Ireland border the Monday after the referendum. I have skin in the game, I have family both sides of that border, and I have watched every twist and turn since. I have been, and again this weekend, I despair at the language, the deep ignorance, the disregard for some fragile settlements, and for the 1.9 million people who live there who frankly deserve better. The Tories got themselves caught up on a toxic triangle of the ERG Brexit, the differential rules across the Union, and their obligations under the Belfast Good Friday Agreement settlement. And the Prime Minister chose his party. He did that through the protocol, and now we need to make it work, because he agreed the differential rules across his precious Union. Now, I am someone who takes a lot of interest in the constitutional settlement across these islands. I'm Vice Chair of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, and I visited many of those legislatures in Edinburgh, Cardiff, Belfast, Dublin, in Jersey, Guernsey, Sark and the Falklands. These places reflect their history as part of the United Kingdom family, and they take great pride in it and what we do, and they are watching. So I read the White Paper in July with some dismay. In the last 2 decades particularly, our constitution has changed. But you'd read that White Paper and think that nothing had changed in 200 years. The Acts of Union that got us to this place didn't just happen. They were violent, they were disputed, they involved an awful lot of money passing hands as well as land, and there are different readings of our history. And that has resulted in many years of debate across these islands. It's an evolving, dynamic situation, and one that is actually very precious. And it's something we need to be mindful of. I'm also a member of the Public Administration Constitutional Affairs Committee, and this summer we have also expressed our great reservations about this bill, the speed of the consultation, concern at the constitutional aspects. It is primarily an economic bill, but it is deeply constitutional. We have asked about independent monitoring body will report directly to the House of Commons, and we are concerned that provisions in the bill and the need to make account for the intergovernment relations that are coming. Last week, we had the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster at committee, and we were told that we would see the Dunlop report published before the bill hits the statute book at the end of this year. It is cart before the horse. It would have been much better to have these discussions and respect the common frameworks before bringing this bill forward. The government needs to dial down the rhetoric. It needs to get back to the negotiation table, and it needs to treat this Parliament and the devolved legislators with much greater respect.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm not going to spend what precious minutes I have talking about what the people voted for in December, because frankly, the mandate given to us by the British people should be reverberating around the chamber already. And the mandate was clear that we were expected to leave the European Union, and certainly as a member of the Conservative and Unionist Party, I would have an obligation to do everything I could to protect the integrity of the Union. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't think we can ignore the context of this bill. We are in the midst of a negotiation. In fact, we're quite near the end. We're almost there. A negotiation which both parties entered into in good faith. And this is a reciprocal obligation. And clearly, the European Union is not acting in good faith. And the European Union will naturally do everything they can that is in their interest. Why wouldn't they? They will want to do everything they can to make it harder for us to do a deal. But threatening the integrity of our union is just not a negotiation in good faith and is too far. Too often, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hear that the EU is some noble entity, as is so often argued across many parts of this chamber, but also across the country, but one that has no objection, Mr Deputy Speaker, on overturning the mandate of the people when it does not get what they want. They have a track record which is anything but noble. But that is not us. This bill protects the union and also says that Northern Ireland is part of our union and is not a negotiating football. Our job, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to strengthen the hands of our negotiating team. This bill is a plan B, but it's a plan B that says that we will not be bullied. This is a plan B that says that this is one mandate that the European Union cannot ignore. Thank you.
Lesterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Labour Party stands for the rule of law. We stand for the international rules-based system. We stand for peace in Northern Ireland and the settlement that has lasted for 22 years as well. And we stand for keeping promises to the British people which then go on to be enshrined in British law. Which begs the question, what do Conservative MPs stand for anymore if they are prepared to break promises on all three of those areas? What is it they are promising that is different now? Why is it different now to what they promised in a general election? An oven-ready deal, a deal that was the greatest ever in the easiest in human history. What changed? What went so wrong? Why are they shouting for more time, that they didn't have enough time then, when they were telling us then that that was all the time they needed, and they didn't need to spend any longer scrutinising the legislation, which suddenly they find to have flaws in it. There is a serious lack of trust and credibility, which we can see around the world and across these islands, as a result of the behaviour of this government, supported by far too many of their backbenchers so far this evening. The breathtaking way, the brazen way at the dispatch box last week, we heard a cabinet minister saying that it was okay to break international law, albeit in a specific and limited way. It's breaking the law whether it's in a specific and limited way or not, and that is the reality. The withdrawal agreement, of which the Northern Ireland Protocol is part, is part of the answer to guaranteeing the peace that has been so sacrosanct for that last 22 years. They are in denial. They are pretending it is the opposite. They are pretending that what they said last year was the way of defending the peace is no longer true, and it simply doesn't stack up. And what of state aid? Today we hear of a deal being done. It's good news it's being done with Japan, but with a completely different state aid regime from the one the government says it wants with the EU. They can't operate two different state aid regimes. It won't work. When is the penny going to drop for them? And as to standards, the bill undermines farmers. It undermines our animal welfare standards. It undermines the devolution settlement. And it lacks the scrutiny, just as the trade bill did before and continues to do so with this bill. Ministers will be able to act as they want. This is a bunch of incompetents and chancellors at their worst, and they need to think again.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would first like to begin with that it is my understanding that the Government has done nothing illegal in putting this bill before Parliament. After all, debating and amending bills is the purpose of this place. For the Government to bring this bill before Parliament for it to be scrutinised, amended and put through only reaffirms the sovereignty of Parliament. As the Withdrawal Act reasserts the sovereignty of Parliament, it would be flawed to conclude that the laying of this bill breaks any law. Furthermore, members and right honourable members should remind themselves that the reasoning behind this bill is to protect the greatest union of nations that has ever existed. In 2016, it was the people of that union who voted to leave the European Union in a referendum. They did not vote to be broken up. My constituents of Don Valley voted overwhelmingly for our country to leave and re-establish our place in the world as a sovereign, independent state once again. The European Union needs to accept that. After all, it was only yesterday that the Leader of the Opposition wrote in the Sunday Telegraph that both sides should hunker down in good faith and break the logjam. Unfortunately, after recent reports from our own negotiating team, the EU does not appear to be conducting negotiations in any form of good faith. And it is due to this lack of good faith from the EU that the government, rightly so, has formulated the Internal Market Bill to protect the Union. While I understand the reasons why some honourable and right honourable members have reservations about this bill, it is the best way for the government to send a clear message to the European Union that we are serious about protecting the internal market. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I became a Member of Parliament, I watched this House debate our withdrawal from the EU and tear itself apart in front of the eyes of the country, the European Union and the world. It was this chaos which strengthened the European Union's position and led them to pressure the then government, to sign up to a withdrawal agreement that was rejected 3 times by this House. We must not let this happen again. Most members, including myself, still want to deal with the European Union, yet only by uniting behind this bill can we sufficiently strengthen our negotiating team's position. It is my fear that if the European Union yet again sees this place divided, then we will carry on acting in bad faith and will continue to act unreasonably. I therefore urge members and right honourable members to support this legislation so this Parliament can show unity, protect the Union and uphold the will of the British people.
Anna McLaurin. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a deeply shameful moment for our country, and how far this toxic government is willing to threaten peace, erode cooperation and trust, and strip devolved governments of their decision-making powers. How easy they find it to dangle the safety and security of our fragile and COVID-hit economies, businesses and livelihoods. How unashamed this government appears when faced with risking Britain's reputation and breaking international law. But I stand here speaking for my constituents of Cardiff North, who are aghast at this government's behaviour. And this bill should actually be about how the internal market works, but it's instead a full attack on democracy, on the people of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland who have voted for devolution several times over. We need an efficient, functioning internal market, but this bill does not just threaten over 2 decades of devolution, it rips right through the devolution settlements without consent. A power grab preventing Wales from imposing its own standards on goods and services, leading inevitably to a race to the bottom, undermining the people of Wales and their democratic rights, overriding the Welsh Government in acting in their best interests. This should be determined by the Welsh people and those they elect in the Senedd, preventing a common framework and stealing powers from Wales, riding roughshod over the Welsh Government's right to set those food standards, create laws, for example, on single-use plastics, on welfare, animal welfare standards, on environmental law, to name but a few. And this is simply an assault on the people of Wales. And I will continue to fight for the constituents of mine in Cardiff North against this blatant power grab, the dilution of rights and standards, and against a bill that breaks international law. And it doesn't just steal powers, it robs the Welsh people of a way of life and values that we have come to expect. The people of Wales and the people of Cardiff North deserve better, and that is why I will be voting against this bill tonight.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have heard time and time again tonight that the people are watching and our reputations online, and I could not agree with more. The people of the world are watching. Our reputations is on the line. But I say to you this, the people are watching and saying, are we a sovereign, independent nation? Do we have a reputation to uphold the will of the people? Or do we want to be shackled to the European Union, an organisation, a body that our public has time and time again voted one way or the other to make us to leave? Are we willing to be subservient? Are we willing to backslide against our own voters? Are we so ashamed of our own country that we can't actually stand up on our own 2 feet? Because this is what this bill is about. This bill is about us standing on our own 2 feet, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is about our internal market. And yes, it is about the Union. But the most successful union that has ever been in this world, the United Kingdom, the union of 4 great nations. It is not about the failed ideology of the European Union. A failed organisation that is willing not to play with the straight back, that is going against the word, that is willing to break up our own union for the sake of themselves. That is not playing things straight. Madam Deputy Speaker, they remind me almost of a spoilt child when you're in the playground. That you don't want to play with anymore, so instead of allowing you to borrow the ball, they will happily break your ball, and they will happily break up our European Union. And I think all members of this House have to realise who we are dealing with. We are not dealing with people who are treating us equally. These are people, an organisation that's willing to sacrifice our country, our very essence, for their own project. Now, they're perfectly entitled to, because they are fighting for their own members' rights. But I am here to fight for the rights of people of Rother Valley. I am here to fight for the rights of the people of England. I am here to fight for the rights of the United Kingdom of the 4 countries. I am not here to represent the European Union. I am not an honourable member for Brussels East or Warsaw West. I am here to represent the people of Rother Valley because they want a United Kingdom and they want to lead the European Union. And this is no more, these oppositions are no more, this disunity is no more than people once again saying, you don't know what you voted for. You are too stupid to negotiate. You can't do this. And I say no, Madam Deputy Speaker. We voted again and again for our country. And again, the opposition benches, the Labour Party, and hot with the SNP, who also want to break up our country, are willing to destroy everything. Destroy everything. It is our country. You'll find had an act of union and a referendum to have it our country. We are one family. And you may not like, just like when you fall out, I'm sure, with your nephew or nieces, but we are still family. We have disagreements. But I'll tell you who's not part of the family, and that's the European Union. Because we have had the divorce bill. We have divorced them. And we are going our own free way. So we need to be united together against the European Union, against their backsliding, and say, we are one country, we are a proud nation, and together we'll go forward for one United Kingdom.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've been contacted by a number of constituents regarding this bill, and I know that it is of concern to many in the Jarrow constituency. And whether the constituents of Jarrow voted to leave or remain, what the majority of people there now want to see is this government getting on with securing the best possible deal with the EU. A deal that governs future trade and relations, and one that protects and promotes jobs, employment rights and peace in Northern Ireland. And I share that view. And I'm disappointed that the government are stalling over their Brexit deal. It's extremely frustrating when we were told that the UK and the EU were so close to agreeing an oven-ready Brexit deal and that progress was being made on the outstanding issues. The Prime Minister is now willing to tear up the withdrawal agreement in preparation for a no-deal end to the transition period, which would be an absolute disaster. This government are no strangers to U-turns, of course, but tearing up their own international agreement, which they negotiated, has got to be a new low. We do not have time for this. We're in the middle of a public health emergency and an economic crisis, and the government needs to stop frustrating their deal so we can all focus our efforts on tackling the coronavirus crisis. A competent government would never have entered into a binding agreement
with provisions it intended to go back on? Or did the government just not read the small print? And for this government to openly flout international law tells me that we are in very dangerous territory. And like this Prime Minister, is no stranger to a U-turn, he is also no stranger to breaking the law, as we saw last year with unlawful shutting down of Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, we may need a strong internal market, but this should have been a straightforward piece of legislation, and instead it's caused chaos within the government's own party, it risks our international reputation and advocates breaking international law. And for those reasons, amongst others, I cannot support it and I will be voting against it.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our union benefits us all, and I support the measures in this bill which strengthen our union, support our businesses and create more opportunities for those living and working in the UK. However, there are several clauses in Part 5 which cause me great concern. Allow me to lay out my thoughts and concerns to the House. Parliament is sovereign. The critical question is not can Parliament do it, but should Parliament do it. Parliament can, if it wills, to create, amend, rescind any domestic legislation or, as is the subject today, break an international treaty enshrined in domestic legislation. And of course, it is not unimaginable that there may well be situations where that is necessary. In response to a situation of national crisis, a dire emergency. But this decision must never, ever be taken lightly, and we must do everything reasonably possible to avoid it. So important is the rule of law and our commitment to international obligations. The consequences of breaching an international treaty are very grave indeed, and so, if we do, or even propose that we do, not only must our justification be clear, but it must also be the very last thing that we do, after we have exhausted all arbitration and legal recourse. It must be an action taken in extremis, not preemptively. Madam Deputy Speaker, we trade and benefit from our international reputation. The United Kingdom has an old and proud democracy. My constituency, Runnymede and Weybridge, the birthplace of Magna Carta, the birthplace of the rule of law. And as we go out into the world as global Britain, seeking to make new trade deals, we will depend on our reputation more than ever. And that means respecting the rule of law. If we damage our reputation, we will hamstring global Britain and our ability to seize the opportunities that Brexit presents. I know my neighbour, the Chancellor for Duchy and Lancaster, and the government are very mindful of the issues I've raised regarding our international reputation, our international obligations, the difficulty we will have in calling out Russia and China when they breach their commitments, and the importance of squaring this up with protecting our union. And so I do ask them to think again regarding the resolution to the issues we are facing. And I hope they see the constructive nature and spirit of my words and concerns of many fellow members on this side of the House, and across the House indeed. Of course, what we really need more than anything is to get a Canada-style free trade deal with the EU, which the government is pushing hard to get. But with or without a free trade agreement with the EU, the UK does need the internal market bill. There's a lot of good in it, and I want to support it. But for the reasons I've laid out just now, I regret I cannot support this bill unamended.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an outrage, thumbing a nose at international law, at our Irish friends and at our allies, even while still in negotiations with them. It would be farcically funny, if not so deadly serious. And it's not only our international partners that the Prime Minister has been double-dealing with, it is ordinary people. The oven-ready deal he sold is now shown to be nothing more than a pig in a poke. So the fact that this bill has been introduced, never mind the fact that it will almost certainly be passed by this chamber, is extraordinary. It's hugely damaging to the reputation of the UK, and it speaks starkly to the drastic weaknesses and feeble checks and balances at the heart of the UK Constitution. And of course, the bill lays bare this government's attitudes to devolution and democratic accountability. In short, it does not care for it one jot. The government pretends that it's merely adopting an EU-style approach to creating a single market, but it is doing nothing of the sort. Where we should have had consent and cooperation, we have imposition. Instead of subsidiarity, we have centralisation. Instead of minimum standards, we have the starting gun for a race to the bottom. Instead of protecting devolved powers are being reserved or utterly undermined. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill speaks more broadly to the direction of travel we face in the United Kingdom. Instead of a partnership of equals, it's Westminster knows best. Yet again, we are seeing one Parliament, this Parliament, unilaterally altering the competences of another and giving ministers the power to do so again and again at the stroke of a pen. That doesn't happen in other Western democracies. There would be double majorities, supermajorities and referenda before one Parliament or government could take powers from another. So perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, the one positive from this bill is that it makes plain like never before that the constitution of the British state isn't fit for purpose, and it flags up the real dangers that lie ahead if Scotland remains part of it.
Shadow Cabinet Office Minister Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK has left the European Union and we all agree on the need for clear terms for the UK single market to operate effectively. Many, although not all of us, believe in a united kingdom. But we should all value devolution and its contribution to the rich tapestry of our country. The Good Friday Agreement, whose groundwork began under a Conservative government and fulfilled under a Labour one, has rightly been a source of admiration around the world, as has our adherence to the rule of law. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to read out a few lines that have really resonated with me. The rule of law is the most precious asset of any civilised society because it ensures that when those who hold power abuse it, they can be checked. Those words are from the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. And in a few moments' time, he's going to urge honourable and right honourable members to vote for a piece of legislation that he knows and accepts, and the government accepts, seeks to break international law. How on earth, Madam Deputy Speaker, did the government get in this place? And that is a question that many honourable and right honourable members have asked in the Chamber throughout the course of the debate this afternoon and this evening. And we have heard some incredibly powerful contributions today. And it's probably unwise of me to single out any of them. But let me just mention a few. The Honourable Member for Foyle invoked John Hume being a pathfinder for peace in Northern Ireland. The Honourable Member for North East Hertfordshire spoke about breaking the law just not being something that this country does. The Honourable Member for Wallasey spoke about the gigantic act of self-harm that we are embarking on, masquerading as a negotiating strategy. And the Honourable Member for Inverness spoke about the danger of watering down our standards. And of course, the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst gave a powerful speech. Him and me have history. He roundly defeated me in the Bromley and Chislehurst by-election in 2006. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not hold that against him. He is held in high esteem on all sides of this House, and he is motivated by trying to get the government to move, and I hope that they do. However, whatever the Act lays down, when the provisions come into force, the very act of Parliament passing this legislation is in itself a breach of international law. And that's because it breaches Article 5 of this government's withdrawal agreement, an international treaty. Because it goes against the government's commitment to refrain from measures that jeopardise the attainment of the objectives of the withdrawal agreement. And it is very important to understand this, because this is merely the starter for law-breaking that this government envisages. The main course, as we know from the Prime Minister's speech today, is still to come, presumably in the Finance Bill on GBNI trade. So honourable and right honourable members should be under no illusions. If they vote for this bill tonight, they will find themselves on a slippery slope, being asked to vote for yet another law-breaking bill. We say it's time to draw a line and stand up for the rule of law. There is a certain degree of irony in all of this, isn't there? Today we are asking the public to adhere to much stricter guidelines about who they can meet and where. Breaking those laws can result in police action. Indeed, this morning in a radio interview, the policing minister so that if people are concerned about others breaking the law, then they should consider phoning the non-emergency police number. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if you may give guidance to the House. If the British public observed this government breaking the law, who should they telephone? A party that once treasured institutions, traditions, conventions and the rule of law trashes them in plain sight, with the whole world looking on, frankly, in despair. This was once the party that claimed to be the party of law and order. Well, Sir Robert Peel would not recognise the modern Conservative Party promoting this bill this evening. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government say that they have no choice. So let me directly address the latest claims that the government makes. The Prime Minister's Project Fear speaks of food blockades and that the Northern Ireland Protocol could enable, and I quote, a foreign power to break up our country. The question has to be asked, Madam Deputy Speaker, how could any responsible Prime Minister sign up to such agreement, campaign on it throughout a general election and ratify it as an international treaty if this were the case? Is the message to the House and to the country that the Prime Minister was too incompetent to notice the contradictions, or that he noticed them and simply did not care? And if that really were the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, why then does this legislation only address trade from Northern Ireland to Great Britain? This bill even fails under the terms of the Prime Minister's own arguments. He hasn't thought this through. Or is the real justification for all this serving other political purposes? Is this some unorthodox negotiating strategy, trashing our good name in the process? Reputations are hard won, but they are easily lost, and that is what the government is embarking upon this evening. And in doing so, they are using Northern Ireland as a political football. That is wrong, so wrong. Not one of the explanations to justify the bill this evening speaks well of the Prime Minister's integrity, and it does not speak well of his judgment either. I would urge the government to take a step back. It's not too late. The ministers would have heard this afternoon and this evening from honourable and right honourable members on all sides of the House urging them to take that step back, to think again, to not go down this route, and it is not too late. And I would urge both sides, the United Kingdom and the European Union, to drop the rhetoric, to stop the posturing, as my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, has argued this afternoon, and start negotiating properly and to take this seriously. And that message is for both sides in these negotiations. Let me end by saying this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have spoken in many debates in this House of Commons in the 10 years that I have been a Member of Parliament. But few have had the gravity or the implications of this bill that we are debating today and voting on this evening. Every living Prime Minister, 5 of them in total, 3 of them Conservatives, tell us that this bill does serious damage to our standing in the world. The 2 former Prime Ministers who were the architects of the Good Friday Agreement, so vital for our United Kingdom and peace within the United Kingdom, warn us of the dangers of what the government is doing. I say that every member of this House should heed those warnings and listen to those words. No one knows more than those former Prime Ministers the risks that we are taking and the risks of the slippery slope that we are embarking on. Around the world, people are looking at us and asking who we really are. What kind of country do we want to be on the 1st of January next year outside the orbit of the European Union? I say let's stand up for our proudest traditions. Let's stand up for the Britain that I know and love. A Britain that stands proud on the world stage and stands there with moral authority. A country that cares about the rule of law, here and abroad, and stands up for it. So I urge members on all sides of the House to support our reasoned amendment this evening and vote against this squalid bill tonight.
Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, who always makes her case
with clarity, with force, and from principle. And I know that everyone who listened to her speech will have recognised the powerful case that she was making. I didn't agree with everything that she said, but I'm sure everyone in the House recognises that she's a strong and effective advocate for her party and her principles. And I'd like to thank all of those who spoke in this debate. We had more than 60 speeches, all of them contributing, I think, to the reputation of this House of Commons. We have very thoughtful speeches, of course, from a variety of select committee chairs, and we also had some very passionate speeches as well, including, as the Honourable Lady mentioned, from the member for Foyle and, of course, from the member for East Antrim. Those two representatives of constituencies from Northern Ireland took different views, passionately different views, on the merits of this legislation. And it's that very passion, and indeed the importance of democracy, not just to Northern Ireland, but to the whole of the United Kingdom, which means that we should all try to look calmly at the bill before us, before voting tonight, and before looking at the various amendments that may be put forward in the committee stage. And I think it's important if I remind the House what this bill does, what it does not do, and also how together we can address legitimate concerns which have been raised in good faith by honourable members. It is the case that this bill protects, enhances and strengthens our union and the prosperity of all our people. And it is all the more crucial that we take these steps as we recover from the dreadful COVID-19 pandemic. We need to work together as one United Kingdom, displaying solidarity and resolve in order to ensure that the prosperity that we generate is shared for all of the people that we represent. And it's a fact that each of the parts of the United Kingdom trade more with each other than with anyone else. It's a fact that each of the peoples of the United Kingdom rely more on each other than anyone else. And all of the peoples of the United Kingdom are stronger when we work together, act together and stick together. And I think no one summed up the essence of this bill better than my honourable friend, the member for Murray. He said this is a bill about jobs and businesses. The 545,000 jobs that, as he reminded us, in Scotland rely on the integrity of our internal market. He reminded us that, coincident with this bill, there is a power surge for all the devolved administrations, with hundreds of powers going to the devolved assemblies to strengthen devolution. And he also stressed that the importance of devolution was that all our citizens could see our governments working together. The United Kingdom government working with the Northern Ireland Executive, with the Senate in Wales, and of course with the Scottish government. Not at this stage. Now, what this bill is not doing is not walking away from negotiation with the European Union. Those negotiations go on with David Frost and Michel Barnier, with myself and my friend Maroš Šefčovič in the Joint Committee. We're committed to making a success of those negotiations. What this bill is not about is abandoning the withdrawal agreement. The withdrawal agreement is there. We're safeguarding the rights of 3 million EU citizens in the UK, just as EU nations are safeguarding the rights of 1 million UK citizens in the EU. And this bill is certainly not about declining to implement the Northern Ireland Protocol. As the member for East Antrim reminded us, with some regret on his part, it is the case that we are erecting border inspection posts for sanitary and phytosanitary checks in Northern Ireland even now, and we are investing hundreds of millions of pounds in helping Northern Ireland businesses be ready for the new processes that come with the protocol. If we were not serious about implementing the protocol, then we would not be incurring the inevitable resistance from some as we see those border inspection posts erected, as we see traders prepared for the implementation of the protocol. The idea that we're abandoning it is simply for the birds. And also what this bill is not a threat to devolution. And here I must turn to my old friend, the member for Roscoe and Lochaber. He gave the longest speech in this debate, and his speech, like all of his speeches, was true to the John Lewis guarantee. No argument was knowingly undersold. But in his gusto to make his arguments and the lyricism with which he made his case, I fear he obscured one or two details. He talked about the threat to water in Scotland. But if you look at the bill and the schedule, it's clear that water is excluded from the provisions of the bill. He talked about the threat to the NHS, a UK institution. If you look at the schedule to the bill, you'll see that healthcare services are excluded. I'm perfectly happy to spend more time with the right honourable gentleman because it's always a pleasure to take him through this bill, to calm him and to point out the ways in which it strengthens the union but also respects devolution. And devolution is what indeed it does respect. Now, because the other thing, The other thing about the Right Honourable Gentleman is that sometimes in his speeches he employs the Humpty Dumpty principle. A word means what he wants it to mean, whatever else the rest of us understand by it. So he talks about defending devolution. Well, what is devolution? Devolution is two governments working together, the Scottish Government and the UK Government, the Welsh Government and the UK Government. He says he wants to protect devolution, and how does he want to do that? By going for independence, smashing the devolution settlement, separating this family of nations, and undermining the prosperity of the people whom he and I love in Scotland. Now, even though he spoke at length, and lyrically, when he was challenged, he couldn't give one single example of any power that the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament currently have which is not being retained. Indeed, powers are increasing. Now, I want to turn briefly to the speech given by the Shadow Business Secretary. It was an excellent speech, I think we can all agree. He raised a number of legitimate concerns and fair questions, which I hope to address. He talked about the importance of common frameworks, and we agree on the importance of common frameworks. That's why progress has been made on them, and indeed one of those common frameworks specifically covers food standards and provides reassurance that the fears that he and others have about a race to the bottom will not be realised. But it's also the case, as is acknowledged widely, and as his speech did acknowledge as well, that common frameworks are important, but they're not enough. Progress on common frameworks is a good thing, but we also need legislation to underpin the internal market overall. I should say in passing, I also noted the Right Honourable Gentleman's passionate commitment in his speech to getting Brexit done. I'm very pleased to welcome him to the ranks of born-again Brexiteers. But one thing that he will know, and indeed the point was repeated by the chairman of the Future Relationship for the European Union Select Committee, is that the EU has not always been the constructive partner that all of us might have hoped. In excellent speeches, the members for South Thanet, Basingstoke and Bassetlaw pointed out that the EU hasn't always done what we might have hoped that it would do. The EU is bound by a system of what are called autonomous processes to ensure that we have equivalence on data, equivalence on financial services, and that we're listed as a third country for the export of food and other products of animal origin. There's been no progress on any of these. We were told that we would get a Canada deal. That's not on the table. It has been the case, as the Prime Minister has reminded us, that the threat of third country listing could mean an embargo on the transport of goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. It's also been the case that the EU have insisted on an interpretation of an end to the common fisheries policy, which would mean that they could carry on fishing in our waters just as before, even though we had pledged to take back control. Now, I'm not a diplomat, but if I can try to put it in diplomatic language, some people might think that the EU hadn't been negotiating absolutely 100% in line with what all of us might have hoped. And given that, it is important that we redouble our efforts to seek agreement, but we're also prepared for any eventuality. And I think it's important. It's not just me who acknowledges that the EU might not have been doing everything that it should in order to secure agreement. As I say, the chairman of the Select Committee made the point that there is no need for exit declarations for goods coming from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. He made the point that it's a shame that we haven't got third country listing, and I agree with him, and I agree with the Honourable Lady that the EU must up its game. But, if I may, it's also critical that we recognise what this bill seeks to do in order to ensure that we can get an appropriate resolution. And here I want to turn to the remarks from the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, an old friend of mine, and I think he's onto something, because he made the point that we need to show that we're operating in a constructive spirit, and I agree. That is why we want to secure agreement through the joint committee. It's why we met last week. It's why Maroš Šefčovič and I have been working, setting aside our differences, in order to achieve agreement. It is also why, if we do have problems, our first recourse will be to the arbitral panel. It's also the case that we recognise, as he pointed out, that if we can't secure agreement, under Section 16, there are steps that we can take, in extremis, as a safety net, in order to ensure that our interests are protected. And it is the case in international law that we can take those steps, if required, in order to achieve the goals that we wish. And I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
My right honourable friend is making some very clear points. Will he be absolutely clear that any breach of the withdrawal agreement will only come at the very end of a long process, at which point The only resolution to keeping food flowing between GB and NI is this bill.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, makes a very important point. It is the case that patient negotiation is the way forward. This time last year, no, I totally agree with them. This time last year, we and the European Union were at loggerheads. There were obstacles and roadblocks. But we negotiated with rigour, with determination, and not without some bumps in the road, in order to achieve progress. Now, if we apply the same determination then as we did then I believe that we can make progress in these negotiations. But just as last year, we were ready to support our Prime Minister in showing steely resolve to get the best possible deal, to make sure that our negotiators had everything that they needed, so now we must back our Prime Minister, back our negotiators, recognise that this safety net is a critical part of making sure that we can achieve everything that we wish, and support this bill this evening.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies, and apart from front benchers and whips, I ask all other honourable members to leave the chamber behind me, to go this way, and observe social distancing, please.
Everybody that way. Thank you very much.
Oh, the bills have